fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude.
Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley liar, dude. What a fucking holy fucking what the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan, Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday. Thirsty Thursday, folks. I'm bleeding Hasanabi. Help. How am I supposed to help with that? All right. Thirsty Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. It is Thursday, February 20th, 2025. And I am a little late. It's 11:30, and I'm a little late, and I apologize. But I will tell you exactly why I am late when I tell you my personal news, because this is part of the broadcast where I tell you all about my personal news. Whoa, Poppy, you look so good. Thank you. You should wear more black. Looks good on you. I try not to wear that much black because I feel like I just spam black. It's the meta. Anyway, personal news wise, I ended the broadcast last night, and what did I end up doing? Not really anything. Not really much going on in my life. I have been watching Solo Leveling. That's pretty much all I did, is watch Solo Leveling. Hit a new bench press PR today. Too low of a number to share today, but soon I'll have one to be proud of. Hell yeah. R Leveling. I got accepted in law school in Boston the other day on a full ride scholarship. I wouldn't have started down this path if I hadn't watched your stuff, so thanks, man. Congratulations, Cheddar. Hell yeah. Did you make an egg sandwich last night? No, I didn't. I didn't make an egg sandwich last night because I needed to do a deficit day yesterday because the day prior I went and got KBBQ on my normal deficit day. But I ended up failing on my deficit anyway. I was supposed to stay under 2,000 calories, but I wasn't able to do that because I don't know, I just ate a lot. But in any case, went to bed late as always. And then woke up early as always. Why are you cutting? My life is constantly being in deficit. I constantly have to be in a deficit. But it is what it is. It's just my resting metabolic rate is low. I do still enjoy eating stuff, and I do eat a lot of fun things. I consume a lot of fun, tasty treats, and I overeat. So it's not like I stop myself, you know. But in any case, what calorie tracking app do you use? GeForce Game Ready Driver is available. No, thank you. Not right now. What calorie tracking app do you use? I use Macro Factor, which is pretty solid. I use MyFitnessPal. I've used it for years at this point. It's like a decade. But I played basketball this morning. I'm a little tired. I'm not going to lie. I didn't sleep at a reasonable hour. I was cooking it up, balling my freaking face off. Had a quick little interview. That's the reason why I'm late. I had an interview after I balled. I won't tell you with which outlet, but there's another article in the works as well. There's a couple articles that are supposed to be publishing soon, and another article in the works for the future as well. So that's the reason why I'm late. Also, Kingdom Come Deliverance is awesome, by the way. Like, it's a lot of fun. Have you played it? Yeah, I played it last night. You missed it. All 15 minutes you've played of it. Here, look. Stop. This is what you could be excited for if you watched gaming, okay? Chat commanding me to do a debate lord character, and then demanding that I also choose scholarship as my skill. A bunch of freaking nerds, dude. A bunch of goddamn nerds. Stop the voice. My dog is freaking out. No. I'm not gonna stop. Read the Magna Carta. Read the first principles. Homer's Odyssey. The pagan works, me lordship. That's what you sound like. Read all the pagan words, me lordship. Chat is a bunch of annoying freaking nerds, dude. Even on the gaming side, these guys just don't stop. They're like, hey, you should do a character that debates people. My dog is so confused. Yeah. Fucking lame ass losers. Fuck it. Yeah, I'll go scholarship. But yeah, you're missing out. But I mean, I don't really care anymore. Just in case you were worried, GOAT is on the case to secure our gold. What? President Trump on Air Force One, we're going to go to Fort Knox, the fabled Fort Knox, and make sure the gold is there. If the gold isn't there, we're going to be very upset. Oh, thank God. Thank God this is what he's been doing. Dude, have you guys seen Ant talk to Barack Obama? That was on my TikTok timeline. It's crazy. Like, I'm truly shocked at the way he was talking to Barack Obama. It was amazing. He's so dope. He mogged him. It was crazy. Here, we'll look at that in a second. The gold grew legs and walked out because of DEI. Yeah, it's the transgenders that were holding on to Fort Knox. What? Find a man, woman, or MB the way you look at Kai's tits. Okay, dude, chill. Don't call him Ant. You don't know him like that. After this interaction, I do know him like that. Anyway. Did you see Seattle made a deportation ASMR video and the White House posted it? Yes, I did. It's disgusting. It's gross. And I have the Kaya Blast Off sketch chatter. I will be using it. That's it. I don't have a lot going on in my life other than, you know, streaming and stuff. Sorry if unrelated, but do you see economic extension not spending money on consumerism as a valid form of protest / progress at this point? I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, it's just dependent. It's entirely dependent on like the direction of it. It's entirely dependent on the direction of it. It's entirely dependent on how organized the movement is. Like BDS is an obviously successful movement. I abide by it. I consider it to be good. But you know, there's a lot of people who are just be like on TikTok, be like, oh, we should just boycott this thing because it's right wing or whatever, and it's not going to work that way. There is a lot of maintenance, and you have to be very careful, very deliberate with what you're targeting. But yeah, we'll talk about the anti-Trump former NFL punter who had an incredible speech, and then getting arrested for his incredible speech. Really crazy things are happening in this country. Opinion on the 1984 Senate elections in Alaska. What? Why do you look like you'd be a member of a Weezer tribute band? I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to answer that question. I don't even know what that means, really. Okay. Did you saw a Roval rating that shit in the deep ocean? U.S. has stopped all arms sales to Ukraine. What the hell? I look like a Edgar. I got the Edgar cut for real. That is true. I do have it. Trump and his dick riders mad at Zelensky for criticism, for warranted criticism. You know what? I've made fun of Zell Disney a lot. I think it's time to defend him. Now that it's fallen out of fashion, I'm a Zell D rider, okay? I've decided. I think Zelensky's the greatest statesman of all time, perhaps in the entire West. He's going to save the West. He should be our president. Okay? He should be our president. Sextony's lawsuit came out. Yeah, I saw that. I posted about that on my... you know, I posted about that on Twitter with another judge me by my enemies pose. We're getting Hasanabi ops sucking off Nazi inmates for protection because he can't stop saying the N-word in the prison yard before Grand Theft Auto 6. Yeah, I'll talk about Sean O'Brien with the right to work thing as well. That was crazy. I don't know what happened there. I don't even understand where. I don't even know where he's trying to go, like, with that. Anyway, admitted Ryan Ruth pilled Zell Disney forever. Yes. Zell Disney forever, Ryan Ruth forever. I'm Ryan Ruth pilled. I need 100 or 1,000 NATO trained Afghan troops. Okay. I need them. Ryan Ruth for Senate, Ryan Ruth for president. No, Zell Disney for president, Ryan Ruth for vice president. That's the ticket. Burr, 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 burr. Israeli forces drop leaflets on Gaza. Oh my lord. God, they're such. Oh God, it's so gross. Wemby blood clots out for season. Oh no, he is an alien, bro. Can we trade Luka to Ukraine for Zelensky? Okay, all right, too far. Calm down now, okay? Luka stays in Los Angeles. He's gonna enjoy it. Elon wants to change community notes because he's sick of being corrected. That's awesome. That's cool. That's fun. Yeah, Democrats are not doing much in terms of mounting a defense, a significant defense against all the stuff that's happening, which is great as always. Trump and his dick riders mad at Zelensky for warranted criticism. We have the top 2 Slovenian athletes in LA. Yeah, me and Luka. I'm Yugoslavian at heart, and so is Luka. USA versus Canada men's hockey going to be a bloodbath tonight? Oh, Jesus. Swinging over from Majority Report. Hey, Majority Reporters. Hope you had a good stream. Okay. Trump and his dick riders mad at Zelensky for warranted criticism. NFL punter arrested for hurting Trump's feelings. Hamas hostage release. Hamas hostage release makes Israel mad again. I saw randomly a screenshot of one of your tweets in the Severance fans Twitter community, and it's actually relevant. Once I touch a little money, this socialism shit is over. You know, I never said that, right? That's a fake tweet. Like, that's just my haters kept saying that over and over again. Which is funny because all of the people that said that back in the day, unironically, are the same people that are now MAGA communists. Like, those people used to tweet that all the time. You would tweet that, though? Let's be real. I would, which is why I don't really care. I've just never tweeted it, though. I can't take credit for it. It's actually a fan-made meme. It was originally a fan-made meme that my haters started blasting everywhere. All right, whatever. Trump and his dick riders mad at Zelensky for warranted criticism. NFL punter arrested for hurting Trump's feelings. Hamas hostage makes Israel mad again. Kingdom Come is gay. And more. Get in now. I haven't seen Severance season 2 yet. Patel confirmed. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? America's collapsing. I don't care anymore. You know what I mean? Oh no, I can't believe it. What will the FBI do? I'm probably going to get fucking arrested. Jesus. So much going on, dude. Have you watched White Lotus yet? No. I've been watching too much anime. I can't believe I'm saying that. But I've been watching too much anime. I haven't had time. Nah, dude, you're too helpful to them. You gonna talk about Sean O'Brien at all? He bitched out totally big time. No, I agree. I don't know what the fuck that was. It's like a shocking thing that he said. Shocking because like it's not even like, oh, trans people are weird. Like he didn't even hit that. He just hit like a line that is diametrically the opposite of what like a union leader would ever say in terms of national right to work. Like he was like, oh yeah, well some states it works for some states and other states it doesn't work. I was like, the fuck? What? What's next, bro? He's gonna come out and be like, yeah, you know, the Janus decision, very good. Supreme Court trying their very best. Is crazy. That was not very hard-boiled of him. shocking to why he said states? No, it's shocking because it's completely unacceptable for any labor union leader, let alone one of the most important labor union leaders, to ever give credence to the argument of right to work being successfully implemented in a way that is not harmful to the labor unions in any state. You know what I mean? That's like, that is the opposite. That is the opposite of what a labor union is supposed to do. I mean, it's an anti-union initiative. Not you living in Dressrosa for 4 weeks? What does that even mean? Bro, I live in a right to work state. This shit sucks. Delivery drivers don't have AC and can't strike. It's the opposite of solidarity, but it's also like just like antithetical to his existence. So I don't understand why he said that. Anyway, you see Jesse Waters' friend got let go because of Doge. Aw. Jesse Waters was all for Doge until cuts impacted his friend. Need to be a little bit less callous. Waters suggested people should be more sympathetic towards employees facing job cuts as a result of Doge. Dude, classic conservatism. I ain't give a fuck until it impacts me in some way. Okay? I don't care until it hurts me or someone that I know. God, I hate it. I hate conservatives so much. They literally have made selfishness be their ideology. Imagine living in a world where selfishness is your primary directive. How is this appropriate? It does not make sense. It does not make sense that other people don't see this. It's not even like leopards eat my face, okay? That happens all the time. Chickens come home to roost. That happens all the time. Which, by the way, is not even a chicken coming home to roost, because like it's not... I don't know Jesse Waters' friend's attitude, but this is what I've been talking about. This is what I've been talking about. It's like when you do mass layoffs, you're not only laying off like gay woke Democrats, dude. Oh my God. USAID funding cut. My boy, my goat, Johnny Harris, back at it again. Why China will never surrender to the South China Sea. I'm going to watch the shit out of this video later, and I'm going to make an assessment on whether or not USAID is still giving woke CIA Harris money, or if he's just doing it for the love of the game. Okay? Oh, it turns out DI also meant veterans. What? That's crazy. Who could have foreseen this, chat? Nobody. Absolutely nobody. Okay? You and your audience love Putin and anyone who challenges American hegemony, and by default, they will parrot the Russian propaganda about him. Yes, dude, you're right. We love Putin. Did you see that Mitch is not running for re-election? He's not even running for existence. I don't know how else to bring this up. I feel like I'm surprised that he's alive still, okay? I'm shocked that he is still alive and breathing. Okay? It doesn't make any sense. He can't run at all. He can't even run to the bathroom. Scroll up in thread and context. This person thinks it's good that Doge is going fast and breaking things, including laying off qualified employees, which is ostensibly the whole point of Doge, to retain them. Megaphonics, why did you send me a random person? Megaphonics. This is a random person with 18 likes on Twitter that you just sent me. Like, you're like, hey, look at this random guy who has a bad opinion. It's farther down on a more popular thread. Is literally on topic. Are you gonna watch some snippets of Bad Hosmer at some point today? Sure. What's funny about you/chatter supports Putin is that MAGA literally supports Putin. Some of them do, unironically. What is this? I'm done. I'm now supporting defund the police 100%. I already largely agree with the substance of the argument, and now I'm down for the framing too. There is no reform or transformation that can fix this. We have to start over and completely rebuild policing in this country. This is from 2020, man. What? That's 5 years ago. Things have changed a lot. Okay? Things have changed quite a bit. You ended yesterday about your friend. What? The podcaster? Her? What is this? What are you? What? What? You ended yesterday about your friend. The podcaster. Her? What? I have no idea what you are trying to say. What? All right. Starting off the news. Oh my Lord. Okay. What a day. 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 Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. Donald Trump attacks Zelensky amid U.S. talks with Russia. He called him a dictator. Okay.
Now to the latest on President Trump.
And yes, what the hell is this? Did you see Sexpextany's orbiter saying that Epstein is deleting evidence? Dude, the tweet you linked to me is from an account called Federal Rape. And it literally has the SS logo on it. Please exercise a little bit of caution with what you are linking, okay? That is insane. Please be normal. That's crazy. Like, I get it. You want me to cover drama. It's fucking awesome. It's not even a drama at this point. It's just crimes and legal battles. But even then, I mean, come on, dude. All right.
And the fallout from his remarks attacking Ukraine's President Zelensky, calling him a dictator, and falsely blaming Ukraine for starting the war with Russia. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, is tracking this for us. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, Michael. Well, for 3 years, the U.S. has stood firmly behind Ukrainian President Zelensky as he fights off a Russian invasion. Now, just 4 weeks into office, President Trump is upending that bond. In a dramatic 180, he is pivoting towards Russia's Vladimir Putin and away from President Zelensky, now accusing the Ukrainian leader of being unsuccessful, unpopular, and illegitimate. And their war of words is escalating. This morning, President Trump intent on reframing the war in Ukraine. After falsely blaming Ukrainian President Zelensky for the Russian invasion, Trump now labeling the U.S. ally a dictator.
Did you cover the Jay-Z charges being dropped? Everyone in here was quick to call him a POS when it was filed. I thought it was a little weird. It didn't pass the smell test, but I mean, specifically that story didn't pass the smell test, but I'm not above. I mean, I don't think that he is like a good guy in general. I just didn't. Anyway, let's continue.
Dictator.
A dictator without elections, Zelensky better move fast or he's not going to have a country left.
But Trump using no such label for Russian President Putin, who has targeted his political opponents and overseen Russian elections widely criticized as neither free nor fair. Zelensky, the former comedian turned wartime president, won by a landslide in 2019. He's polling over 50%, but has been unable under the Ukrainian constitution to hold elections while the war rages on and the country remains under martial law.
Officially, month one of the Burger Reich is upon us. Okay? The Burger Reich has officially reached its first month. In that time frame, I think like 11 planes fell out of the sky. Okay? Thousands of federal employees were laid off. The price of eggs went up quite a bit. Some of the federal employees that were laid off were actually working directly on combating the avian flu, which is the reason why the price of eggs have gone up, because of this avian flu that is destroying the poultry supply. Egg prices are still rising, by the way. Don't lie to me. That was a year's worth of bullshit. Nope. We have a drunk rapist. We have a drunk rapist for a defense secretary. Donald Trump is actively saying the quiet part out loud in spectacular fashion in terms of American foreign policy. After forcing a ceasefire with Israel, he is now saying that Israel should basically roll over Gaza and forcibly ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip so he can purchase it and turn it into, I guess, Mar-a-Lago. We have RFK Jr. in charge of the HHS. And we have a guy who was on, I think, MTV, Sean Duffy, in charge of the Department of Transportation, which is also cool because everything is falling apart. Turns out it was all being held together by woke. Here's where we are. Okay? This is it. Fantastic. Libs owned. Federal government undermined. Okay? Billionaires making more money than ever before. Fantastic. If you are living in Arkansas, okay, and you haven't had gainful employment for the past 8 years and living on disability while simultaneously complaining about how the woke libtards are doing welfare to train the youth, your life is about to get a whole lot worse, okay? I still feel bad for you. I still want you to have the best life possible, but the reality of the matter is it's not going to happen. Okay? It's most likely not going to happen for you. And also, you're going to probably not realize that it's not going to happen for you. And you will probably get angrier and angrier as your conditions worsen. You still feel bad? How? I don't care. I feel bad for everybody. It doesn't matter. I don't think anyone should suffer. That is my worldview in general. I don't... I mean, I've been a longtime advocate of universal health care, which means even Nazis get health care. The entire point is that a competent federal apparatus is supposed to create some semblance of stability. So it's harder to just find yourself in the throes of reactionary politics. That's my worldview. Okay. Having said that, getting back to foreign policy. In a world where fascism and fascist movements are growing, especially in Western liberal capitalist nations, we have the number one big dog, big fascist dog in the building, actively hyping up Vladimir Putin. Let's take a look.
Zelensky accusing Trump of spreading Russian disinformation and Kremlin talking points, saying President Trump unfortunately lives in this disinformation space. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, coming to Trump's defense and scolding Zelensky, saying in an interview the idea that Zelensky is going to change the president's mind by badmouthing.
Why should I feel bad for people that wanted the country to go to shit? Are you a Republican? We just talked about how Republicans' entire worldview is about spite, hurting your enemies, and also never understanding the impact of certain legislative decisions until it harms them or their immediate family members. You as a progressive person, you as a leftist, you as a liberal even, should not behave in that way. I know it gets hard sometimes, and it seems silly, and I certainly do get very mad in different moments, and unload on certain chatters and whatnot, and there is a feeling of catharsis there. But having said that, in terms of my advocacy always will revolve around trying to improve people's material conditions, even if they hate me, even if they despise me, including all my fucking haters in this chat. You know, I still want them to have wonderful public transit, healthcare, better material conditions overall. I don't give a shit. You could hate on me all you want. I'm going to give you that sweet healthcare, whether you like it or not. Okay?
Mouthing him in public media, everyone who knows the president will tell you that is an atrocious way to deal with this administration. Trump's comments sending shockwaves through Europe, the German chancellor saying it is simply wrong and dangerous to deny President Zelensky democratic legitimacy. The intense public back and forth began when Trump falsely claimed that Ukraine started the war. But it was Putin that invaded Ukraine 3 years ago, Russian troops storming across the border. Trump's former Vice President Mike Pence trying to set the record straight, saying, Mr. President, Ukraine did not start this war. Russia launched an unprovoked and brutal invasion, claiming hundreds of thousands of lives. The road to peace must be built on the truth. All this coming as Trump has been excluding Ukraine from negotiations to end the war. Putin relishing the reopening of relations between the U.S. and Russia after a 5-hour meeting between senior Russian and American officials without any Ukrainian representation. Putin praising Trump, saying the talks have gone well and that he would like to meet with the American president. But back in Washington, some Republicans aren't so welcoming of this new thaw in relations, though most have stopped short of directly criticizing Trump.
Vladimir Putin is a gangster. He's a gangster with a black heart. He makes Jeffrey Dahmer look like Mother Teresa.
Democrats are sounding the alarm.
It's a really disturbing day.
Did he actually say Ukraine started the war? Oh, he absolutely did. I mean, we were there when he said it. It was so shocking. It was one of the very few instances where chat going, you have to rewind, was valid. It was a valid rewind. Yes, I will do the Millet doing a rug pull, crypto rug pull today. CoffeeZilla apparently covered it. If you send me that video, I'll watch it. Traumatic events happening to these susceptible people leads to the shift towards MAGA culture. It's all part of the plan. They will continue to fuck over their base and will lead to even more rabid supporters. Good times. Yeah, I think that here's the issue, okay? If there was a competent counterbalance to all the madness that the Republicans are engaging in, that you could funnel that anger and resentment that people have into more appropriate targets and into a more productive, a more productive resistance network. Okay. But that would require the Democrats to grow a spine, a backbone, and also have real positions that they care about. Guys, stop sending me the link. It's here. Okay. It's here. It's in here. It's in here. It's in here. Calm down. We will watch it later. Okay. And if the Democrats, who are supposed to be the counterbalance to all of this growing fascism, don't do that, okay? If they don't do that, then people will continue to think like, oh, we just haven't been cruel enough to trans people or undocumented migrants or whatever. And that's the reason why I'm still suffering. Okay? That's it. And that's where we're at. Okay, I feel like nobody wants me to talk about Ukraine. Everyone is so bored of Ukraine. They're like, it's washed. Every time I talk about Ukraine, you guys are talking about like domestic affairs between Democrats and Republicans and like the voters and whatnot. Everyone's like, yeah, bro, give it up. It's over. Breathtaking reversal in U.S. foreign policy. Fareed Zakaria reacts to Trump's attacks on Zelensky. I don't even think that this is a reversal of U.S. foreign policy. It's just a reversal of the way that we talk about U.S. foreign policy. Okay? That's it. I will cover this part of it, though. I think this is the only part that's like the Bernie video is.
Thanks, everybody, for joining me to discuss.
Has 2.6 million views in 19 hours. All right, let's see what Bernie has to say.
Very serious issue. Yesterday,
I'm the NATO leftist you think doesn't exist? Oh, I know. I know that there are plenty of NATO quote-unquote leftists. You just can't have it both ways. You can't be a fucking pro-NATO guy and be like, I'm a Marxist-Leninist or I'm a socialist. You can't be a pro-NATO socialist. It's just it. You know? It's fine. You want maybe you want workers to seize the means of production here, okay? But as far as foreign policy goes, that's over there. That's fine. We should continue aligning with fascists as long as it's at the behest of American empire. Pro-NATO-ish in the sense that it's a necessary evil? Mm-hmm. Can you elaborate for those who don't understand why NATO equals bad? NATO, in its inception, was designed to destroy socialist movements, okay, all around Western Europe and all around the globe. And that is precisely, name one socialist regime in the EU. That's it. That's what it is. There is none. What are you talking about? Yeah, that's the reason. NATO is a big part of that. In the most reductive ways, I will just simply say this, okay? I will simply say this. Think about it this way. World War II ends. Europe is in ruin, okay? The Allies have won. Who are the heroes of that story? If you look to Europe, many people saw the Red Army as liberators. They saw the USSR as genuine liberators because they were, okay? That's it. The Soviets took on the most amount of combat, incurred the highest penalties for it. And not only that, but internally within Europe, the Soviet aligned resistance networks were seen as the heroes because they were on the right side of this conflict. The communists, the socialists, the trade unionists, all of those people that actively took up arms and engaged in militant resistance against the Nazi movement. Okay? USSR were no better than the Nazis, lol. Yeah, okay. Okay, chatter. Sure. Sure, bud. Yeah. No, it's actually worse than the Nazis, right? It's even worse. The Soviets were worse than the Nazis. So, at that stage, America already was interested in actively destroying the socialist scourge. Okay. And they immediately worked to build a cooperative security network. They rebuilt Western Europe and then also simultaneously started building up a security apparatus that would get all of these countries that were maybe a lot more sympathetic to the Soviets, especially after World War II, to not be sympathetic to the USSR at all, because that was terrifying for America. So what did the United States do in that regard? Well, who was the best? Bro, stop. You don't understand Europe. every European, whenever they see a man of my complexion, which would be considered very white in the United States of America, every European chatter that hears a man that looks like me with the name Hasan turns into fucking little Adolf, okay? Ridiculous. You don't have the high IQ to understand. You don't understand the fascism in Europe. It's very different than the way you look at it. The number one haters that had active combat experience at the time against the communists, which were now the enemy, were Nazis and fascists. So that's who America aligned with in all of these countries. They did that directly. Okay? Sometimes literally Nazi generals, like in Germany. When Germany entered NATO, German generals that fucking were Nazi generals were in charge of NATO. In other countries where the resistance movement, partisan movements, like movements that were anti-fascist in general, that had more popular support, were also destabilized through NATO. False flag attacks, for example. Operation Gladio comes to mind. NATO, in this day and age, is still very much used as a protection racket. Okay? So when Donald Trump says, you guys got to spend more of your money, your hard-earned dollars, that's basically the mob guy coming in and saying, you know, your storefront is broken. We're here to protect you, and we've protected you for the longest time. Be a real shame if they fucked it up further. Give us more money. Okay? Now, this doesn't mean that there aren't other gangsters out there. Vladimir Putin is a gangster himself. Okay? For sure. But that's just how NATO works. The USSR was an ally of the Nazis, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. They attacked Poland together. Europe remembers and hates the communists. Yeah, totally. Europe definitely hated the communists post-World War II, like immediately after World War II. You're right. Yeah. I love when EU guys also come in here and they're like, no, you don't understand. You don't understand Europe, man. We fucking hate socialism. Like, I know, man. I know. I understand that. Trust me. I live in America. Okay? We hate socialism even more than you guys do. Okay? I promise. Anyway. I feel like I have to relitigate history every time. Every time. Would it just be the US trying to get more money, or are NATO EU countries not paying their dues? No, it's not that they're... First of all, who do you buy the weapons from when you need to spend more on your defense? A lot of these countries don't have like a big enough domestic manufacturing industry around weapons. They get it from America. So when Donald Trump says you need to do more, you need to spend more money on your defense, they mean you need to buy more of our weapons, okay? That's what the purpose of this is. Hasanabi has beef with Europe in perpetuity? No, I don't. Anyway, let's hear what Bernie has to say.
Witnessed an extremely sad moment in American history. We saw the President of the United States aligning himself with the dictator of Russia, Vladimir Putin, to undermine the independence of Ukraine and its democracy. Let's be clear. Trump is showing us that he sees one of the world's most brutal dictators as his friend. And
it's not meant to be a gotcha. Can you explain what the U.S. did denazification if they were so anti-communism? Wait, what? Denazification was unsuccessful and didn't really happen in Germany.
Now,
but I don't want to get into that.
Democratic allies in Europe as his enemies. He wants a world that is safe for authoritarians and oligarchs, but extremely dangerous for democracies. It will not surprise you when I tell you that Trump is lying, as he so often does. Yesterday, Trump said that Ukraine started the war. That's not true. Russia invaded Ukraine twice, first in 2014 and then again in 2022. Right now, Russia occupies about 20% of Ukraine. Since Putin's horrific invasion, over 1 million people have been killed or injured. Every single day, Russia continues to rain down hundreds of missiles and drones on Ukrainian cities. Putin's forces have massacred civilians and kidnapped thousands of Ukrainian children, bringing them back to Russian re-education camps. These atrocities led the International Criminal Court to issue an arrest warrant for Putin in 2023 as a war criminal. Further, Trump called Ukrainian President Zelensky a dictator. That's not true either. Zelensky won 75% of the vote in free elections. In fact, his approval rating is higher than Trump's. In the midst of a brutal war, Ukraine's parliament continues to function and free and unfettered political debate takes place. Trump claimed that our European allies have done little to support Ukraine in its fight against Putin's invasion. He said the United States has contributed 3 times more than Europe. But that's another lie. In fact, Europe has provided more aid to Ukraine than the United States. But it's not just that Trump is lying again. That's not new. It's what this all reveals about where he wants to take our country, and in fact, the entire world. Trump is cozying up to Vladimir Putin. So who is Putin? And what kind of world does he want to build? Putin is a dictator who crushed Russia's movement toward democracy after the end.
Okay, from a purely aesthetic standpoint, I think it is fucking insane what Donald Trump is saying, 100%. But given how unpopular supporting Ukraine is in the United States of America, I don't know if this is not for Bernie. Obviously, Bernie talks about domestic issues. That's his bread and butter. He talks about it all the time. But if this is the point of contention that the Democrats want to raise, it is only going to further make the dummies in general in the American public think, oh, they just want more war. Like Donald Trump is ending the war and these guys just want more war. If that makes sense. It's not, I wouldn't even say it's entirely correct. I'm just saying that that is the way it looks. And I feel like the Democrats have better issues to argue about right now. Would rather have the Dems die on that hill, to be honest. So we shouldn't talk about it? No. First of all, I've covered it extensively for the past 3 days to a degree where everyone is yelling at me and actively telling me to shut the fuck up about it and move on to other shit. I think I'm trying to figure out how this will be received by the broader public. Does that make sense? Like, I often talk about what issues you take on and how you take on those issues, and what the broader reception is for whatever issue that you're talking about. Okay? And I think in this circumstance, like if your goal is to undermine the Trump regime, okay, Doing a multifaceted approach is good, and I think that's what Bernie is doing. I think Bernie Sanders is tackling this issue from every avenue, and therefore this is appropriate for him to do. But if the Democrats hold on to exclusively this side of the bargain and not all the other things that Bernie routinely rails against, like the oligarchs controlling the government and things like that, then they're going to come across like a party that only cares about maintaining U.S. aid and a party that only cares about, saying that we have to keep giving Ukraine more weapons and we have to keep throwing Ukrainians into the meat grinder because Vladimir Putin is a thug. Now, it's true. Vladimir Putin is a thug. Okay? He is a gangster. But I don't think the American public broadly cares about that. Okay, but his intake is not exactly correct. Putin in the beginning did a lot of good because Russia was shit after the USSR fell. Literally mafia time without rules and laws. It became slowly normal, clean with social benefits. He does a terrible thing now, but he also contributed to making normal things in Russia back in the time. I mean, he was never a progressive, liberating socialist figure at all, though. It was more so that any leadership after the dissolution of the USSR was going to have to be tasked with maintaining some semblance of stability. It was complete collapse. Also, Vladimir Putin was our guy. That's the other side of the story that I think a lot of people forget.
Who crushed Russia's movement toward democracy after the end of the Cold War. Russia holds sham elections every 6 years where Putin wins 90% of the vote and authorities don't even try to hide their ballot stuffing. There is no freedom of speech or free media in Putin's Russia. Protests are violently suppressed. Tens of thousands of people are imprisoned for protesting Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Political dissidents are harassed or thrown into jail. The bravest, people like Alexei Navalny, are killed outright. Hundreds of thousands of Russians have fled Putin's brutal regime since his invasion of Ukraine. But Putin has maintained control in his country by offering Russia's oligarchs a simple deal. If you give me absolute power, I'll let you steal as much as you want from the Russian people. And that's why in a country where many are struggling economically, Russian oligarchs have stashed trillions of dollars in offshore tax accounts. That is the Russian leader that Trump admires. That is the Russian oligarchy.
The way I see Vladimir Putin is basically like if post dissolution of the USSR, a man who wanted to be the Israel of America and never got that opportunity, but he still did Israel shit. But given the historic alignments and also given Russia as a foreign regional superpower that wanted to rebuild some of its glory, they oftentimes were directly at odds with the United States of America, and therefore they were constantly treated like shit. Okay? But this does not mean that Vladimir Putin was ever a good person or ever a good leader in general, and that he was always a right-wing, pro-capitalist kleptocrat. I think that was the most revealing aspect of his interview with Tucker Carlson, where he was just like, why can't we be Israel? We want to be your Israel. We would love to be your Israel. Why did you never give us that opportunity to be your Israel, please? That's it. How do you think the relationship between our allies will be if we keep aligning with Russia? I don't think that that's going to be, I don't know. I don't know if that's like entirely consequential. I think tariffs are probably more damaging in terms of like America maintaining its allegiances and commitments than aligning with Vladimir Putin. Depending on how things turn out with this ceasefire, you could have a very different attitude, in a couple months. Europeans will dump the USA faster than they know it. We're spiteful creatures. I don't think they will. But I don't know. Things are definitely changing. I think it's dangerous to have this thought about Putin or anyone saying he's all bad and taking away credit he might have had, not that I like him or anything. It's just not dialectic. No, I just think that any person who was in that position would do the exact same thing in terms of maintaining stability and under complete collapse. I mean, it's like looking at Israel's land reforms and being like, well, it's technically socialist. Okay, but it's also being utilized towards colonialism. It's being utilized towards maintaining the settler colonial project. You know what I mean? Like, sure, on principle, creating some semblance of stability in a country that was absolutely, utterly devastated is good. Anyway, tariffs are just money. Aligning with Putin and claiming Greenland is much more serious for Europeans. Tariffs are just money? What are you talking about? That's the most important part of everything. That is all this is. Tariffs are just money is so funny. What do you think happens when economies collapse? What do you think happens when like Europe becomes objectively poorer and poorer and poorer as a consequence of these tariffs? Yeah, tariffs are just money, except money is everything.
That he supports. But that is not the perspective of the American people. We know, and we are proud of, the fact that the United States of America is the longest standing democracy in the world. We know that many hundreds of thousands of brave Americans over the years have fought and died to defend democracy.
I wish we had more cranks, man. Like, I wish we had like real rugged anti-imperialist cranks. Like there used to be people who would take like positions that I was shocked by, you know what I mean? In terms of like foreign policy, the American Congress wasn't this uniparty on foreign policy where like everything came across like a State Department readout, you know? Like, where are the Mike Gravells of the world? I mean, he's dead, but like, and I'm talking, the only type of cranks that we now have are like weird people that have allegiances to like, you know, the Ba'ath Party or something. You know what I mean? Like there's never any cranks on the, like Bernie Sanders was regarded as a crank back in the day for his unconditional support to the, to like Latin American socialist movements and shit. Like he used to be not this guy that you're seeing now. He used to be the guy. And it's interesting because like the only cranks that are allowed in American politics in terms of like, you know, elected representatives are people like Tulsi Gabbard. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's only in one direction. And then they're not even considered cranks after a while anyway. Oh, the funniest part is like two of the people who started the Gravel Institute went into investment banking after it fell off. Wasn't literally the Ukraine guy, the number one Ukraine guy, a Gravel Institute kid too? The dude who was like, how can I make, like the dude who went to Ukraine and then interviewed a bunch of people that work for think tanks in Ukraine with clips out of context. Like with my classic clips, Hasan is pro-Russia. And then he made like a video about how, you know, Ukrainians were very mad about Hasan. That's like an insane thing to do, by the way. I genuinely do think that that's like wild. When you're actively hands-on in a conflict area and you're like, I'm going to do drama content here. You're literally pro-Russia even now? Yes, of course. I am pro-Russia. Yes. I love Vladimir Putin. You caught me.
We also know that our allies in the world are those countries that believe in democracy, not authoritarianism. In this critical moment in our history, I hope that every American, regardless of political perspective, will stand tall and say yes to democracy, no to oligarchy, and no.
I mean, this is pretty basic stuff, and he's not wrong on the broad scopes of this conversation, you know, the broad strokes of this conversation. Like, yeah, Donald Trump is insane. Why do American progressives not look at the actually leftist around the world position? Even in Germany, the left party Die Linke is yelling about NATO, etc. Latin American leaders have talked about it, but for some reason, Americans are so stupid. American exceptionalism requires Americans to think that Western chauvinism is the normative position and that there is, like, America does bad things every now and then, but only in the rearview mirror. And they do those bad things for the greater good. That's it. It is one of the hardest to tackle issues, I think, overall. It's the one thing that makes so many progressive people lose their minds whenever I talk about American imperialism as a bad thing. Bernie is contradicting his support for self-determination of Latin American socialist movements by supporting Ukrainian self-determination. Got it. When did I say that Ukrainian self-determination is wrong, or that Bernie Sanders is wrong for... I didn't even say that Bernie Sanders is wrong for this video. What the fuck are you talking about? I think you guys imagine a position that that you want me to have, so it's easier to just be like, yo, you're in support of this thing. By the way, Russian officials were surprised by Trump turning to praise them so hard. According to Wall Street Journal, after 3 days of American efforts to isolate Russia, 3 years of American efforts to isolate Russia, U.S. policy took a significant shit towards Moscow in recent days. Russian officials have cheered the change, but even they appeared to be caught off guard by the speed of developments. On Tuesday, they were like, we did not foresee this level of glaze, which is understandable. It is pretty crazy. It is definitely like there was a shift that I think was appropriate, that I think the Biden administration should have engaged with as well, which is to not instantly say like, no, we're never going to have any kind of talks with Vladimir Putin at all. But of course, because the Biden administration was allergic to doing any sort of diplomacy there, even though, yes, what Russia is doing is objectively evil. Okay, please don't fucking yell at me about this. You know what my position is. The Trump administration took that opportunity to be like, hey, by the way, Vladimir Putin is awesome and Zelensky is the real evil villain in this story. It's psychotic. Not only is it psychotic, but it's just wrong. It's objectively wrong. Anyway, 3 years of American efforts to isolate Russia, U.S. policy took a significant shift. On Tuesday, top-level U.S. and Russian officials met in Saudi Arabia to discuss the ways to settle the war in Ukraine and reset Washington's relations with Moscow, just days after President Trump and President Vladimir Putin spoke by phone. Then, a war of words escalated between Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, with the U.S. president calling him a dictator on Wednesday, which is, again, kind of funny because, you know, the other side, like if Zelensky was more of a dictator, I think Trump would like him. If Zelensky was like a full-blown dictator, I think Donald Trump would genuinely like him. He's not exactly, no Ukrainian leadership historically has been a infallible and uncorrupted group of people that want to do what's right by Ukrainians or whatever. But like, having said that, I think obviously Vladimir Putin is infinitely closer to that term than Zelensky is. Axios scoop. U.S. and Ukraine discuss improved minerals deal after Trump raged at Zelensky. Nice. All right. But before we get to that, let's take a look at Donald Trump and how angry the Trump dick riders are that Zelensky dare get mad.
All right, President Trump not mincing words with Ukrainian President Zelensky as the U.S. tries leading negotiations with Russia to end the war.
The only thing he was really good at was playing Joe Biden like a fiddle. He played him like a fiddle. That's an expression we use. A dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast or he's not going to have a country left. Got to move fast because that war is going in the wrong direction. In the meantime, we're successfully negotiating an end to the war with...
What? It also feels a bit like American exceptionalism with this entire chat, and you keep dunking on EU whenever Ukraine comes up. I can understand some of it, but I also think you're wrong. I'm thinking EU isn't capable of supporting Ukraine on its own, and I also think EU is willing to do so. The peace talks in Riyadh won't accomplish anything. It's all bluff and show from Trump. He doesn't understand how dogged Ukraine and EU are on this. Okay, if you say so. I don't think you're right about this. But maybe you are. I don't know. I mean, I'm going to be nice. I'm going to be nice about this. EU guys on this chat are very intense. Yeah. You guys love hitting the EU lion too, sir. Why don't you think he's right? I don't know. Because even fucking Keir Starmer, when he was like, yeah, we'll be committed to defending Ukraine ourselves if America doesn't do it, we'll immediately turn around and go, and it's actually, it amounts to nothing if America is not a part of the security cooperation in the same sentence. So I've yet to hear anything other than like paper tiger posturing from European leadership about security commitments to Ukraine without America being the primary party that will guarantee. The guarantor of security always is the United States of America. Is the USA unable to end the war and Ukraine not lose any land? Yes. I don't think that I don't foresee any situation where Russia doesn't take annexed land. It would take at least 5 years for the EU to be able to support Ukraine without America. I don't think. What is this? I'm glad he's found peace and not doing movies or TV shows anymore. Zachary Levi is reflecting on why he felt it was more important to be candid about his support for Donald Trump than worry about his career. I felt peace because I knew that this was more important than saving my career. Yeah, your career. Okay, big dog. All right.
Russia.
So President Zelensky firing back.
A red EU will rise. The sun is shining and fuck USA EU bloc. Okay. Listen, if Europe turns around and finds themselves aligned with China, okay, I will have a very different attitude. Okay. You got a new a new network of Axis powers. Okay. growing fascist movements in European countries as well. And then EU says, no, we are defending socialism. We are defending what remains of progressive policies. And we're going to do that. We're going to get militant again. But this time, you know, we're no longer on the side of America, and America is the Nazi Germany in this equation. And we are going to join forces, and we are going to be the ally. We are going to be the allied forces alongside with the Chinese Communist Party, and we're going to fight fascists again. I mean, we're making shit up. I might as well make shit up further. You know what I mean? Why would they defend a proven failed ideology? See? I like that. I like that you're saying that while simultaneously, I already said, like, the Chinese Communist Party, as in, like, is China bad because they're communist? Does that mean there's existing socialism in the universe that the European forces could align with? You know?
Calling Trump's comments.
Was China's stance on Ukraine? I mean, China benefits greatly from, or not benefits greatly, but China doesn't like the instability either, but at least, like, you know, they see it as like their ally penetrating the Western hegemony. But they also have maintained a position that I think is even more aggressive than America, as like the primary party backing the Russian side. Where they've said time and time again, like, you got to dial this back to Russia, and also have said we have to get to the table and do a ceasefire instantly. I don't know if they like how much Russia and the Democratic People's Republic of Korea also link up either. Okay? You shit on NATO, but you also go, EU ain't shit without USA, and pretend you don't understand why EU frogs back NATO. Yeah, but the EU frogs that back NATO also simultaneously think the European Union will be able to mount a defense against any kind of power united, and they'll be able to single-handedly defend Ukraine or some shit. I don't know what the fuck is going on there. There's a reason why they're pro-NATO.
It's Russian disinformation, prompting Vice President Vance to respond. The idea that Zelensky is going to change the president's mind by bad-mouthing him in public media. Everyone who knows the president will tell you that is an atrocious way to deal with this administration. Here to react, Trump National Security Advisor Michael Waltz. Michael, fresh off your peace mission with Russia over in Riyadh, want to get to that in a moment, but your sense of the fractured relationships now between President Zelensky and President Trump?
Well, Brian, there's obviously a lot of frustration here. Vice President Vance was very frustrated leaving the Munich Security Conference. Our Secretary of Treasury, who traveled all the way to Kyiv, is also frustrated, all on top of the president, obviously, who makes his frustration well known. And that's because we presented the Ukrainians really an incredible and historic opportunity to have the United States of America co-invest with Ukraine, invest in its economy, invest in its natural resources, and really become a partner in Ukraine's future in a way that's sustainable, but also would be, I think, the best security guarantee they could ever hope for, much more than another pallet of ammunition. And so to have the United States co-invested to grow their pie, to allow their economy to flourish over time, and, oh, by the way, to have the American taxpayer recoup the hundreds of billions of dollars, as the Europeans do, all makes sense. Why we're getting this pushback, and certainly this kind of, as the vice president said, bad-mouthing in the press for all the administration.
Also, this is the American position. Many chatters have asked me what the Chinese position is. In May 2024, there was a Brazilian-Chinese six-point plan that was put forth. Remember, China is the party backing, is the large superpower backing Russia in this equation. In May 2024, the Brazilian and Chinese governments proposed a six-point plan: non-escalation, direct negotiation, an international peace conference accepted by both Russia and Ukraine, and discussion of all peace plans, humanitarian assistance, exchange of prisoners of war, no attacks on civilians, no use of weapons of mass destruction, no attacks on nuclear power stations, respect for the Convention on Nuclear Safety, stable global trade. Two sides call for efforts to enhance international cooperation. You are aware about the anti-Zionist rabbis that got hit by pro Israeli media is lying about it again. This is the new era of false flag ops in the U.S. Sorry for derailing. Yes, I don't know anything that you're talking about, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, maybe we'll get to that later. Okay. Currency, finance, trade, food security, security for critical infrastructure, including oil and gas pipelines, undersea optical cables, electricity, energy facilities, fiber optic networks, so as to protect the stability. And as far as I understand, even Zelensky was, according to the Kyiv Independent, Zelensky was open to integrating China's and Brazil's proposals into the peace formula around October 27th. Okay? Why didn't they? Another ship plan without Ukraine? Wait, what are you talking about? This plan literally says Ukraine gets a seat at the table. And not only that, but you also then said, why didn't they impose this plan on their ally Russia? This is them saying this is their position on their ally Russia. You asked me what the Chinese plan for Ukraine is, or what the Chinese statements have been, China's position on the political settlement of the Ukrainian crisis. And I'm telling you what it is by using fucking Wikipedia. And you're over here still yelling about it. I don't know what you want me to do. This is yet another instance where Donald Trump comes across as a madman, and whether or not people have a lot of resentment and hatred for the Chinese government is, once again, coming across as more reasonable. China, at the end of the day, does not have the same level of control over Russia as America has over Israel, for example, or as America has over Ukraine. So, with the limited amount, I mean, they do have a lot of influence, I think. But with the amount of influence that they have, this is what they've sought to use that influence for. Anyway. What is the position of the typical American? I think the typical American position on this is they don't give a shit, and they don't want to give any more money to Ukraine because they've been propagandized in many different ways, but also because Americans just don't like giving endless weapons overseas or money overseas to endless conflict. That's why they have a very similar position on Israel too. Not that it fucking matters, because let's be real, foreign policy is not dictated. No, don't say except for Israel. You think Americans broadly like giving unlimited weapons to Israel? Are you crazy? America is becoming more and more anti-Semitic every single day as a direct consequence of our unlimited allegiance to Israel. Literally every day. And Israel also consistently lying and pairing up their violent actions with Judaism. There was already plenty of anti-Semitism that existed, but now it's, this kind of shit is growing that attitude. Conservatives might not talk too much, at least like conservative mouthpieces might not talk too much about giving money to Israel. And Donald Trump certainly doesn't talk about that either, obviously, because he loves giving money to Israel, because he's gotten money from Miriam Adelson. Okay. But if you were to ask like the average American, I mean, there's a million different polls conducted on this process. Even Republicans have been in favor of a ceasefire and conditional aid or stopping weapons transfers.
Administration has done in his first term as well. And all the United States has done for Ukraine is just, it's unacceptable. They need to tone it down and take a hard look and sign that deal.
So do you believe that this is reconcilable? Do you believe that this is two people just getting mad at each other? Or do you think these are...
Not to drag this combo because I agree with you 90%, but I would like to point out that you can't simultaneously hold a position that the EU ain't shit, which is true because the EU have had U.S. protection for decades, has not been needed and won't drift from U.S. vassalage, and also point out that the EU is drifting fascist. The former is accelerating the latter. Okay, you said you agree with me 90%, and then the 10% you also agree with me on. Unless I misunderstood. Yes, America is very much responsible post-World War II for any kind of nascent fascist movement existing in Europe, specifically Western Europe. What do you think we are? We're fucking fascist too. What do you mean? What is advocacy for mass deportations of undocumented migrants and trying to desperately erase trans people out of existence? What is that, if anything, but fascism? Such a lefty, degen lefty take, Keck W. Yeah, I know you haven't seen the victims that are stuck in a hotel in Panama City, for example, or the thousands of people that are getting rounded up and being sent to Guantanamo Bay in a concentration camp right now. But just because it's invisible to you doesn't mean it's not happening. Okay? It is infinitely more degenerate to actually do those violent things for no discernible reason than to correctly call that fascist. You can culp all day, every day. You can literally deport every single undocumented migrant. Your life is still going to suck dick and balls, okay? Ottoman Empire ain't coming back. Ali Akbar? What? Ottoman Empire? So you want illegals to stay? Yes. I want them to no longer be illegal. I want them to be processed. Very mentally stable chatter, yeah.
They're two countries going different ways.
Oh, I think so. The president also said how much he loves the Ukrainian people. And again, he was the first to arm them back in his first term. We've done a lot for the security of Ukraine. And to say that we're going to change the nature of our aid going forward is, I don't think, should offend anyone. Look, the president is ready to drive this war to an end. He has made that clear over and over again. And just a week ago, Brian, he had both President Putin on the phone and Zelensky on the phone, literally within minutes of each other. And both were saying, only you, President Trump, can lead this war to a conclusion when no one else has been able to. And in fact, the last administration didn't even really try. So now President Trump is doing what he should as a leader and pushing hard diplomacy with strength and leadership. And, you know, no one should be surprised about that.
Right. In terms of President Zelensky, his approval rating is around 54%. And
wait a minute, Brian. But Donald Trump said his approval rating was at 4%. Now you're telling me that President Zelensky has a higher approval rating than Donald Trump? What's going on? This doesn't make any sense.
He can't really have
I'm stupid. What does that mean?
elections while he's at war. That's in their constitution. And it seems as though they...
By the way, the reason why he's saying that, okay, just make no mistake, is because foreign policy at the end of the day is uniparty, okay? Yeah, so Donald Trump can speak out of both sides of his mouth on this issue, but look, you see, the loyals are still like, yeah, well, of course Zelensky can't actually maintain and have elections like... I mean, this is directly the opposite of what Donald Trump is claiming. It's a complete lie. Donald Trump's statements are ridiculous on the issue. And under every other circumstance, people like Brian Kilmeade will go along with that lie. So why is it that in this situation they're not going along with it and just basically doing a little bit of ass covering?
Both sides understood that until yesterday. What do you see your role going forward as early as today? Maybe to get the two on the phone?
Well, look, this notion that the Ukrainians haven't been consulted, I have to push back on that, Brian. I've been talking to his national security advisor, Zelensky's national security advisor, on a regular basis. We just mentioned the meetings both Secretary of State and Vice President Vance have had with him. Special Envoy Keith Kellogg is out there literally right now. So we have had plenty of engagement and dialogue in order to drive this deal home, this economic partnership, and move forward towards peace. And also for our European friends, look, we have President Macron of France coming next week. We have Prime Minister Starmer of the United Kingdom coming next week. I spoke with all of their national security advisors, including Germany's, yesterday. So we are consulting our allies. We're consulting the Ukrainians. There's a term for this in diplomacy. It's called shuttle diplomacy, because bringing everybody to the table at once just hasn't worked in the past. So we've engaged one side, we've engaged the other side, and then we're going to have a process moving forward under President Trump's direction and leadership.
And as you know, a lot of Democrats kind of hit the roof with all this back and forth. Listen.
It has been remarkable to watch Donald Trump line up with Putin so directly that it's almost as if Putin writes his talking points.
This feels like one of the biggest kind of American surrender since Vietnam.
The mental gymnastics that you see Republicans undertaking to somehow justify the unjustifiable.
Republicans at this point have power to change what Trump is doing if they can find their spines, and it may be the whole country's job to help them find it.
And your retort.
I'm not gonna lie. I foresee this backfiring. Like, I really think that there is an appropriate way to talk about it in terms of like wanting peace. Like, they should literally always emphasize that peace is the appropriate measure here. And I don't think the Democrats are doing that. Backfiring on who? I think this will backfire on liberals, Democrats in general. That's how I see it. And then Donald Trump will, while simultaneously dick riding Vladimir Putin into oblivion, will still turn around and say, like, see, I did this. I achieved this. The Democrats want endless war. That's what he's going to keep saying. That's what he has said. And it worked. It literally worked. It worked in the election in favor of Donald Trump. Their inability to read the room is alarming in this situation. Libs were right about Russiagate. I don't think they were correct about Russiagate in general, but they are right about Donald Trump personally fucking loving Vladimir Putin. I think that Donald Trump genuinely loves authoritarian strongmen. He does. He even loves fucking Kim Jong-un. I mean, it's obvious. He respects them. He wants to be like them. I don't think they want the war to end. I just think they want to say Ukraine is preventing peace, like they had done with Gaza and Hamas not agreeing to peace deals when they had what? I think the correct way to go about this is to say that Donald Trump is undermining the Ukrainian position, which he is, okay? But ultimately, we are in favor, as the Democrats, we are in favor of a managed negotiation that will put an end to all of this bloodshed. Like, that is, if you say something along those lines, you can at least, like, I guess, kind of take credit, but not really. Then they can just like turn around and be like, well, you had all the power to stop this and you didn't. I don't know, man. I really think that being the party of war is not good for the Democrats. Like, being seen as the party of war is not good for the Democrats. It is a losing position. Isn't everything Trump saying about Ukraine sort of true? No. No. There is some brutal honesty there in terms of like who gets the control, who holds all the cards. America does. Okay? In terms of brutal honesty, we want your minerals. That's brutal honesty. Okay? That's just saying the quiet part out loud. But as far as like Zelensky is a dictator and he has a 4% approval rating and he sucks dick and he doesn't get to have a say in this process, and then like openly optically undermining him in general is, or even claiming that he is responsible for Vladimir Putin invading his country. It's all of that stuff is completely incorrect. It is ridiculous. Yeah. I think it's still born out of the same issue, though, with the Democratic Party. For the past 4 years, Americans saw what the Democrats did in terms of Ukraine, what the Democrats did in terms of Gaza in the last year. And it's very difficult to just like go back on that out of nowhere. And they had bipartisan support for both, mind you, okay? They love that shit. The Republicans love that shit. Now they're turning around and just staying quiet as Donald Trump does his thing.
To that.
You know, I guess all of those Democrats were perfectly fine with seeing hundreds of thousands of people literally on a daily, weekly, monthly basis in a meat grinder of a war that has turned into an endless war under Joe Biden, who could not define success and basically said, as long as it takes, as much as it takes, no matter how many people die, no matter how much death and destruction, because I haven't heard any one of them actually present a plan to bring this war to an end. President Trump has done that, and we're going to execute it.
Right. To me, this reminds me of Lion Ted and De Sanctimonious. When the president locks horns and gets angry, that's what he does. But he also could put his hand out and say, let's move forward. That's where this reminds me of.
And, Brian, and the same ones that are screaming for peace and are screaming for a ceasefire over in Gaza, I guess are screaming for endless war in Europe. It's nonsensical. This is a common sense plan. They may not like it, but we're going to drive it forward, and everybody will stop squawking when the fighting ends.
When the Russians say we met with President, we met with you and Marco Rubio, and we got the sense that the U.S. is with us, are they wrong?
Well, I think our interests are aligned in stopping the war. They have different reasons, of course, in the Ukrainians. There's still all kinds of disagreement that we need to pull both sides together. But, Brian, that was a historic first step, and it started with that historic phone call that President Trump had with Putin and the confidence-building measure that we had with the release of Mark Fogel. Remember, that was just a week ago, Brian. I don't think time is on anyone's side, and we're going to move forward full speed ahead to drive this war to an end. And then we can talk about broader geostrategic relationships. And that's the conversation we had with the Russians, but it's a first of many to come.
Would it be great if the Russians handed back the 20,000 children they stole from the Ukrainian families, renamed them and handed them out to Russians? Would they ever agree to give the children back?
You know, we talked about what we're going to have to do in terror.
See, Brian Kilme has the uniparty position here. Okay, notice how he's not attacking Donald Trump, but he's still saying the same exact things that Democrats and Republicans also agree upon. And by the way, there's truth to what he's saying here as well in terms of like a conditional negotiation. It's not that Brian Kilme is woke. It's just that, you know, he's trying to get to Trump to the best of his ability. If you were to ask these dudes behind closed doors, I'm willing to bet that they have a way more hardline stance towards, like, they want endless support for Ukraine and abso-fucking-lutely would be on board with it if Donald Trump were to come out and advance the exact same agenda.
Territory, what we're going to have to do in security guarantees, what we're going to have to do kind of in the future broader security arrangement, the future of our relationship, and those kinds of exchanges, prisoner exchanges, children, what's happened in some of these areas. It's been a devastating war. All of that, should be resolved, and we are trying to resolve. But for everyone to just throw their hands up and say, well, we don't like what they're doing, but we don't have a plan either, is just unacceptable. But shouldn't surprise anybody in Washington, D.C.
And we agree. I think everyone now agrees. The war has got to come to an end, and President Trump is in the perfect place to do it. Hopefully these former friends...
Russia's pretty weak right now. NATO should finish the job. Yeah, you are Mr. Fantasy.
We will be future friends again, Zelensky and Trump, of course. Michael Waltz, great job. Thanks so much for getting up with us this morning.
It's like stepping back in time. Many mining facilities across the country haven't been upgraded since the 1930s. Unlike the agricultural sector, which is the country's biggest money spinner, mining represents a small slice of the country's earnings, so there's been no incentive to invest in infrastructure. Until now.
Is Trump's goal to turn Russia against China? I think it's to try to undermine the Russian-Chinese allegiance for sure. But more importantly, I think he just wants this. He wants all of this. He wants to pick the scraps of Ukraine for his buddies. That's what he wants. I mean, he's pretty open about it, too.
To $16 trillion worth of rare earth minerals are said to sit encased in rock across Ukraine. US President Donald Trump has his eyes on it, and Ukraine wants US help to develop it. The mining business is excited about the future. One CEO in Kyiv told me that getting investment on favorable terms is key.
American government, in frames of this deal, should understand that we have only basis for that investment. Because in any case, everybody who want to work here in Ukraine, who want to use Ukrainian natural resources, should invest lots of money for lots of time.
Even if there is a negotiated end to the war and Russia returns
Donald
back
Trump is
the
live with
occupied
Tiger Woods
territories and Ukraine
honoring Black History Month. That's crazy. Dude, what the fuck? Oh my God. Okay, let's just get back to this.
A favorable deal that includes millions, perhaps billions of dollars upgrading facilities like this. There is still a longer term issue, and that is the environmental impact. The mining sector is already a major polluter in Ukraine, and environmentalists are worried that that could get worse.
Of course, we understand that the production of useful mines is extremely harmful to the environment, as a result of which the ecological environment is damaged, ecosystems are damaged, especially if the production is carried out directly in an open way. All these negative factors have a negative effect on the environment.
No one's currently looking closely at what the environmental impact as a result of a greatly expanded mining sector could be. The conversation currently all revolves around how the potential trillions of dollars will help Ukraine, and that conversation has a price tag. According to US President Donald Trump, it's $500 billion in return for rare earth minerals, and that's not a deal that Ukraine thinks is reasonable. Imran Khan, Al Jazeera, Central Ukraine.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest.
Dude, this is awesome. We are major Reddit scoop. Investigation reveals extraordinary degree of astroturfed anti-capitalism, radical Marxist Islamist propaganda on some of the biggest subreddits, including r/documentaries. Hasbara, baby. $150 million from Israel, baby. They're like, Reddit is the most pro-Israel platform out there. And like the random subreddits that aren't sucking the dick of the Israeli apartheid, they have to take it out. They literally have to destroy what remains. What any kind of criticism of Israel is completely unacceptable. Okay? The terrorist propaganda to Reddit pipeline. How an ultra-leftist network hijacked some of the biggest non-political subreddits to censor its ideological enemies and distribute terrorist propaganda. Asman ate this shit up so hard. Oh my God. It's already been reposted in the dipshit subs. They're trying to astroturf this trash. Yeah, it's fantastic. There's like a select few subreddits out there that where you can just be like, hey, I think what Israel's doing is wrong without immediately being lasered. And they're like, nope, not enough. Not enough for us. Oh, they're gearing up for paid subscription for certain subreddits. That's how they will ban these anti-Israel subreddits. So many subreddits popular / not are so anti-Palestine, pro-censorship. It's insane to think the Palestine sentiment on Reddit is positive. Yeah. I love this shit, dude. I love the masquerading of like, anarchist. I love when anarchists come in and they're like, these guys are pro-terrorists actually. And let me tell you, they're misogynistic. It's actually not the left position and the progressive position to be pro-Palestine. It's actually the leftist position is actually to be pro-Israel. I'll have you know, Israel is very gay and very woke about women. Amazing. A Discord group has hijacked hundreds of subreddits, many of them with millions of followers, to censor its ideological enemies and distribute propaganda directly sourced from U.S. designated terror organizations such as Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the Houthis, and many more. The subreddits the group now has control over are composed of central subreddits including r/Palestine, r/Israel crimes, and r/apartheid Israel, which are topically relevant and built around overlapping ideologies that include anti-capitalism, radical Marxism, Islamism, and anti-Western and pro-Iranian regime sentiment. Yeah. These are ideologies that overlap and definitely don't contradict, by the way. Yeah, Islamism and Marxism. Radical Marxism. But it's with a cluster of million-member strong subreddits infiltrated and now controlled by the network that have nothing to do with the Mideast or even politics generally that the r/Palestine network is particularly effective, illustrating an extraordinary degree of unambiguous astroturfing meant to convince unsuspecting users that there's a widespread anti-Israel, anti-Western Marxist movement online. These include, but aren't limited to, r/documentaries, 20 million members, r/there was an attempt, 7.2 million, public freakout, 4.7 million, r/Fao what? r/I am a total piece of shit, 2.1 million. Amazing. Yeah. An astonishing investigation by Ashley Rinsberg in Pirate Wires today reveals the full scope of the operation. I don't know how you say how do you say this? I don't know how to say this. Fama? Oh, FOMA? Like drama but fake? Yeah, better watch out. There's going to be a follow-up article saying that the Discord group is questioned as Hoscored and the ADL is sending hit squads to your house. Yeah. Yeah, it's a celebrity gossip subreddit, but they are consistently pro-Palestine. That subreddit is very pro-Palestine, but of course that's the reason why they're like, not allowed. Not allowed. You can't do that. We're coming after you. You can't even do a little bit of celebrity goss if you also have a, humane position on Israel's genocide of the Palestinians. It's also ironic because, one, they're obviously lying. Here's TrueAnon. The Reddit for fans of TrueAnon podcast is not controlled by a group of anybody. This writer is lying. In the r/TrueAnon subreddit, also controlled by the group, a user posted a screen grab of a message from the head of the Houthis posted in the group's Telegram channel. I call on America to send more MQ-9 drones as Yemeni air defenses enjoy grilling them. The same account previously posted a guide to Palestinian resistance groups posted by RNN, which features a screen grab of an explainer on Hamas's Al-Qassam brigades, which led to the October 7 atrocities broken down into sections. Who are they? Notable figures. Where are they most active? And their arsenal. That last line of the post, taken directly from RNN, reads, "Together we are united until liberation." Wow, I can't believe that a subreddit dedicated to the TrueAnon podcast would actually go through the fucking Telegram channels and post screen grabs of what the Al-Qassam brigades are. Completely unacceptable. The fuck? Anyway, this is ridiculous. It's an attempt to get the subreddit banned because 2 random people posted screenshots from a poor Palestine Telegram channel on it within the past year. Yeah, look at this. Mohammed Ali al-Houthi, head of the Revolutionary Committee in Yemen. I call on America to send more MQ-9 drones as Yemeni air defenses enjoy grilling them. Lol them out. In a world of darkness, Yemen is a shining beacon. Guide to Palestine resistance groups posted by RNN. They posted these two posts. The subreddit needs to be banned immediately. Amazing. Neither of these people control the subreddit, so not sure what's going on with how this is phrased. Anyways, good job with the Reddit investigation, brother. Looking forward to the novel. Titled In the Heart of the Jungle, it tells the story of a young man from a privileged background on the rise of the New York... Oh, what the fuck? Humiliating to have to mention our subreddit, but it's even worse to have the name of this nonpartisan small business mentioned in Pirate Wires. Pirate Wires is run by a Peter Thiel guy. Oh my God, I am shocked. Mike Solana, a Peter Thiel protege, has made his Pirate Wires newsletter a must-read among the anti-woke investor class. I sure hope no liberals are really eating up this very obviously designed pro-Israel propaganda here. I sure hope no liberals are eating this dick right now, like crazy style, hopping on it and bouncing on it, not realizing that this position right here from a right-wing libertarian charlatan directly involved with the Trump administration maybe has a lot to do, maybe it has the most to gain from undermining the limited amount of pro-Palestinian positions that exists on one of the most pro-Israel platforms out there. Yeah. What is this? Some other more amazing work? Wow, we should turn Guantanamo Bay into the next Hong Kong. Why the U.S. should use its perpetual lease on the Guantanamo Bay to turn it into a special economic zone. Nice. What is this? I said I would stop talking about it, but it's important. Below are screenshots of DGG chat logs admitting to openly brigading. The reason Dan Cultman's r/Hasan Piker Snark subreddit was removed due to them calling to mass harass Twitch staff and Twitch ads / media productions that speak to Hasan, all based on slanderous lies. H3 Snark, despite being weird to focus directly on Ethan's crash out, has strict rules in place. You can get banned for so much as mentioning a crew member's name. I think it's a weird sub, but in terms of breaking rules, they don't. The main issue is I've been seeing is that because Ethan has limited any discussion or criticism of his content, he's alienated his fans who felt snubbed and found a place to air out their grievances on this criticism. But yeah, here, the point is they also actively inside of DGG will work to brigade subreddits and then claim that I'm doing that all the fucking time. And then point to the one instance where I tried to get banned from LSF. Yeah, their harassment of Twitch staffers is honestly one of the worst parts of their nuke hate campaign shit. I know. It was fucking insane. It's crazy because, like, they don't care necessarily. Like, Diddy Jeers or Sex Pestiny doesn't actually have, like, a real dog in this fight, right? They just want to fucking come after me. But in that process, they found an unlikely ally that does have some semblance of institutional legitimacy. And that ally is pro-Israeli groups. Pro-Israeli groups operate in a very similar fashion to the way that Sex Pestiny's community operates, where they'll tarnish the reputation of people that are pro-Palestine, and they will go after their gainful employment. They will go at there's no end to what they will do. I mean, they literally fucking had doxing trucks immediately after October 7 on college campuses. Remember how many people Bill Ackman personally wanted jailed for basically writing an article talking about Israel's apartheid and how it contributed to October 7, after October 7, an article that was almost identical to Haaretz's editorial board opinion, it also immediately after October 7. Yeah. There's been so much unhinged shit. You can do whatever the fuck you want in terms of, like, you know, defending Israel, and none of that even reaches public consciousness. People don't go, what the fuck is this? Unless they directly are impacted by it or maybe see it, on the off chance that they see it. Can we go one day without drama frogs derailing the stream? I don't think this is necessarily just drama frogs derailing the stream, because I think this is a very deliberate attempt to try to silence criticism of Israel on the remaining the remaining pro-Palestine subreddits. Okay? That's very obviously what's going on here. It's not just like drama. It's Hasbara. Hasbara that Israel paid for, by the way. Anyway. Yeah. The guy who wrote the article is a PragerU presenter. Wow, shocking. Ashley Rinsberg is an American novelist, media commentator, essayist, and journalist based in Israel. Rinsberg was born in South Africa and raised in the United States. He attended Cornell University, where he double majored in philosophy and science and technology studies. In 2021, Rinsberg published A Gray Lady Winked, How the New York Times' Misreporting, Distortions, and Fabrications Radically Alter History. The book looks at how instances of major misreporting and inaccuracies at the New York Times have had a substantial impact on international events, American and world policy, politics, and history, not only setting the agenda for the news, but influencing what millions of people believe to be factual. Rinsberg says the book was a response to learning from William F. Schreyer's The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, that at the outset of World War II, the New York Times reported Poland invaded Germany. Yeah, that's the guy who wrote this article for a publication owned by Peter Thiel, a publication that Peter Thiel has a lot of control over. This is the major Reddit scoop that they're running with. I can't even get to it. Continue reading with a free trial? No thanks. What is this? I can't click on that. This was posted on r/Jewish and r/Destiny by the same person. Yeah, I mean, it's pure projection. Whenever these guys talk about like a coordinated effort to brigade or promote like pro-Palestinian sentiment, they're actually quite literally astroturfing. Yeah. That's why I said the DDGers found unlikely allies. Okay? They found unlikely allies that have some semblance of institutional legitimacy at a time when they are at their weakest. Not the DDGers, I mean, but the pro-Israel lobby and pro-Israel groups are at their weakest due to the tide shift, the attitude shift overall about like the way Israel is broadly received. The freaks are always looking for conspiracies to follow, but they never jump on these. Yeah. Well, because, you know. Okay, so if you criticize Elon Musk, Trump's DOJ will send you a letter. Members of Congress must have the right to forcefully oppose the Trump administration. I will not be silenced. Wait, what? Anyway, let's get back to this. Hamas has released the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages.
This morning, near Khan Yunis, a most macabre handover ceremony. As music blares, Hamas fighters carry the coffins of 4 dead Israeli hostages. 2 of them children, the youngest to have been abducted on October the 7th. On stage, an offensive propaganda message blaming Prime
Offensive propaganda message? The war criminal Netanyahu and his Nazi army killed them with missiles from Zionist warplanes. You can't even call the dude genociding you a Nazi or a war criminal, even though the fucking International Criminal Court is also calling him a war criminal. He has a active arrest warrant, okay? What are we doing? There is no lie here. This is correct. The fuck?
Prime Minister Netanyahu for their deaths. We don't know for certain how they were killed, but it was Hamas who took them from their homes.
So I think it was in November. People are getting mad at the way they presented these bodies, which the Israeli occupying force literally dropped on unmarked body bags by the truckloads. No, the reason why they presented the bodies this way was because in the month of November, this family that was obviously taken hostage by Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, in the month of November, a year ago, or more than a year ago, Hamas reported that they had died in an Israeli bombing campaign. Okay? The media, including Guardian, BBC, and other Western outlets, actually reported on it. It was in November 2023. Okay? November 2023. I remember covering it because I was like, yeah, obviously, what's more likely that this is... At the time, people were saying, oh, Hamas killed them to get their rocks off or something. You know what I mean? And I told you at the time that if Hamas were to kill a hostage, you would know about it because they would do it in broad daylight because hostages are their only leverage. Okay? Of course, they said it was from the Israel bombing. Why would they not? Why would they kill those hostages on their own and then blame Israel? Why wouldn't they just simply keep them alive as they did so many hostages to the best of their ability in spite of the endless bombing? And this is not just my attitude on this. This is reported directly from the hostages that have been released in the past 16 months. You don't just kill hostages for fun when you take hostages. Hostages are your only point of leverage.
In November.
This is from Sky News.
Hamas said in November, after October the 7th, so quite soon after, that the 3, Shiri and her 2 boys, had been killed in an Israeli airstrike. And they then offered to send the whole family with Yad and 2 back to Israel. And Israel refused, saying that this was psychological warfare. So
even the New York Times reported back, fears grow over fate of Biba's family in Gaza. Hamas's arm wing says the hostages, a mother and her 2 young children, have been killed in Israeli airstrikes. Israel's military said it was assessing the claim. Concern for members of the Biba's family, a mother and her 2 young children who have become symbols of the hostages held in Gaza, deepened on Wednesday afternoon when Hamas's arm wing, the Al-Qassam brigades, claimed 3 had been killed in Israeli airstrikes. They literally also said that they would send the bodies back. They also released the father. Why would they kill the other 3 and then let the father go? It just makes no sense. I know. But if your position on this is that these are, barbaric rapist monsters who are just operating on no emancipatory purpose or no like logical through line, even if you don't agree with their methods, like the notion that they are operating on pure anger, resentment, and just want to kill Jewish people because they're anti-Semitic, yeah, then you'll believe this. And many people do believe that, for the record. And that's precisely why they will go around being like, no, you don't understand. They actually killed them. Why? Well, because, for fun. Huh. When you are propagandized to that degree, you believe that they are illogical beasts. Exactly. Didn't they tell us when they did kill hostages to thwart plans for Israel to rescue them after the ceasefire ended? Yes. There are instances where Hamas has killed hostages. That is when there was a ceasefire negotiation on the table, and Israel, during that process, tried to do another military action. The previous one had killed 250 Palestinians in a bombing campaign, if you recall, where they used ambulances, which is also a war crime, to do a security operation in coordination with the American forces in the region. Okay? And after that, they tried to do another military operation. And in the end of that military operation, Hamas, before they died, killed some of the hostages. They did. And they openly said that they did. That's my point. That is the only instance where Hamas has actually killed a hostage. Okay? That is the only instance where Hamas has killed a hostage. That's why I have maintained this position over and over again and long said that if Hamas does execute a hostage, you will know about it. They have no reason to randomly kill hostages and not actually randomly kill hostages and then just never really tell anybody about it, because it's their only point of leverage. The conditions of the hostages are also a point of leverage. Okay? Don't forget what they used, that the U.S. military shit dog at the U.S. spent. Yeah, exactly. Didn't a Hamas member kill a hostage out of retribution for his family dying, but Hamas didn't sanction it? There might have been another one, but I only remember like one instance. My point is, if Hamas kills a hostage, they will, because it's their only point of leverage, they will do so publicly. Okay? That's it. And in this circumstance, all the way back in November 2023, Western media also reported that Hamas said that the Bibas family had been killed under Israeli rocket fire. And then Hamas said that they would release the bodies to Israel, and Israel refused to receive the bodies in November 2023.
Tel Aviv's hostage square. They decided not to broadcast footage from the scene. A crowd instead watching images of...
Yeah, here. Hamas's guard who killed Israeli hostage acted in revenge against group's instructions. A Hamas guard who killed... Okay, this is the other instance, I guess. But the only other time I can think of is the incident doesn't represent our ethics and the instructions of our religion in dealing with captives. We will reinforce the instructions. He added in a later message on his official Telegram channel. The Al-Qassam Brigade's Hamas armed wing posted, "Your brutality is an imminent danger to your prisoners." On Monday, when Hamas first released information about the incident, the Israeli military said it could not corroborate or refute Hamas's account. Is it confirmed as to how the hostages died? No, it's not confirmed yet. The problem here, of course, is that it's all the cards are in Israel's hands. They can say whatever the fuck they want. But the only thing we know is that all the way back in November 2023, Hamas, after another bombing campaign that was ongoing, okay, said Israel had killed its own hostages. Okay, this family was killed by an Israeli bombing campaign. Israel has killed a bunch of hostages through bombing campaigns. Israel has potentially killed a bunch of Israeli hostages through gassing the tunnels. This was another thing that the parents were demanding restitution for. So some of the hostage family parents wanted additional autopsies to be conducted to actually figure out how their child had died, with the suspicion that Israel had killed them. Israel also directly shot and killed hostages. 3 of them that had actually escaped, and they had a white flag, and Israel shot them and killed them. That was another famous instance. Israel also, the IDF killed 3 Israeli hostages in Operation Nusayrat to break out Noah Argamani. Former defense minister and current war criminal Yoav Gallant openly admitted that Israel utilized the Hannibal Directive, which is an Israeli military directive that dictates that if there are hostages being taken, it's better to kill those hostages as a military directive. Yoav Gallant admitted to using this military directive on October 7 inside of Israeli boundaries. Okay. So there are plenty of deaths, and also the deaths of hostages that Israel has contributed to. Okay? The reason for why Israel has the Hannibal Directive is because they would rather kill the Israelis that are being held captive than allow them to be used as leverage. As you can see, at the 16 months of endless bombing and an ethnic cleansing campaign has not stopped the Israeli public from consistently protesting against the Netanyahu administration for refusing to come to terms on a ceasefire negotiation that will release their family members or their bodies. Okay? There are plenty of instances where Israel is like either directly shot and killed Israeli hostages or have bombed buildings where Israeli hostages are being kept. Okay?
The victims in happier times. They include Oded Lifshitz, a peace activist, and Cherie Bibas and her 2 young children, Ariel and Kafir. Images of the terrified family being taken into Gaza became a symbol of the horror of October the 7th. Shortly after the attacks, we spoke to Cherie's sister-in-law.
I'm a mother of a 1-year-old baby, and every time I lift him up, I think about the baby. She went there without diapers, without food, without pacifier, without clothes, without anything. I don't know how she's taking care of him.
The children's father, Yarden, was released alive by Hamas earlier this month. His trauma etched onto his face. The return of his family's bodies today, a moment of national mourning.
It's not just 4 people, it's more than that. It's the sense of helplessness, the fact that this country could not bring back these people alive.
For the Israeli Prime Minister, though, today was a moment to promise vengeance, even as talks on extending the ceasefire and hostage release deal are underway.
Our loved one's blood is shouting at us from the soil and is obliging us to settle the score with the despicable murderers, and we will.
In Gaza, where so much has already been destroyed, Palestinians face their own bitter homecomings. Amidst the rubble, we have to dig through this pile, he says.
What the fuck? That was weird. In and out, in and out. We're here. That was quick. That was quick. Calm down. It was a brief baby F, you know, always eating. Yes, at the same time, every day, you will always catch me eating. Okay? I will always eat at the same time every day. Why are people still saying GG, it's over, F? I'm here. What's on the menu today? Teriyaki chicken. That's what I've been eating recently. Recently, I've been doing teriyaki chicken. I don't see you. Who made that chicken? What are you saying? Like, what is this? Do you see this? What's wrong with you guys, man? Are you okay? Normally, I used to order from a different place, and recently I've switched it up. Panda Express teriyaki chicken, cheapest 120 grams of protein in my life. Now, let's continue.
But we need equipment, and we don't know what to do. His sons and his wife were killed in an Israeli strike. They buried them temporarily by the house, then fled, but returned to find their home in ruins. This is their hair, he cries out. This is the shroud we buried them in. Scrabbling through the wreckage, he spots bones. What have they done to you, he asks. This ceasefire deal has brought pain as well as relief. As the first phase draws to a close, on both sides of this conflict, anxious questions. Will the remaining hostages be freed? Will the war resume?
I've never liked calling too much attention to today's date, February.
Anyway, Mitch McConnell is retiring. Finally. Even though he's like a million years old. One of the most successful U.S. politicians ever. It's correct. You are right. I wish you weren't right, but you are. Can you give a trigger warning before showing Mitch on screen? Yes. But before we get to Mitch, let's talk about Germany's far-right comeback from the New York Times. And then we'll get to Mitch in a second.
Needs saving, according to Elon Musk. But don't worry, we know what we are doing. And we know who we are. We are Germans. We are good at inventing long, complicated words, and we are really cool and relaxed. But of course, there's something else we Germans were really good at: inventing Nazis. Germany may have lost 1 or 2 world wars, but we successfully turned it into a win. And we became Vergangenheitsbewältigungsweltmeister. We are world champions at confronting our history, a title we've...
I don't know if I would agree to that. I think it's not even like recent acts. I mean, every German can turn around and say, "says you," to me right now, because I live in America. Okay? Oh, he's not serious.
Held for 80 years in a row. We won this title by virtue signaling, but with a German twist. We are not just signaling virtue to others, but also to our own guilty conscience. Living in Germany means being constantly reminded of our past.
It's satire. Excuse me. I've never seen a fucking German try to do comedy before, okay? Give me a break. Literally the most autistic nation on the planet, with the exception of Japan.
Every day, 24/7, for now 80 years, we've been telling ourselves, never again. Remembrance of the Holocaust is everywhere in Germany, a country stacked with memorials. Memorials, 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 just in case we forget to never forget. Unfortunately, never again didn't come with a manual on how to never again. Our German extreme right party, the AfD, is projected to win almost every 5th vote in our national election this February. The party is called the Alternative für Deutschland, which literally means alternative for Germany. And they will probably become the 2nd largest party in German parliament, out of around half a dozen. Here is what one of the AfD's leading figures thinks of German never again.
Björn Höcke is the history teacher that's the fucking straight up Nazi. He is Pimmel.
I know it's subtle, but AfD's Björn Höcke might sound a bit Hitleresque, which is French for slightly concerning. Höcke recently won a state election in Eastern Germany, securing the first far-right win in a state election since World War II. He, by the way, can legally be called a fascist, as the German court has ruled in one case. So, should the rest of the world be worried about a big German fascist comeback? Jawohl, aber hallo, und zwar so richtig. Yes, you should be worried. Let me explain why. And since I'm German, my explanation, of course, will be pointlessly complicated and inspiringly brutal, like our traditional German bedtime stories. For instance, the one about a boy named Konrad who wouldn't stop sucking his thumbs until they were cut right off. Just for educational purposes, of course. So, the AfD...
Brothers Grimm, dude. Genuinely the most freakish shit. Yo, I swear, when you learn about German history and German culture, you understand how the Nazis happened. Also, that's the reason why I was like, Germans are incapable of making a joke. That's why I was shocked when the guy was being sarcastic and joking.
was founded in 2013, and it primarily opposed EU policies. Then, it quickly radicalized anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim, anti-migrant, anti-establishment, and
isn't AFD also pro-Israel though?
anti-mainstream media. The AFD worked and works the authoritarian playbook. And now they are twisting the truth by hijacking our world-renowned, beautiful German language. Vogelschiss in der Geschichte. A speck of bird shit in German history. That's what one of the AFD's founders called Germany's Nazi past, meaning the Holocaust was just a speck of bird shit in our overall successful history. Success, of course, meaning constantly losing world wars. So far. When Elon Musk, the man who would never salute Nazis, recently interviewed AFD's chairwoman Alice Weidel on X, she gave another vibrant example on how AFD mastered blatant truth twisting.
The biggest success after that terrible era in our history was to label Adolf Hitler as right and conservative. He was exactly the opposite. He wasn't a conservative. He wasn't a libertarian. He was a communist, socialist guy.
Why not try a one?
Amazing. Yeah. Night of the Long Knives was leftist infighting. You know how the left is.
180-degree turnaround from the truth. Let's try. But these obvious little rhetorical tricks are...
It's so funny because they're like holding on to a position simultaneously where they're saying like Adolf Hitler was bad because he was a socialist, but also he was misunderstood and not that bad. Great. Okay. Like, how the fuck does that make any sense?
Actually effective, thanks to one special German way to cope with our past. Geschichtsvergessenheit. Geschichtsvergessenheit means actively forgetting our, let me put it this way, ambiguous past, despite the endless memorials. Because honestly, having to confront your own history can be really, really exhausting for us Germans. But Geschichtsvergessenheit is not a concept the AfD just recently invented. In 1952, for instance, Konrad Adenauer, one of the founding fathers of our modern democratic Germany, signed a Wiedergutmachungsabkommen, a reparations agreement, yet another beautiful, accessible German word. And did you know, also a pretty common girl's name in Bavaria. Ah, there's little Wiedergutmachungsabkommen. Look at her cute blonde pigtails. Come over, Wiedergutmachungsabkommen. The Schweinebraten is ready in the oven. The Wiedergutmachungsabkommen was our post-war reparations agreement.
Bro, NetzDG is like supposed to be the anti-hate speech statute in Germany. It is so fucking difficult to say. It's like Netzwerk Boo. I have no idea how to say it. NetzDG.
With Israel, but most modern democratic Germans have conveniently forgotten Adenauer's real motives.
Die Macht der Juden, auch heute noch, insbesondere in Amerika, soll man nicht unterschätzen. Und daher habe ich sehr überlegt und sehr bewusst, und das war von jeher meine Meinung, meine ganze Kraft daran gesetzt, so gut es ging, eine...
Amazing. He said the Jews are too powerful of a force to be reckoned with. That's why we had to do reparations.
Versöhnung herbeizuführen zwischen dem jüdischen Volk und dem deutschen Volk.
In other words, beware. The Jews are still powerful, even though we try to kill them all. So from now on, we better be nice to them. And then all is wieder gut again. Thank you, Konrad Adenauer. But Nazis never really went away in both Germanys. In the 2000s, a neo-Nazi terrorist group murdered at least 10 people. Their racist crimes continued for years because the German public and police could not even fathom that neo-Nazis could be responsible. Instead, they just publicly blamed immigrants for supposedly killing each other. Why are we Germans so blatantly dismissive towards the collective affection for the far right? Partly because in Germany, there's a discrepancy between collective memory and...
I'm not gonna lie. This is probably the most radical criticism of Germany that you're gonna hear. Even in terms of like their commitment and allegiance to Israel, like this, like I'm actually kind of shocked. Like I'm sure this guy is not anti-Zionist or whatever, but it's like kind of shocking that here comes the anti-Deutsche Jan Böhmermann. I suspect that he is. I suspect that he, much like every other prominent German, is probably super libbed up and super Zionist, but
and individual guilt. We acknowledge our grim past, never again, yada, 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 but our ancestors, like personally, our families, ourselves, we had nothing to do with it whatsoever. Yes, my great-grandfather was in the Waffen-SS, but he was a cook. And the lasagna he made in Stalingrad tasted like Schuhsohlenauflauf. So basically, he tried to destroy the Waffen-SS from within. Where's his memorial? By virtue signaling to our own guilty conscience, we got rid of our Nazi past. Germans have sworn...
Does he extend this to Islamophobia? Or even like endless support to Israel too? Because he's 100% nailing the fake virtue signaling aspect of I think, as far as what I've seen, like the German collective consciousness surrounding the Holocaust and these war crimes and the atrocities during World War II, and how like modern Germany reflects on it. It's very interesting to hear a German say these sorts of things. It also does play a way, like a comfortable narrative, to claim that Islamophobia is valid, and also modern anti-Semitism does not come from the Germans, but it comes from anti-Israel sentiment, which Muslims are trafficking.
To never again so many times that it became an empty phrase. And when a new right-wing leader calls for a 180-degree turnaround on never again, we also don't take it seriously because it somehow feels empty as well. Because no matter what we do, Germans can't be Nazis again. That's the space in which the AfD operates. They can say and do Nazi things as long as they aggressively deny that anyone was ever a Nazi. It's like giving the Hitler salute in front of a large crowd of right-wing extremists while denying being a Nazi. It's a narrative that seems to be successful all over the world. We aren't Nazis, we just don't fully support liberty, equality, and the rule of law. We aren't Nazis, we just want white supremacy. The AfD is not the new Nazi party, they just want Germany to be great again. And that's why now in Germany, the Kacke ist am Dampfen.
That was great. I'm shocked. But like I said, of course he's pro-Israel. What? This guy
Well, I
explains
haven't
why
been
there's no
making
alt-left pipeline? Yeah, I can tell you why. Because there is no... The alt-left would be Marxist. Okay? They would be Marxists. And most of their criticism revolves around economic inequality and criticizing millionaires and billionaires, or at least the ways in which commodities are produced and the relations to the means of production and how society has been designed around making sure that this system continues. In that regard, no amount of, no collective, no one who has wealth is going to turn around and fund someone saying, yeah, we should claw back all of your power and money. That's it.
Political videos for very long, and to be fair, I haven't really been alive for very long at the ripe old age of 23. I, like many of you, have been steeping in the world of online political discourse for what has felt like my entire life. I also made the grave mistake of pursuing a degree in a political social science, so luckily for me, my entire education has also revolved around various attempts to understand how politics operates in the age of the internet. And one of the most common political themes I've seen referred to in the past decade on social media is that of the alt-right pipeline. The idea is that there's a mechanism that exists on the internet which, primarily through recommendation algorithms on video sharing sites like YouTube or TikTok, captures the attention of your average Joe and slowly pushes their views further and further toward the right. Now, in academia, the alt-right pipeline term refers specifically to this algorithmic mechanism. However, I think most of us use it in a more broad way to sort of refer to the process of radicalization that can occur not just on video sharing sites, but on other social media, forums and Shan boards, and in certain offline local communities as well. And while there is a lot of media out there talking about the concept of the alt-right pipeline and how it works, I want to pose a different question today. Why is there no alt-left pipeline?
Money.
We're going to walk through a quick framework to answer that question as simply as we can, but before we do that, a quick disclaimer. This is not going to be incredibly in-depth in terms of analysis, but I do plan on expanding on some of these topics in later videos. The main goal is to answer the question without overly complicating things. So, let's get on with that. There's a pretty logical through line that we can track in order to figure out why the alt-right pipeline works, and by negation, why there couldn't be a true alt-left pipeline of a similar nature.
Money. In the simplest terms, it's money. If you scratch the surface of that commentary a little bit, you'll recognize that it's also Red Scare propaganda and how pervasive that is. And that is precisely the same reason why you hear ostensibly leftist people constantly attacking other leftists while using right-wing terminology. The notion that socialism, for example, is a poverty cult is unironically reactionary propaganda. And yet it's not just Ben Shapiro that says that. Plenty prominent fucking liberals who are aligned with socialists on many issues, with the exception of maintaining capitalism, will actively utilize that. Anarchists will actively also say, well, you know what? You're right, actually. It's ridiculous. You could not be fucking successful in any way, shape, or form. You are basically taking advantage of the system. That's all you're doing, and you're doing it for personal benefit. Nobody, for some reason, ever turns around and thinks, well, if someone is a grifter, let's say someone is a prominent left-wing commentator, if they're a grifter, why wouldn't they grift to the right? The right is a captive market. There's plenty of people that just simply want their own idiotic worldview regurgitated back to them. You don't have to be particularly charismatic to be a right-wing commentator. You don't even need to take a shower frequently to be a right-wing commentator. So why is it, if it's that much simpler and much more fortuitous to be a right-wing commentator, why the fuck would anybody grift to the left? Why would anybody do that? The answer is nobody does that. That's why when people are grifting, they grift to the fucking right. That's why so many prominent leftist figures will either organically or due to the grift, slowly but surely move to the right. It's idiotic.
First, we need to sort out what the goal of a radicalization pipeline is. In my understanding, its goal is to capture the attention of one who is relatively disinterested in politics, the majority of people, and not only make them interested in politics, but eventually interested in radical politics and political activism in favor of the community that radicalized them. Since I'm American, I'm going to use our political parties in history for the rest of this video, but I think the ideas are relatively sound when used in other contexts. The most important component in the modern alt-right pipeline, in my opinion, is the media ecosystem that the Republican Party has been building since the 1990s. I could go on for hours about this one, but I will spare you that for now. All we need to know is that back in the early 1900s, there was a large public distrust in Republican economic policy after the Great Depression. This caused the Republican Party to more closely align itself with the Democrats, not just in economic policy, but later in other social policy efforts as well. The alignment...
Yup. We're post-Reagan, we're living in the reverse of the FDR momentum. Well, not even post-Reagan, post-Nixon, I would say. Like, the Nixon era basically completely flipped it, and it's gotten worse and worse year over year, and Reagan was the apex. But up until Nixon, the attitude was always the same. Imagine decades of the Republican Party operating in the same exact way that the Democratic Party is operating, where they constantly have to capitulate to the New Deal Democrats and their unimaginably popular agenda. Think about that. Think about that. Another reason why the left will never succeed in anything is because of this. Hi, Hasan. This may be unimportant, but have you considered getting reusable chopsticks? They have some nice ones at IKEA. I love you, by the way. Obviously, this person is being kind. They're not making a big deal out of it. Not realizing that I am technically reusing chopsticks that they've sent me. Instead of throwing it out, I'm just using the chopsticks that they sent me. And also, I do have reusable chopsticks on top of that. But of course, normally this kind of marginal disagreement can become a major problem in the left. I'm using this chatter as a talking point here, not saying this chatter is engaging in that. But oftentimes these sorts of minor disagreements on the left will lead to genuine infighting for no fucking reason whatsoever. I was just sitting on the chatter.
Alignment between the two parties is what eventually allowed for the New Deal era to occur, since both parties agreed on a general direction for the country, only disagreeing on how to implement certain policies, for the most part. And as we well know, in regards to most social movements, each surge in a certain ideology is met with an opposing reaction, and this is effectively what allowed Ronald Reagan to take the presidency in 1980. What is important to understand at this point is that the strategy of the Republican Republican Party began to shift. They noticed that their conservative policy proposals were relatively unpopular amongst the general public, especially in states required to win elections. If they could instead create a system where politics was more about culture than actual policies, they could attempt to convince Americans that
the number one guy in the modern era for this is also Newt Gingrich. The guy who basically turned this into a science. Not to say that there wasn't culture war issues in the Nixon era or the Reagan era. Of course there were. But Newt Gingrich definitely supercharged this. I would say that he was a pivotal figurehead. The other pivotal figure in terms of like modern Republican Party strategy, aside from like the Dick Cheneys of the world and yada yada yada, I think was certainly Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell is when the Republican Party learned the lesson that if they do perma-obstructionism to a democratic administration, they will literally suffer zero repercussions. And actually, as a matter of fact, they'll benefit from it tremendously. And everyone will blame the admin for it.
that they were the right choice to pick because they were the more patriotic or constitutional or working class party, despite there being a clear dissonance between those phrases and their actual policy proposals. And this is where the media ecosystem comes in. In the 1990s, the Republican Party and its donors began to invest a significant amount of funds and resources into building a widespread media apparatus with the goal of uniting the many small conservative coalitions throughout the country.
It's pretty funny because Felix literally did a reading series on Chapo on just this. Like this video, the 13-minute summary of this video is something that Felix did on Chapo. The media operations of the Republican Party, the contemporary Republican Party, and its evolution. It's called Seeking a Friend, F-R-E-N. It's fantastic.
Under a single narrative. The idea was to convince anyone from business owners to evangelicals to even your average dissatisfied American that the establishment Democrats were coming to destroy the very fabric of the United States and that the small town Republicans were going to stop them, so long as you donate to them and vote for them. This media narrative also consisted of broad moral panics, reimaginings of American history, and an oddly postmodern skepticism and pessimism not only about the Democrats, but also any Republicans that might sympathize with their causes. And this narrative caught on like wildfire, whether it be on AM radio with Rush Limbaugh or cable news with Sean Hannity and the Fox News crew, and it served as the foundation for the Republican strategy on how to win elections. If you can't make people vote for your party, make them vote against the other. Let's move on to the second point. These conservative narratives, like blaming economic instability solely on immigration or claiming that the LGBT community is corrupting children, bigotry in general toward any non-straight cisgender white male group, they generate fear. And let me be clear, both parties attempt to play into these narratives to try and win elections. However, it is important to note that there are multiple studies, which I've linked in the description, that show that individuals with conservative policy leanings are also more likely to focus on negative narratives and to have increased sensitivity to perceived threats. In that context, it makes sense why both parties try to use these narratives to win elections. Republicans need to activate every conservative that they can, and Democrats want to win on the margins by flipping center-right Republican voters. Both parties engaging with negative, fearful narratives is also great for the alt-right pipeline because fear makes people want to protect themselves and the things they love. And alt-right ideals are broadly centered around hatred toward outgroups, ultra-conservative social policies, and isolationism and nationalism, all of which
Thank you for fighting the good fight, brave chatter. The Democratic Party's approval ratings will certainly go up after this. I can't think of I can't think of anyone more out of touch than a guy who looks at like a 72% disapproval rating within the Democratic Party and turns around and goes, is this group of the people who didn't vote for the Democrats? First of all, like more than 80% of this community voted for the Democrats. Okay? But I like that you made a sock account to imagine a thing that didn't happen, to go and yell about perceived grievances instead of yelling at your party to fucking go out and, do some goddamn work so that they can restore some confidence from the American population that recognizes that the Dems are inherently hostile to them and their existence. But no. You are unfortunately a small-minded person, a sucker, a mark, a rube. You go and yell at voters who are like-minded, have the same class interests as you do, instead of recognizing that if the Democratic Party had actually followed through on any sort of commitment to materially improve the lives, like real commitments, not marginal, tax cuts for small businesses type shit, broad, sweeping change, radical change that clearly the people were demanding, that they probably would have been able to defeat Donald Trump. And no, this is not an honest question. You are a dishonest person. You're a dishonest person for multiple different reasons. Okay? You're dishonest because you assume that this community didn't vote against Donald Trump. You're also dishonest because you think the uncommitted Democratic voter base, hangout space, is filled to the brim with cucks that didn't vote. You're dishonest because you and I are fundamentally at odds with the way that we see the world. I believe in democracy, which means you are supposed to extract concessions from your elected representatives. You don't. You just think that the Democratic Party must win unconditionally at all costs. And I understand where that comes from, because clearly Donald Trump is worse, right? You keep saying the data is there. Well, if you understood anything about the data, you would recognize that third-party voters or the uncommitted voters were not the reason why Kamala Harris lost, and that even if all third-party voters actually voted for Kamala Harris, which, by the way, again, don't know why that's a thing, Kamala Harris still would have lost to Donald Trump. That's how bad of a campaign she ran. You're also in one of the few communities that opens its doors to liberals that actively complained about the many mistakes that the Kamala Harris campaign was making. Mistakes that did predictably lead to a defeat. If the Democrats truly were terrified of the growing fascist movement in this country, I suspect they wouldn't have ran a campaign alongside Liz Cheney, talking about having the most lethal military, talking about how they're going to be the deportation party and the Republicans are not good enough at deporting people. All of that only ends up legitimizing the right-wing position, and it makes Democrats look like fucking hypocrites who are now coming to that same conclusion, that undocumented migrants are responsible for crimes. In terms of the genocide is unconscionable. This is all rhetoric. I'm talking about data. I don't think you understand the lesson that data is supposed to tell you. A YouGov poll revealed that among the 19 million people who voted for Joe Biden in 2020 but did not vote, nearly 29% cited the U.S.-backed war in Gaza as their top reason for staying home. Do you think that's rhetoric? Do you think that's data? Yeah, I mean, it's data, but I don't think you're interpreting the data correctly. That means that the Biden administration fucked up spectacularly because they were so horny to murder as many Palestinian children as they possibly could that they literally gave the country on a silver platter to a fucking fascist movement instead of, God forbid, doing the fucking right thing and taking a strong moral opposition to genocide. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. How do you look at that and go, oh, this means that like people are fucking stupid and they should have voted for Joe Biden? You are a moron. Okay? God damn. It's so hard to consistently be fucking charitable to stupid fucking liberals. Jesus, Lord mercy, dude. I don't understand. You got everything you wanted. Joe Biden maintained the genocide, and Trump is going to maximize on the genocide. He's going to do even more of it. Okay? Not many people are insane. I'm not insane. You just showed me data that unironically proves that if you fucking were committed to being an anti-fascist, you would have actually changed trajectory on Israel, okay? And you're looking at that and still blaming the fucking voters for a genocide. You literally have to be the stupidest fucking person I've ever encountered in my entire goddamn life. Holy fuck, bro, you're a poser. Oh my God. I'm looking at what Trump is planning on doing. Yes. Oh my God. I can't believe Donald Trump has talked about how he wants to ethnically displace all Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. Oh, wait. Fucking Joe Biden also quietly demanded that happen. So the difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden in this regard, by the way, is the fact that Joe Biden supplied the weapons and also tried to negotiate that position, which obviously the other countries were like, fuck no, we're not going to do that. That's ethnic cleansing. Okay. And Donald Trump was just saying the quiet part out loud. Using rhetoric to get viewers. Or perhaps this unimaginably unpopular position in any kind of moneyed circle, okay, in any kind of marketing initiative that immediately demands that executives come down your fucking throat and censor you is a position that I genuinely maintain, an anti-genocide position, okay? I don't know if you're familiar with this, but you are talking to a community that didn't even refuse to vote for Kamala Harris. But you have invented that because you need demons to attack, not realizing the real demons are the fucking Republicans and the Democrats who are caving and capitulating to them. In the process, you quite literally have pointed to evidence that suggests that if Biden had actually done the morally correct thing, okay, put an end to the fucking genocide that he was defending, that the Democrats probably could have won. But none of that matters because you are a fucking moron and you will never learn your fucking lesson. You will consistently keep defending the Democrats no matter what it is, playing catch up over and over and over again. That's why it's because of your entitled, smug, elitist, unconditionally pro-Democratic Party attitude at a time when the Republican Party is absolutely fucking gutting all of our federal institutions. Any semblance of like the regulatory body is cast aside. Mass layoffs, economic collapse that's imminent. America changing its strategy in general when it comes to foreign policy and becoming even more aggressive. People despise you and your kind, okay? They despise you. They despise the Democratic Party dick riders. Do you understand? That's why the Democratic Party currently is at a fucking 72% disapproval rating because you're too busy turning around and yelling at other people. Yelling at your fucking potential allies because you are a fucking baboon, okay? You are dumb as fuck. You are, in many respects, no different than the dumbass Republican who voted for the fucking Trump administration thinking, oh yeah, hell yeah, brother, we're actually going to fucking save America. Hell yeah, we're going to save America by making sure egg prices are $25 a carton. The only difference is you're a little bit better read and possibly gay. That's it. You're just a fucking gay Republican. That's all this is. Smug, gay Republican. That's what the liberal institutional defenders are now. And it's unimaginably annoying. You're burning the candle from both ends at that point. You have nothing salvageable. Holy shit. Nobody likes you, chatter. And this is why. It's so funny because the Democrats did an endless wave of unimaginable concessions to the right and they still lost. And these fucking morons are still complaining at the left. God damn, dude. I'm gonna die on this hill, but saying blanket rhetoric is ironic. This is a rhetorical nothing burger. It's just evident smug.
Can be fostered by the repetition and installation of fear. Leftist ideals, however, broadly advocate for community-focused solutions that are inclusive and perhaps most importantly, new or progressive. That's why the left can't necessarily utilize fear. While the right's goal is to protect itself against perceived threats, the left's goal is to overcome obstacles of fear, to incorporate and advocate alongside groups that are marginalized and exploited by neoconservative capitalism. Instilling fear would mean to shift the blame onto someone else. Leftist movements seek to take responsibility and first create change from the inside. Fear, in the way that conservatives utilize it, is incompatible with these goals, and in the modern media landscape means that leftist ideals are less likely to spread in the public consciousness than conservative ideals. Now the third point. Young people have a lot of problems going on all the time. That's kind of what being young is about. However, for the sake of this video, we have to look at what kinds of problems would cause someone to become susceptible to the siren's call of a radicalization pipeline. In Innuendo Studios' alt-right playbook, the accumulation of problems that lead someone into a pipeline is called soul sickness. This sickness can be brought on by many things, but perhaps most importantly are trauma and isolation, especially amongst men. And to be clear, this isn't me doing a feel bad for all white men because they're racist bit, but just hear me out. Folks that have had traumatic or life-changing events occur to them are...
Is fear really incompatible? Like, can't we just outgroup billionaires? I mean, it's gonna be hard to do that in a society that's designed to proselytize and showcase billionaires as like incredible deities. Because the entire system is built around the false notion of meritocracy. So those guys are basically gods living amongst us. Gods that are also achievable in class status, which is, of course, also not true, but it doesn't really matter. I have a buddy who is a good dude, unapologetically pro-dem. We were chatting today. He was blown away that Gaza was a major issue for me. I think how out of touch they are with the cruelty that was happening under the Dems was such a big reason why they lost. Yeah. I think that I mean, if you're unconditionally pro-Democrat, you probably got to that position because you consume a lot of like New York Times, you consume a lot of CNN, maybe some MSNBC, and or David Pacman if you're looking at like independent media, right? Or Brian Tyler Cohen. And I'm not even shitting on Brian or David, okay? They're very nice people, but if that's the only group that you're looking at, if that's the only, like, you can isolate yourself from alternative visions if you hyper focus on only like the positive aspects of the Democratic Party, and you will design a world that is just utterly untrue. That's why a lot of people felt confused after the Harris loss. Yeah. There is not a lot of there's nothing that goes beyond partisan politics when you if you're doing like if you're doing mostly partisan politics, you're going to miss out on the larger picture, I think. Is what you're doing moral? What do you mean? What? What are you saying? Hey, Hasan Piker, you can keep teaching us about things, but who can we rally behind? Or do I really have to tuck my tail in between my legs and find DSA chapters that might know who John Brown is? What I'm learning is Hasan is more anarchist because they don't ever put their neck out for you. They just facilitate it. Communists do, anarchists don't. Yes, dude. Yes, yes. Your mental health episode that you're going through right now is the reason is helping you arrive at the correct truth, which is that I'm not sticking my neck out at all, and I'm just trying to get all of the Marxist-Leninists to fight the battles for me. Thank you. You're right. I am definitely your enemy. Okay. How do you arrive at such a cynical fucking worldview, dude? I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like what is it? You want me to fucking I'll just go buy out a compound, okay? Purchase as many AK-47s as possible and bunker myself in there with some fucking Tenorite and die for the Marxist-Leninist cause in a country that thinks Nancy Pelosi is a socialist, dude. The fuck? But I'll be based. Write a book and these people will calm down? No, because then it's still not radical enough. Okay? One must ask themselves why liberal naysayers and Republicans and even fucking leftists have this exact same position. I'm going to be as charitable as possible and say that leftists arrive at this position because of the helplessness that they feel, the hopelessness that they feel, and that they recognize the harms that are happening, but don't understand the existing material conditions, don't understand what level of class consciousness does exist amongst the working class, because billionaires, capital owners always have had class consciousness. Okay? But plenty of leftists, okay, card-carrying Marxist, Leninists, and whatnot, also fall into this trap because they get geared by liberals and reactionary Republicans alike. Because that is how pervasive the Red Scare propaganda is in this country. This is also precisely the reason why I have so much respect for the likes of Bernie Sanders. Okay? Because in spite of my disagreements with him on key issues, it still does not matter because he has been able to, at the very least, utilize the bully pulpit in an election to generate more open-mindedness among a nation that is inherently hostile to socialism. Okay?
Most likely to become susceptible to these right-wing narratives as they
Ironically, though, this is another problem with the broader left in general. People also fall into that same, like, this person is hypocritical, the same cynical assessment that right-wingers who don't even agree with your worldview routinely weaponize. Okay? That's it. It is, in my estimation, a testament to how pervasive anti-socialist thought is in this country.
They not only provide an outlet for anger and a community to fill in those support roles that might have otherwise been lost through their trauma, but also a series of common enemies to direct that anger toward as a community. This is why, anecdotally, divorced dads and young lonely men are the most likely to fall into these pipelines, since modern conservative social standards isolate and generally prevent men from expressing camaraderie or brotherly love for each other. Those pesky leftist community-oriented vibes are not at all what these folks are looking for. Often, they feel victimized by the state or by their ex-wives or their classmates or whoever else, and they just want a place to direct that anger. Rarely do they ever want a solution to it. Their problems are just a given to them. On to the fourth point. Any given person that feels vaguely victimized then is a lot more likely to pay attention to the more surface level commentators on the right, because they broadly speak to that person's worsening material conditions without getting too in the weeds about actual politics. In the 90s, this character was played by Limbaugh, Hannity, Buchanan, and Fox News in general, and nowadays it's Elon Musk, Jordan Peterson, Dave Rubin, and Ben Shapiro, just to name a few. The left simply does not have the same game. The Democratic Party funds liberal news outlets and commentators, not leftist commentators. So the only place folks are able to be introduced to leftist commentary is, what, on BreadTube? I love PhilosophyTube and ContraPoints, of course, but they're just unable to meet the vast majority of people where
I'm not going to lie. I suspect this person is not too fond of me. Judging by
they are, especially if those people are dissatisfied with what they perceive as culture war persecution against them. The Republican Party has bet its entire future on meeting these people, straight men and their wives, where they are, and not just slowly pushing them positively toward the right, but negatively away from anything perceived as leftist. And the last point. This funneling of regular Joes into rival political teams has created an environment in which parties seeps into our personal identities and our identities into our parties. The process of this occurring is one of a few forms of political polarization. And in a politically polarized country, the average person becomes significantly more anxious regarding political outcomes, and guess which party created a whole media ecosystem to take advantage of this anxiety? It's actually both parties, but the Democrats' media ecosystem is also primed against leftists, since leftist positions are too extreme to advocate for, which is also not the best hill for the Democrats to die on, because, to cite a recent example, some of Kamala Harris's most successful campaign promises during her 2024 election were her pledge to prevent grocery price gouging.
Okay, maybe he is a fan. I don't know.
Her plan to have a 25% income tax for billionaires, and the strengthening of collective bargaining laws for unions, all of which polled with over 60% favorability amongst the general electorate, and all of which are leftist policy proposals, which she quickly abandoned due to her party's priming against leftists and their policies.
Well, it's not even priming against the parties, priming against the leftists and their policies. It was because the Democratic Party is directly... the Democratic Party has the same corporate benefactors that the Republicans do by their class position. They might have some disagreements in terms of like social policy or whatever, but ultimately they have the exact same corporate benefactors. Tony West, who is the legal counsel for Uber, is Kamala Harris's brother-in-law, and he was the one who, according to reporting on the matter, directly approached Kamala Harris to say, don't do this like anti-billionaire populist stuff. There were also major boosters of the Dem Party that actively wanted, Lena Khan gone. Like, they were open about it. They kept saying that they wanted that, which is completely unacceptable.
All right, let's wrap this all up into one tight bow and send you on your way. There is no alt-left pipeline because a political radicalization pipeline requires a few things to begin. Charismatic voices with massive investments from deep political pockets, subtly stoking the flames of fear en masse and in the public sphere. The Republican Party specifically engineered the right-wing media apparatus to do these things, and there are no equivalent voices on the left, no deep leftist pockets to invest in the potential voices that there may be, and perhaps most importantly, no additional fear generated by the community-focused ideals of leftist politics. Even if fear is generated by the left, as we saw earlier, that fear will make someone more likely to adopt conservative policy preferences. And this is why your average dissatisfied American won't fall down a pipeline to the alt-left, and is also perhaps why the left should attempt to increase organizational efforts rather than attempting to go high by meeting the right in the marketplace of ideas. Because the very fabric of the...
I 100% agree with these. I agree with this statement. I do. That's why I focus a lot of my efforts on beefing up organizing efforts. Like, that's why I have so much of a focus on protecting labor unions and pushing for unionization. What is this? Oh, never mind. Maybe he is a fan. Okay. Bro bought a mansion and says he's a communist. LOL. Didn't he buy to live with his family? No, he literally kicked his mother out on the streets. Now she's homeless. I think there may be an alt-left pipeline now, though. It may be more center-leaning than we think an alt-left might be. What do you mean? No matter what happens, it will never resemble the same alt-right pipeline, because right-wing content creators are almost always funded by insanely wealthy billionaires and millionaires who understand the importance of divisive propaganda.
The marketplace is stacked against them. And that's it for this lovely political video.
Anyway, now, speaking of being the alt-left pipeline guy, I am going to be talking to Chris Doles of the Union of Federal Workers. I don't know if he's in here right now. Hold on. Hello? Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, and I can hear you. This is perfect. No production issues whatsoever. Chris, how would you like me to refer to you? How would you describe who you are and what you do to my audience?
Yeah, I'm a few things. I'm the president of my local, IFPT Local 98. I'm one of the I'm a member of the National Steering Committee of the FUN, the Federal Unionist Network. And as a federal worker, I work at the Army Corps of Engineers, but I have to be careful to disclaim that. Nothing I say is necessarily the views of the Army Corps of Engineers.
Got it. All right, Chris. I wish I could have you here on better circumstances, but unfortunately, there's a lot of issues going on, specifically with mass layoffs. So without further ado, once again, thank you so much for coming on. But let's talk about it. You've been doing some of the rounds in the media and talking about some of these issues, but what is your assessment on what's happening right now with the Trump administration as they basically dismantle the federal government and actively lay off tens of thousands of workers?
Yeah, I mean, it's totally surreal. I happen to be, in a position to not only see it up close because I'm a federal worker, but I spent the last few years trying to strengthen the federal labor movement with a lot of other people. It's the one source of hope I have is the people that I work with and have been working with for the last few years in what we call the fun, which I joke was named in less serious times. 2 years ago, we started the Federal Unionist Network just to try to build some pressure on Chuck Schumer to get Joe Biden's nominees to the Federal Labor Relations Authority passed. But little did we know we were actually laying the groundwork for and preparing for, I don't think it can be overstated, a totally historic assault on, I don't want to sound too much like a lib, but the democracy itself. It's funny, a year ago they were warning about the assault on democracy, and now those same people are some of the most quiet and paralyzed by the moment. But the truth is, the attack on the civil service, the attack on all of the services that our government provides, really does constitute an attack on democracy, and it really can't be overstated. So, yeah, that's how I see it. There's a lot to say about what we're doing to try to fight it, but unfortunately, we're starting a little later than I'd like to have, but here we are.
So there was a National Day of Action yesterday, and could you quickly go over what some of your demands were and what you guys did?
Yeah. So the Day of Action was called less than 2 weeks ago. We just, within a week of the inauguration, it became very clear that he was going to go even harder and faster than anybody really expected. And so we, being a relatively small formation growing really quickly, we made the call to organize a day of action, something we've never done. The fund has done some like webinars, we've done educational stuff for each other. The network originated as a bunch of us local officers. I'm the president of my local, a bunch of us presidents who are kind of frustrated with the state of the labor movement had started working together. But in the last few weeks, we realized even though we're small, even though we don't have, the depth or the resources that we'd like to have right now, somebody had to take a stand. And we figured that if we did, maybe we could attract towards us the federal workers who are looking for how to get involved in the fight, but also the broader public sympathies that we're looking for some organization to direct it towards. And I think we were right on both counts. I mean, there's been a huge influx of support, not only from the broader public, but most importantly to me, federal workers are coming towards us in droves. And so the Day of Action was themed around the slogan SOS, right? The Save Our Services, but SOS being obviously a distress signal to the broader public. Because, while they're framing it, right, Elon Musk is framing it as efficiency and fixing the federal workforce. Really, it has little to nothing to do with that. It's about attacking the services that protect the public from predatory lenders. And, it's about protecting the socialized healthcare that veterans benefit from, the Veterans Administration. So many services protecting our environment. They're really going after the entire regulatory state and anything that stands in the way of their pursuit of more profit. And the Day of Action was really successful. I think there were 35 or 40 cities where we had actions. Some of them, like in New York, where I am, were really big. We had more than 1,000 people last night with a bunch of electeds. And I think it was the first necessary escalatory step as we build towards what will be the necessary forces to actually stop them, which ultimately is going to have to be a lot of power we build. And we're looking to the broader public sector labor movement and the broader labor movement. The broader public really, I think, has to step into the streets with us if we're going to be able to stop them.
Yeah. Can you go over at least some of the anecdotes that you have in terms of like what kind of immediate issues will arise from federal workers being laid off in this unceremonious manner, in a very swift manner?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I think we're just seeing the beginning of it, right? They're going after the easiest targets, the probationary targets. There's little to no regulatory requirement for justifying the termination of a probationary employee. Although some of us do have some experience in fighting probationary terminations. It's not totally hopeless.
What is a probationary employee for the people that might not know?
Yeah. The first year of anyone's federal employment, sometimes it's 2 years, depends on when you were hired, which agency. But the point is, the first year typically of your employment in the federal government, you are probationary. And what that means is your boss can fire you for any reason in that first year. Now, they are required to state what that reason is, and that reason has to be based in some fact. I say that because the basis of these mass probationary terminations are likely counter to those regulations. But a probationary employee is basically anybody who's new enough that management reserves the right to fire you. And it's important, like when you hit that 366th day and you're done with your 1 year, now a bunch more protections kick in that you didn't have otherwise. It's worth noting that most probationary, well, I don't know about most, but a lot of probationary employees are not early career. Some are, of course, but many are extremely high value, experienced folks who came out of the private sector, or maybe some other public sector service. I spent 7.5 years working as a dredger. I worked for a dredging contractor, and I got hired by the Army Corps of Engineers because I carried a ton of dredging subject matter expertise. So there's this idea that, they're just letting off the most, inexperienced people. And it's just really not true.
Someone in the chat saying probationary employees are not at will, and there is some confusion on that. So they can still be fired, or at least, like, obviously the mass layoffs imply that there wasn't automatically a performance-based reason for their firing, which is what they were saying they were firing all the probationary employees for, right? But what are the odds in terms of virtually every single probationary employee having performance complications, right? So that there is this still is illegal, I suspect.
Totally. I mean, the regs say, and I only know this because we're in the middle of a fight for a probationary termination earlier this year, where the supervisor terminated the employee, and everything they asserted in the letter of termination was just not true. And so as we dug into it and I consulted the lawyers, what we realized was, well, the regulations require, and I think this is government-wide, it might just be to those of us in the Department of Defense, but basically requires that there must be a reason. And implicit is that reason must be based in fact. So if the assertion is that it's a performance problem, but a recent performance evaluation and all available records indicate that this person did not have any performance problems, then they've been terminated for a false reason, and on those grounds can be disputed. So it's not actually an interesting anecdote. Last night, actually, if folks happen to, I have a feeling your viewership probably doesn't overlap a ton with MSNBC. But if anybody caught the interview I did on MSNBC last night, the guy I was with had just been terminated 2 days ago now. And what he described was he and everybody else who was terminated, all the probationary employees who were terminated he worked at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, CFPB. And he and all of his fellow probationary employees got the same exact email, and they didn't do the mail merger right.
What are the odds?
Exactly. They all had exactly the same performance problems, but they didn't do the mail merger right. So it said dear first name, last name, literally said dear first name, last name, and then proceeded to explain how your performance indicates that we have to let you go or whatever. I mean, it's very clearly not the spirit of, probationary. Probation is supposed to be a time to assess whether or not this person is right for federal service, and that's clearly not what they're doing.
Can we briefly talk about one of the other existing long-term issues that virtually exist in all private and public sector jobs in general, which is the problem with understaffing? At least in my experience covering labor issues with regular frequency, one of the things that most people actually strike over is understaffing, and the nurses union immediately comes to mind. So consistently, no matter where they are in the world, even under the National Healthcare Service in the UK or many different private networks here in the United States of America, nurses are constantly understandably complaining about understaffing. And I feel like this is a problem that persists in the federal regulatory agencies in the federal government as well. So mass layoffs of probationary workers across the board is obviously not only technically not legal, but also is coming at a time when we need more workers, not less. So this is one of the very foreseeable problems, I think, that the Trump administration is bringing about. You have planes falling out of the sky. You have air traffic control towers that are understaffed. You got 3 guys sometimes doing the work of 10 people or even 30 people. And they're not going to be able to produce the same work. And I think regulation and safety related issues especially require everyone in the workforce to be both competent and not overexploited for this reason. So what do you suspect will happen in terms of these mass layoffs at a time when the federal government needs more workers, not less?
I mean, first, just to confirm, the whole federal government, I can speak best, of course, to my experience, at the Army Corps, but the whole federal government is understaffed. I mean, so much work. I mean, it's crazy how much we do. Just like I work at the New York district of the Army Corps, we do all this military construction support for the different arsenals, West Point, all these different, military bases in the region, but also all the flood walls and levees, their initial construction and maintenance, and there's a bunch of studies that we do around like protecting against future Hurricane Sandy type events. Like the program is massive. I think it was pushing $1 billion per year just this last year. And our workforce is like, it's probably down to 500 now. We were already having a staffing problem because the labor market's been tight. So you're totally right about the premise that we're understaffed as is. But what's the effect? And I think they know it. They don't have a problem with exacerbating the staffing crisis because that's precisely what they're going to use to further privatize all of the services that we provide. And you think about an agency like mine, which historically isn't primarily a contracting agency that contracts everything out. The Army Corps of Engineers, does its own engineering and designing and architecture. And we used to do much more of our own construction. The last decades of neoliberal privatization has corresponded with a lot of the offloading of what was previously considered, what's the term, like inherently governmental work. Like the definition of inherently governmental has been getting trimmed up. And now they're trying to collapse us. And I'm sure their goal is to make us exclusively a contracting agency where like project management functions, planning, engineering, like all of it, they want to give out to these big AE firms. And you can figure all the corollaries at NASA in the ways that companies like SpaceX are going to benefit from understaffing turned into privatization. They'll justify the privatization on the basis of the understaffing that they created by firing all the probationary terminations and all that.
What are I feel like this also has a self-defeating cycle as well, because the less competent the government seems, the easier it is for people to advocate for more tax cuts because they just simply don't see any of the benefits. Many of the benefits are obviously invisible in general, but I mean, this is one of those aspects that's like very much a necessity. Like building a dam or a levee, I think that's it. That's like and maintaining it is probably one of the most important things you can do. So, where do you see all of this going? I guess.
Yeah, no, it's such a good point. One of my main collaborators in the Federal Unionist Network made this point last week on one of the interviews she did, which is like, our work is vindicated precisely by its invisibility. It's the fact that you didn't get sick from that water you drank and that food that you ate and the air that you breathed and the flood that didn't happen. It's the absence of news stories that vindicates the work that we do. And so it's going to be really important that we get good at messaging these next few weeks and months, because the attack is only going to continue, right? They're starting with probationary hires. They're going to pursue much deeper cuts.
Yeah.
And I think what we have to remind folks is, and really ask folks, like, I think everybody has an obligation to look at where the things that they benefit from come from. So if a member of your family has a home health aide, chances are that service is one way or another subsidized by federal dollars. If your kid's class size is kept under a certain unreasonable threshold, 30 or 25 or whatever's the standards now, that's informed by money subsidized through the Department of Education to local cities and states. I think we obviously, as federal workers, I can describe how what I do matters. And, the news stories that don't happen because dredging happens, the entire economy depends on keeping, sediment from accruing in the shipping channels that allow goods to come in and out of all the ports, right? I can describe. I think we need the broader public who supports us, who sees the crisis, to help us share the narrative and be like, whether it's the healthcare that you as a veteran receive, which is like some of the best social. People always talk about how, Canada or Europe, they've got such great socialized healthcare, as if we don't have one of the best socialized healthcare systems in the world. Granted, it's not for the entire population, but veterans receive some of the best healthcare in the world, and it's totally socialized, and the right sees it as this ripe fruit for picking apart and making for profit.
Yeah,
like the rest of us. So,
they've actively tried to dismantle VA and also privatize it, and have seen some success in recent years in terms of privatization. A big problem with the VA, however, is that its pool of its pool of people that are in the VA are unlike any other healthcare pool at all. It's constantly growing, and also virtually every single person needs it. Like, they need higher level care than the average person that you can normally hedge against. As that's just how insurance works. You have everyone buy into it, and the healthy are supposed to subsidize those who desperately need it. Of course, there would be no need for a VA if we had universal health care. Exactly. But yes, Republicans are also actively, and some Democrats even, are actively working to dismantle the VA and privatize that as well. So I guess one last question, and thank you so much for coming on and taking the time out of your day. One last question I have is what would you rate the Democratic Party right now and their competence against all the things that are happening? Do you feel like they're mounting any defense whatsoever, or even or a significant one?
I mean, I think the answer is pretty clearly no, not yet. But I think it's important to say not yet. I don't want to, we need them to get off their asses. It's funny, for all the media stuff I've done, and I'm an engineer, and I'm a union leader, so I have some experience doing public stuff a little bit. But like, this is unprecedented, right? I mean, the first media thing I did was with an interview at somebody at the New York Times asked me a bunch of questions, and the one piece that they kept was that I'm a constituent of Hakeem Jeffries. I live in Brooklyn, and Hakeem Jeffries is my rep. And he had just, like, a couple days prior, did that thing where he I don't know if he physically threw his hands in the air, but he basically figuratively threw his hands in the air and said, "It's their government. There's nothing we can do." And I think that's been the lead. The paralysis that you see in the Democratic Party has been set from its leadership. And so for them, I think we have to give them a big fat F for their conduct so far. Obviously, there are some great exceptions. I mean, Rashida Tlaib came out to the Federal Unionist Network indoor rally we did at Busboys and Poets in D.C. last week. AOC came out last night to the rally we did. So, like, the left, the squad, are showing up. And the thing is, we're not going to win if it's just them. We're going to have to figure out others. And there are some other more, liberal, mainstream Dems. I mean, Pritzker, like, I can't believe I'm going to say anything good about Pritzker, but, like, Governor of Illinois declaring, like, the severity of the crisis at the moment. Like, yeah, we need people to we need them to move beyond the rhetoric, though. For those who aren't even reaching the rhetoric, we need them to find it. And for those who are, willing to throw around the rhetoric, we're going to need them to actually embolden forces into the streets. I mean, we are putting out a call. The SOS distress signal is targeted at the public, but with a strategic focus on public sector unions. So our hope is that political leaders, but perhaps most importantly, union leaders who have a relatively recent history of militancy at the public level, at the city and state level of public unions, we need them to, remember that muscle memory and be willing to go back out into the streets, jointly with us as federal workers. And, Trump and Musk, they know they're creating a political crisis. They think they can manage it. Our job, the labor movement's job, is to make it unmanageable. And I think that's only going to happen through unprecedented political mobilizations. And if ever there was a time for it, it's now. And yeah, that's what we're hoping to inspire over the weeks and months ahead.
And what can members of my community do to help in this struggle?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. The comms folks wouldn't let me live it down if I didn't say it. A few things. One is if you're a federal worker, which some of your listeners may be.
Oh no, there's plenty.
Yeah. Join the fun. The Federal Unionist Network is for you, ultimately. I mean, obviously we have a broader mission right now, but we get our power, our strength from the federal workforce that's coming into our ranks. And I'll say it a couple times. The website for everybody to go to is go.savepublicservices.com. If you're a federal worker, there's a box to check to say you are, and we'll follow up to learn more details, what your union is, all that stuff. But so for federal workers, join the fun, get involved. If you're not a member of a union, obviously join it. If you don't have a union, you can form one. In fact, we're working really closely. You may know EWOC, the Emergency Workplace Organizing Committee, one of the most important formations of the last few years. They do new organizing, and FUN and EWOC are teamed up now to help organize new federal unions because, despite that we are high density in the federal sector, there's still hundreds of thousands of union eligible folks who don't have a union. If you're not a federal worker, you could still help, I think, by sharing your stories. And like I said before, understand like you and your community, how you benefit from federal services and find any opportunity to share that. Because I think the invisibility of the federal services is part of our problem. We need everybody to help reshape the narrative about how federal service actually connects, whether it's labor rights that are protected by the NLRA or it's environmental protections that are upheld by the Environmental Protection Agency. Those are important. I gave the URL. I'll give it again, go.savepublicservices.com. And, the regular stuff around contacting your representatives, I think it's still important, and perhaps it's more important. As somebody who generally has put their political attention into the union work and building a strong union, and I've always kind of sure, contact your representatives too. Now it actually feels like we can make a difference in the political calculus of elected representatives because the crisis is so severe and because so many of them are paralyzed by the moment. I actually think that the pressure pushing, those otherwise confused electeds who don't know who they're going to piss off by taking this or that action, I think they're actually really subject to pressure. So if you can push your electeds to actually do something meaningful to support whatever mobilizations are happening in your community, I'm less cynical about that as like a necessary tactic right now than I may have been in traditional times. But these are not traditional times, so call your representatives.
All right. Perfect. Thank you so much for coming on, and good luck to all of your future endeavors. And we'll try to
really appreciate the chance.
Yeah, of course. We'll try to help out as much as we can over here.
Yeah, happy to update you anytime. Appreciate the opportunity.
All right. Thanks a lot, Chris. Bye.
Take care.
Whew. That was Chris Doles of the Federal Unionist Network. You can go to Save Public Services. You can also go to federalunionist.net, but you can also go to go.savepublicservices.com. Leisha Miller said that and we laughed. No, I mean, I think I said that it's also important to do regardless. All right. What's his ad in the chat? That's a man that does not spend time on Twitch, I don't think. All right. Elon Musk is mad because community notes is increasingly being gamed by governments and legacy media. Working to fix this, it should be utterly obvious the Zelensky-controlled poll about his own approval is not credible. If Zelensky was actually loved by the people of Ukraine, he would hold an election. He knows he would lose in a landslide, despite having seized control of all the Ukrainian media, so he canceled the election. In reality, he's despised by the people of Ukraine, which is why he has refused to hold an election. He's mad that community notes end up undermining his position, so he's probably going to try and delete it. Elon Musk is also extensively having a crash out on the timeline once again, having another cave diver, Thailand cave diver moment. Here it is. This is Andreas Mogensen criticizing Elon Musk by saying, "What a lie." Projection. Replace the names law. Well, I know I'm going to get to the grime stuff too. Don't worry. Hold on. Here he is actively yelling at an astronaut. Elon Musk famously, alongside Donald Trump, said, he's going to help rescue these astronauts. They were left up there for political reasons. Andreas Mogensen says, "What a lie." And from someone who complains about the lack of honesty from mainstream media. To which he responded with, "You are fully R-worded." SpaceX, to be fair, he can say it. He is neurodivergent. Okay. It's his word. SpaceX could have brought them back several months ago. This is a 50-year-old man, by the way. I think if you're 50 years old and you say this word in public, you should probably get a timeout. You know what I mean? Just a timeout. Like all jokes aside. If you are 50 fucking years old and you're saying this word, come on. Like, what are we doing here? Jesus Christ. Anyway, SpaceX could have brought them back several months ago. I offered this directly to the Biden administration and they refused. Return was pushed back for political reasons. Idiot. Elon, I have long admired you and what you have accomplished, especially at SpaceX and Tesla. You know as well as I do that Butch and Suni are returning with Crew 9, as has been the plan since last September. Even now, you are not sending up a rescue ship to bring them home. They are returning on the Dragon capsule that has been on the ISS since last September. Just to make this clear, the Musk lie about the astronauts isn't SpaceX offered a mission. The lie is that NASA, even Biden didn't want SpaceX to bring the astronauts home because he know like Elon, even though that's exactly what NASA did during Biden, which off rip tells you how absurd this dumbass lie is. Why would NASA pay for a whole new crew, Dragon mission, $200 million plus to interrupt the ISS schedule to bring astronauts back a few months earlier for no reason, when they could just leave them on the ISS for free, put them to work on the station, and bring them back on the next scheduled Dragon, which is what they decided. Answer that question or shut the fuck up. This wasn't done because of politics. You are the liar, Elon Musk replies, and the people you cite were not party to the discussions. Liar. Hey, I think you forgot to read the part where I said, answer that question or shut the fuck up. You can't get owned by a dude who's literally paying for Twitter Blue and wears a bow tie on your own platform that you purchased, man. That is crazy. How is that even... Like, you're getting destroyed by a child who paid for a blue check mark to post on your own platform. Oh my God. I can't tell if this is him drunk on power or high on ketamine. It's just so strange that Elon Musk says things about people and then those people come out and they're like, you're wrong. You're lying about this. Shut the fuck up. And he goes, you're R-worded. I owned you. Anyway, also, what is this? Canadian Rachel Dolezal. Ontario NDP candidate drops out of race after audio clip surfaces where she says, I want to be a black woman. Oh my God. So Trudeau? Yeah, what? It's wrong when NDP does it, but it's fine when Trudeau does it? Okay. I'm thinking this is a case of double standards here. Anyway, also, Elon is definitely doing great. Here he is at CPAC.
It's like
doing Dark MAGA. Dark MAGA. Let's take a look at what he had to say at CPAC.
and have like a sense of humor, So, I mean, the sort of the left wanted to make comedy illegal, Like you can't.
The left wanted to make comedy illegal. I, on the other hand, am loving the comedy. Ha, Dark MAGA. Yeah. Everyone loves to talk about how you want to make comedy legal again until somebody posts that picture of the revolver pointing directly at Elon Musk as he's exiting that fucking exiting a New York City high rise. And then all of a sudden, comedy is illegal now. What happened?
Can't make fun of anything. So then it was like, comedy sucks. It's like, nothing's funny. You can't make fun of
comedy sucks. Oh, God, I hate him. I hate him so much. I can't stand it. I can't stand this motherfucker, bro. Doors open. Okay.
anything. It's like, legalize comedy. Yeah. Legalize comedy.
And we've shifted the entire culture and just,
and
anyway. But it doesn't end there. Here is Grimes, whose tweets you might not be able to see any longer. Grimes says, please respond about our child's medical crisis. I'm sorry to do this publicly, but it is no longer acceptable to ignore the situation. This requires immediate attention. If you don't want to talk to me, can you please designate or hire someone who can so that we can move forward on solving this? This is urgent, Elon. I'm not giving any details, but he won't respond to texts, calls, or emails and has skipped every meeting, and our child will suffer lifelong impairment if he doesn't respond ASAP. So I need him to fucking respond. If I have to apply public pressure, then I guess that's where we're at. And while this is this is Grimes' last resort here, Elon Musk has done this instead. Made those posts unavailable, it seems, lowering her visibility. Isn't that cool? They get to do whatever the fuck they want, dude. It's awesome. Billionaires. Have you taken him to Pete's doctor and then gotten a second opinion? I usually mix opinions with general physicians. The other tweets that she posted are not visible, just the yes. How the hell is this not the case for full custody? I'll tell you how. Elon Musk is rich, and when you're rich, they let you do whatever the fuck you want. Quite literally, okay? When you are rich, you can do whatever you want. You can mistreat your little human shield to any degree that you want to. And there's no one that can say anything about it or do anything about it. And the mother can't even complain about it privately or get any legal recourse here. And she can't even complain about it publicly because guess what? Elon will limit your visibility. Is this even the human shield one? Yes, this is the human shield one. Elon is completely shadow banned Grimes. I don't know if this is correct. I can still find her. I can still find her tweets, just not all of them. Oh, it now says the post was deleted by the. This post was deleted by the post author. Before it said the visibility was limited somehow. They have 3 children together. Yes. I'm suspecting that Elon Musk has only done in vitro fertilization because he has 13 children, and I think all 13 are were assigned male at birth. Vivian is trans. So I suspect no, 2 of them weren't per Evan. Okay, with the exception of maybe like the first 2. I don't know. Wait, what? 2 of them are cis girls? Two of them are surrogates, though. Grimes was only pregnant once. After Mitch McConnell retires, you're retiring next, right? Yeah, I'm retiring. Community No says he has 2 daughters. No, Exa and Azura are AFAB, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Also, what the fuck is Techno Machinus? I mean, actually, what the fuck is Techno Machinus? That should be illegal, dude. Like, that's one of those things where you're like, this is what I want to name my child. And then when you're trying to type it in, on Mechanicus, sorry, Techno Mechanicus, when you try to type that in, the system goes, eh, and it automatically alerts Child Protective Services. And they just take the custody away. No disrespect to Grimes. Or automatically give the custody to Grimes, I guess. Actually, I shouldn't even say that. I feel like Grimes would totally be down with Techno Mechanicus. XAEAX2. Exa Dark Side Rail. Techno Mechanicus.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw!
That was something.
I am become meme. Yeah, pretty much.
Dude, what is happening, man? Does nobody see what I'm seeing? Like, when I see this kind of shit, I'm like, dude, this is like, I'm trying so hard not to be ableist. And you know, I got a little bit of that tism in me too. Okay. 124, but goddamn, things could be so much fucking worse. Okay. Holy shit, dude. This guy literally is running around and undermining the autism representation in spectacular ways, dude. Holy fuck. He's the king to these people. He's a fucking embarrassment, but they all got to kneel at his feet. I just don't understand. I don't understand how people don't look at this and go, Jesus fucking Christ, what is happening? What is going on? Like, in my immediate life, if I knew someone that liked Elon Musk with all of these shenanigans, if I showed any of this, even if they were like kind of agnostic on Elon Musk initially or something, right? They were Elon Musk agnostic, and then they saw this and they responded positively, I think I would have them institutionalized. It's one of the most insane things I've ever seen. Like, you need a lobotomy. If you look at this and you think like, oh, he's so cool. He's the coolest. I just don't get it. Elon is literally fucking with the error message for her tweets. Look at this shit. I have side-by-side tweets. Okay, Megaphonics. I'm not going to look at your receipts, okay? Oh, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't understand how stupid people can get. Like, this is shit that the dumbest guy can look at and go, yeah, this guy's not all right.
I'm living the meme. It's like there's living the dream and there's living the meme, and it's pretty much what's happening, you know.
I'm living the meme. Can nerds even feel shame? Speaking of Elon Musk, you might have noticed the little guy right next to Elon Musk
Argentina
that is also at CPAC. His name is Javier Milei. And as of today, as of now, Javier Milei, as of this past week, has a new title. Mr. Rugpool. That's right. As far as I understand, he is the only sitting presidente that has actually done a fucking cryptocurrency rug pull. Is Ryan, I made the alt-left pipeline vid from earlier for the chatters. A friend gives me the Starbucks cups every year because they work there. So they're just up for the sake of irony. I have a car seat headdress vinyl in the background. Come on, guys. Also, I didn't expect my video to be seen by this many people since I had 400 subs when I posted it. I might have tied up some loose ends if I'd known that. Either way, thanks for getting the main point. Nice. It was a great video, and I look forward to seeing more videos from you, chatter. This is great. 13-month subscriber. Earlier, the video that we watched before I did the interview. All right. But going back to the situation, as far as I understand, Trump too lies, misinfo. No, Donald Trump technically did a cryptocurrency rug pull and didn't even do a full rug pull, but like a half of a rug pull before he became president. Like literally 24 hours before he became president. So technically, Donald Trump didn't do a cryptocurrency rug pull when he was the sitting president. Javier Milei, on the other hand, as the leader of Argentina, did a cryptocurrency rug pull and did it in a very obvious way, and also simultaneously openly admitted it. And I don't know what the fuck's going on in Argentina, dude. There's something spiritually broken. I feel so bad for the Argentinians. Like I cannot believe that you have hyperinflation. Your unemployment has skyrocketed since this dipshit came into power, and things are just getting worse and worse. Holy moly. All right, let's take a look.
Argentina launched a meme coin through their president, Javier Milei, or at least that's what people thought. Now there are currently accusations of scams, insider trading, and the president of Argentina may be charged with fraud and faces possible impeachment. I'm here to break down what happened because I got insider access to the real story. I even got offered control of the missing $100 million+ that was made in ill-gotten gains.
Dude, I just like... How is this possible? Like how can in 2025 a whole ass nation, okay, an entire fucking country, like not like a tiny nation too, like Argentina's massive. Like how can this happen? How did enough of you motherfuckers vote for this guy? He looks like one of the evil corporatists that Kira kills in fucking Death Note, dude. I genuinely, I don't know why. Every time I see him, I think of Death Note, okay? Atrioc liked this guy until the rug pull? No, he didn't. Shut up. There's no shot.
Welcome back to the $10 Million Studio. Our story starts on February 14th, 2025. Javier Milei, the president of Argentina, tweeted about a meme coin called Libra. The details at first were sparse. Quote, liberal Argentina grows. This private project will focus on encouraging growth of the Argentine economy, funding small businesses and Argentine...
Viva la libertad, carajo! You can talk. Have you seen what you have in charge? Bro, they love each other. But also, at least like, dude, I can't explain it, but like Trump is a buffoon, okay? But even Trump is not as like overtly weird as Javier Milei is. Like Javier Milei is more Javier Milei, I think, is closer to Elon Musk than Trump, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? And I guess Elon Musk technically is president. Bro, Trump also did a rug pull. No, Donald Trump was not the president when he did the rug pull, which is also insane. I know. This is not a defense of Donald Trump.
Adventures. The world wants to invest in Argentina. And it linked to a website which called it a token with purpose, where 50% of the tokens were allocated to Argentina growth. And I'll admit, it sounds nice. However, as the price skyrocketed to billions of dollars in market cap, people got worried because there appeared to be insider trading. And that's when Javier Milei suddenly deleted his tweet, saying he, quote, obviously has no connection with the project, and, quote, I was not aware of the details of the project. Understandably, the price crashed after this, but in the rubble, people discovered that the team responsible for launching the token may have walked away with over $100 million being taken out of the liquidity pool, meaning they may have gotten rich while everyone else got rugged. It was about this time I began to investigate, and I got an anonymous phone call from someone who claimed to know where this all started, Tech Forum Argentina, which was an event where you could pay as a blockchain company to be a sponsor, according to a source who...
Coffeezilla somehow still believes in crypto, so he acts surprised every time. Listen. If I was the #1 online investigator of cryptocurrency schemes, I would also be like, yeah, no, it's good. Oh, it's shocking that it's bad again, okay? At this point, this motherfucker's job relies on it, okay? Also, I don't think he believes cryptocurrencies. To be fair, I don't even think that's that's fair. But if he was, I would say it's probably because of job security.
Who was there and paid for it. Part of it included a meet and greet with Javier Milei, the president of Argentina. This person was excited, but disappointed to find out that once they got there, they were invited to sign an even more expensive contract where two of the guys who ran the event, Mauricio Novelli and Manuel Godoy, were going to basically advise you on how to have blockchain technology in Argentina. Basically, they got you access to Milei. The person I spoke to did not pay for it. Someone who did was Kip Protocol. And the strategic partner of Tech Forum in 2025 is Kelsier. Both of those companies are going to be extremely important, and the people who run them are called Julian Pei and Hayden Davis. Pretty soon, a plan was hatched between Mauricio, Manuel from Tech Forum Argentina, and Julian and Hayden to launch a project together. It was going to be called Libra and support the Argentinian economy, and President Milei agreed to tweet about it. The division of labor was basically that Mauricio and Manuel were the connection, it seems, Hayden was handling the launch of the token, and Julian was going to set up a company to distribute the funds to Argentinian businesses. Of course, they never got that far because 24 hours after the launch of this coin, the president of Argentina was being called a scammer, and I got a message on my phone that I didn't expect. Hi, Coffeezilla. I'd like to talk with you about the Milei launch. I was heavily responsible for it. The initials of the person were HD. I'm guessing Hayden Davis, but I couldn't be sure. So I asked for a selfie to confirm his identity, and I did cross-reference it with his photo with Milei, where Milei said he was a crypto advisor. It was indeed the same person who launched the coin. Hayden explained that he'd like to execute a plan and needed my help. He said Milei and his team basically botched it, and quote, I'd like to sit down and make sure all the money that they took out gets back into people's hands correctly, every dollar. Let me know if you'd like to interview and discuss in person. Now, I was confused why he needed me in person exactly, and he explained, I'm happy to go live on an interview pending we chat beforehand. I'll even show you all the wallets pumped back into the chart live if you want. He had over $100 million in what he called multi-sigs, which require 2 or more people to sign on every transaction. I asked, well, who else is a signer? And he replied, quote,
I will never understand a few things. One, Why do the people of Argentina vote for a dude that is so obviously insane, who has openly admitted that he consults his dead dog for advice and has tried to clone his dead dog, possibly fucks his sister, okay? Numerous other things that he's done. But other things that I don't understand. Why do people fall for cryptocurrency schemes over and over again? And last but not least, and perhaps this is the most important question I have, why are rug pullers always talking to CoffeeZilla? Why? Why? Like, if this man rings you up, run. There has never been a moment where a rug puller has been able to successfully defend their scheme after talking to CoffeeZilla. It doesn't make any fucking sense. He gets so much access. It is crazy. Like, nobody just wants to do a scheme and then run away anymore. Okay? Schemers used to do the scheme and run away. I think nowadays, because especially with the crypto stuff, like, there's virtually no legal repercussions because it's just simply a insecure security, okay? That everyone is just like, yeah, I did it. Now I'm going to explain to you why what I did wasn't actually illegal, even though you will then undermine my position and will actively show that it is, as a matter of fact, a complete scheme. But it doesn't really matter because no one can do anything. It's like a heist movie. No, it's like a serial killer who's like, I really want the victims to know I did the crime. Jail is real, you idiot. It definitely happens a lot. It should happen infinitely more frequently than it does. Okay? Yeah, they have the mental faculties of a fucking Batman villain, and not even like a brilliant one. They like not even a villain who's like, yes, that's right, I did it. Like, I'm talking low-level thug who sees Batman and goes, it's the Bat. You know, those guys who were like, yeah, I can't wait to do more crimes after I'm done doing a crime. You know, that type of fucking stupidity. Goon maxing, hench maxing.
Quote, just me. He said, I want to do it alongside you. All I care about is knowing it's in safe hands. I don't mind turning the keys over or adding you to the multisigs. Translation, he wants to hand over his $100 million problem into my control. And I was thinking to myself, of course, hell no. You're not going to pass me your nightmare. Of course, I did say that we should talk because I had seen his recent public response and it didn't really go so well.
What is he wear? What is this fit, my boy?
In it, Hayden put forth his plan, where instead of trying to refund people with the $100 million he had a different idea.
What happened with Libra, I think there's many things I could say. There's only certain elements that I could control the launch. Definitely things didn't go according to plan, but I think addressing the elephant in the room, which is in the next 24, 48 hours, and unless somebody has a better idea, any
dog, yo, this is, I mean, he actually is henchmaxing. That's crazy. This is literally like a goon fit. He is a goon. What is happening, bro? What the fuck? God. Oh my God, dude. Oh my Lord. He just he looks like a fucking Power Ranger. What is happening? Oh.
Any funds that I've been able to get back.
As long as he's the crypto Klansman. Yeah.
My possession from all the parties involved, I intend to put right back into the chart and either burn or lock on the liquidity side.
Right. He wants to put the money back into Libra, But this kind of creates the same problems where it's like, okay, well, this just benefits insiders and people who have tons of the token. But after watching this, I was also concerned with a different problem. See, myself and the research firm Bubble Maps had been doing a lot of work tracking Melania Coin for a while. Yes, the US president's wife. She had launched a coin, and we were concerned that the same wallet which launched that seemed to have also launched Libra. Even worse, they had both...
Okay, this is irrelevant to the video, but I don't really understand why people say, okay, bro, shut the fuck up. You wear shit like that all the time. You are literally looking into a mirror with that fit. Like, you can look at the fit that I have on. Is this you trying to get me to do a fucking full cam fit pick or something? Like, what's happening? Like, does this look in any way... I'm Yoji down to the fucking ass right now, okay? And you have the audacity to turn around and be like, your fit, it looks exactly like it. Like, look at this. How is this in any way, shape, or form remotely similar to that shit? I think people unironically argue about a past time. Like, there are some misses, okay? There are plenty of misses in my library of endless fits, okay? You're not always going to be batting 1,000, all right? But what I don't understand is, like, you complaining while I'm not, you know, doing that. Especially because, like, my rep as a fashionista has absolutely improved in the last couple of years. Anyway, let's get back to the video. Sorry.
Been sniped by the same person who created the tokens or the same network of wallets. Now, if you don't know what sniping is, it's where you buy a coin earlier than anyone else at cheaper prices. Usually, you know something in advance. And not only did these connected wallets buy Melania and Libra coins early, they also sold those coins early for millions in profits. So now, not only was I being offered control of $100+ million from the guy who launched Argentina's coin, apparently he also launched Melania Trump's coin, possibly sniped those coins, and also sold them for millions of dollars. But
money helped, yay or nay? No. Money always helps, but in my case, what helped was in my case, what actually helped was the fact that I lost weight, so I could fit into some of these like fashionable clothes. Sorry, let's.
You know, I realized it's not enough to just have blockchain evidence. There's only one way to really know for sure. I'd have to confront Hayden directly. But given his massive legal issues that may be on the horizon, I figured there's no way he would take a call with me, though. Right? But if you launch the coin, isn't it unfair for you to snipe the coin?
So I would say no. And I would say that for a couple different reasons.
Yep, I was wrong. He did agree to get on a call for an hour where he admitted to sniping Libra token and Melania token, later saying, though, it wasn't him directly, it may have been someone else on his team.
Most of the time when we're sniping, we're attempting to avoid other snipers getting in, right? So whether that's, and by the way, I don't conduct snipes.
However, I then got an interview with another insider in these coins who says that Hayden does snipe tokens personally. How does he know? Well, he claims he's seen it before. He was in the room with Hayden when it happened on another project called Enron Token, which you might not be surprised to realize I've also covered in another video.
Just introduce yourself real quick for everyone who doesn't know you.
I'm the founder of DeFi Tuna. We're just providing leverage for liquidity providers. That's pretty much us. So I was part of the Enron project launch. I come in, there's this hookah bar where everyone's smoking hookah. And I see on the far end, there's a bodyguard and their whole family sitting down, Gideon, Hayden.
Wasn't like the whole Enron, the Enron token shit, like it was they revamped Enron as like a meme, and then of course as everything they couldn't even keep up like the performance art and immediately went for a cryptocurrency grift. Anyway, let's keep going.
Across his Dr. Tom, daughters and his sons, and they're all about to launch Enron. They have like 10 minutes before the launch, they all have snipers ready with a contract address on the snipers. Sniper bots. They're like all waiting. They're all, smoke coming out of their ears. They're all smoking like crazy on caffeine. The token launches and everyone's pressing. And the wonderful thing was this, I'm looking at it and they're like, oh, somebody got just before us. And, and everyone's just arguing between each other. But, they all still got earlier and they're still in a plus. And they're like, and I'm looking at it. I'm like, it's like a junkie house.
This interview was crazy. And remember, the guy we're talking about, this junkie house, is also the person who launched the president's wife's meme coin and then the Argentina's president's meme coin. It's insane. In the case of the Melania coin specifically, side note, the co-founder of our whistleblower actually says he was ordered to sell these coins, but do it in such a way where it's not illegal because no one will know.
And they were saying everything's legal, everything is good as long as nothing can be tracked. That was
yes.
Is one of the best liquidity providers that I know. I've seen or heard of. He understands at very deep level. He's done an excellent job, but one thing that they kept against him is the fact that he didn't sell on the top and he cost them millions of dollars. Up until even some recent discussions, like I have proof that they just keep bringing the subject up. Yeah, great, but he didn't sell. Melania cost us millions.
At the top. That's right. Supposedly, this guy got berated for, costing the millions of dollars by not selling at the tippity top. So, I did ask Hayden about profiting from Melania token, and here's where we had a bit of a confusion on what exactly we meant by, did you swap it? Did you sell it? I didn't swap it. I just sold it.
There was no money made from the Melania team on we didn't take any liquidity out. Zero.
You said y'all didn't sell any liquidity, but
didn't swap liquidity. Didn't swap liquidity. Didn't swap into single-sided. I didn't say there was no money sold. There's a difference between swapping the liquidity and selling liquidations. Those are two different things.
Okay, so y'all swapped. You didn't sell, or the other way around.
No, other way around.
Sold. You didn't swap.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it. Two independent pieces of evidence from people who were on the inside of the Melania token, saying that Hayden and his team sniped tokens and wanted to dump for high profit secretly, while Hayden himself does admit that they, sold. They just didn't swap. Of course, I also obtained insider texts from Hayden Davis and his team on another project, this one called Mates, where an insider asks the following. Quote, you want continue pump or you want to distribute all Mates tokens ASAP, aka sell? Hayden replies, we are trying to max extract on this one. That max extraction supposedly led to 7.
It's not a particularly sophisticated method. It's just very straightforward. It's just a straightforward pump and dump. It's a straightforward rug pull. I don't understand how people, oh my God, how do people keep falling for it? The entire world of cryptocurrency followers, shitcoin followers, meme coin followers, I think unironically are serial gamblers who legitimately think no, this time they'll be able to get out. They won't be the ones holding the bag. And that's it. It's just held together by people who are so desperate for a get rich quick scheme and just put whatever kind of asses they have into this with the hopes that they'll actually fuck someone else over. I think everyone knows that it's a scam at the end of the day, but they think they're smart enough to scam the other scammers who also know it's a scam at the end of the day, but they think they're smart enough to scam the other scammers. And the people at the top of it are people who design it and then put it out there and control how and when to do the rug pull. They're the ones who keep making the money. the Bitcoin success stories traumatize people. Oh. And because there are so many of them, inevitably you run into a guy who did actually completely out of sheer luck enter into the scam and exit in the in the perfect time and turned like $1,000 into 20,000. So then that contributes to the pile because other dudes hear that and go, "Oh, dude, I could be that guy." Yes, the ones making money on fees are the winners every time. Yes. It's just gambling. Everyone in the space knows what it is. It's hoping that you can exit and outsmart others. The thought that you can make 20% return in a few hours is too enticing for a lot of people, especially in this economy. I mean, yes, I think the economic factors definitely play a role in this, but like, I think stupidity also plays a role in this. I'm sorry. It's just so, it's so fucking clearly, it's just so clearly a scam. Some of these coins are called Retardio, man. Or Shitcoin 1. Who could forget Shitcoin 2? There is an N-word token. Okay? Like, what are we doing? There's like a George Floyd coin or some shit. Dog shit. Sorry, not shitcoin. I disparaged the good name of shitcoin. That's very different than dog shit 1 and dog shit 2. My close friend made fucking 11K on the Trump coin. I see why motherfuckers gambled. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. People hear like one success story or two success stories and go, "Oh, I could be that guy. That guy's a fucking idiot." Not realizing that you're also the fucking idiot. Okay? You look at the dumbest guy you know making 11K. You look at the dumbest guy you know making 11K in a matter of hours and you go, "Well, that guy's a real dumbass and he did it. I can do it too." Not realizing you just became the dumbass. Okay? Yeah, he was a dumbass. He got lucky. For years and years, like when NFTs were first popping, do you know how many fucking NFTs? You know how many NFT companies came to me? Do you understand how many? Because I'm on Twitch too. So like this is, the tech space, right? You have no idea. And I kept fucking railing against it. And so many dumbasses became haters of mine because I was I was anti-NFT. I was like, "No, this is a scam. This sucks." Okay? I'm not going to fuck over my fans. I'm not going to fuck over my community. I warned against it. So many dumbasses literally hated me for it. They were like, "Oh, fuck you. It's not a scam. It's not a scam. Fuck you. I'm going to go to the moon." Some of them still come back every now and then to still be haters, not realizing that they've lost so much money. If they had only listened to me at that point, they probably wouldn't be down like 10K. Your manager clowned on you for not doing it? I know. I've never admitted this, but your coverage of Trump made me buy the DJT when it first changed its ticker. It paid for my gaming computer, Mary Hosmas. Oh my God. I think the dumber people get, the more I'm like, one of these days, I'm just going to say, "Fuck it, dude." And then you'll see. Okay, I'm just going to grift. Just say, "Fuck it, YOLO. Time to grift." I'm going to be Mr. NFT, Mr. N, Mr. F, and Mr. T, Mr. Cryptocurrency. Right wing as fuck. Javier Milei style. Oh my God.
Solana, or roughly $1.3 million. And I do personally believe a lot of this is probably illegal. Whether it will be prosecuted, though, by our gutted regulators is another matter entirely. Right now, we seem to be in a race in America to deregulate cryptocurrency, meaning behavior like this is unlikely to ever be punished. For now, I just want to show people that these meme coins are deeply rigged financial vehicles for screwing regular people and transferring wealth to the top, to the insiders, and people like Hayden, they're everywhere in this industry. I should also mention, while I'm on the subject, by the way, that it's not only always the people themselves, it's also the platforms that sometimes are part of this. Platforms that launch meme coins obviously benefit from trading volume instead of price, meaning even if you lose, they make tons of money. And it's been a suspicion of a lot of people that some of them may play a role in some of these insider launches. Today, though, we got a little bit of evidence. In my investigations, one platform kept coming up, Meteora. They launched Trump Coin, Melania Coin, Libra, and many others on their platform. And they were crucial to giving Hayden Davis tons of business through his company Kelsier. Meteora's CEO Ben Chow describes it as, "I do know the Kelsier team well." Now, they were confronted about the fact that Kelsier and Hayden were sniping their own tokens, and Ben said, well, he had no idea. He's shocked by it. This clip is a little long, but it's worth it.
Kelsier is very much affiliated with M3 and with everything. You know, it's very close. To be there and just see how. Sorry, but like
actually no. Please tell me, because actually I don't know this.
Like I'm sitting down and I'm seeing, and everyone's got their phone. Everyone knows the contract address. Like Gideon, Hayden, Dr. Tom. Everyone's sitting at the table, and they're all with their phones. They all have snipe bots ready. They all have all the CA.
They're all sniping it. It's them sniping.
But Ben, it's not only that. There is even. I'm 100% sure that it's also Jake involved. Everyone's involved. I'm sure the influencers involved. Look.
Me. Oh my God.
And like there are people that bypass them, like do it faster than them, and it's like, look, the whole thing just looks rotten to the very core.
Yeah, I really don't know if this guy is genuinely reacting or this is like some kind of Oscar award-winning performance. Like, what? No way. I had no idea. The people I've been handing business to have been sniping our own tokens. No idea. Meanwhile, I asked Hayden directly if Ben Chow would have known these snipes were happening. He responded, quote, "I would say he wouldn't have been surprised, but he wouldn't have been involved." Now, that's interesting, and if it's true, it would mean that Ben's shocked reaction to this project sniping itself would be a little hard to believe. Meanwhile, by the way, Hayden Davis also doesn't really take credit for some of this. He implies that the Melania team itself was part of the reason they decided to snipe the coin. Were you part of the Melania launch, and was that sniped as well?
Bro, unlike the Thieves Guild, they don't even have like any sort of code of conduct either. They're just literally shanking one another all the way down the line. What an insane situation, man. Craziness. Oh, they are. They're piranhas. But they're like, oh, they're bonobos. They're just fucking each other. Incestuous style.
I mean, look, I think that I mean, I told you like beforehand before this started. I mean, I'm happy to share the truth, but I mean, you're asking a question that's it's just, I mean, I'll answer, but it's factually going to put me into a lot of danger, which is fine. I'll answer. I was part of it. I think the team did want to snipe it because of how big the snipe was on Trump's.
So let me get this straight. Ben Chow has no idea. It wasn't Hayden's idea. Can the real sniper please stand up? All of these people just deny. Either way, though, Ben Chow agreed that the Libra situation in particular was so bad that he would have to step down from the company, regardless of whether he knew, because he called it SBF level, as in Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX.
This is like 200, this is FTX type of
Fucking hell, man. I feel sick. I feel so sick, man. Holy I feel really, really sick. Oh my god.
This is like Doc One or what's his name type of money. I mean,
This is SBF level, man. I feel so sick. Oh, because I gave him Melania. I didn't know he was a rugger. I feel so sick. I feel like I'm super exposed too. But I f***ed up because I enabled a guy who I should not have enabled. Oh, f***. I'm gonna have to step down.
You know, I do have to agree with Ben Chow here. This is starting to make me feel sick too. Not because my platform enabled millions of dollars to be, quote, max extracted from retail, but because most people buying these coins have no idea how corrupt these launches are. With manipulative market making, sniping insiders selling, the deck is just totally stacked against you as a regular person. But don't take my word for it. Hayden, the guy we've been talking to, who literally runs these things, agrees.
It is an insider's game. This is an unregulated casino. Like, if you're a retail trader thinking you're gonna go make millions off of meme coins, you better study your off.
Well, honestly, I do appreciate his honesty. It's an insider's game, and as the saying goes, it's a big club, and you're not in it. Speaking of that, by the way, there was one person so far who has been refunded their losses in this whole debacle. Dave Portnoy. Dave was gonna do an insider deal with Libra token for free tokens where he tweeted about the coin. That deal was canceled though because Hayden told him basically not to tell anyone about the free coins, and Dave disagreed with that. But Dave did put 5 million of his own dollars in the coin in the hopes of obviously making money like everyone else. But when the coin crashed, he lost almost everything. Behind the scenes though, Dave got bailed out. Hayden Davis gave him his money back, which Dave has admitted publicly. So I guess, you know, for the big traders who are celebrities, they get their money back, roughly $5 million back, because I guess they're real victims. But refunding everyone who lost money, that's an insane idea.
Whether I refund people, they're still gonna be pissed, right? Refund people on a meme coin, which sounds insane. Or I inject back. People are gonna be mad either way.
Instead, the current plan is to once again dump the money back in the chart, which will disproportionately...
Oh, dude, the more I listen to CoffeeZilla, the more I'm like, we should just arrest everyone that's even remotely interested in making a shit coin. Like, I'm in it, dude. Thought crime time, okay? Pre-crime. Just do it. Just dragnet. Anyone that even... Your random friend that works at the gas station with you says like, oh, I've been thinking about making a meme or jail. Okay. Sorry. Jail. This is crazy. Think to yourself, what would she do? I don't even want to. Oh, God.
Benefit insiders who know the timing. And what about Javier Milei? Can't forget about him. The president of Argentina is currently facing charges of fraud from the opposition party and threats of impeachment. Today, Milei finally addressed the Libra token and said the following.
Falso. Yo difundí. I broadcasted it. I didn't recommend it. I didn't promote it. The reality is, if you go to the casino and lose,
isn't there like a video of people just like straight up asking like, did you get paid to promote it? And he's like, yeah, of course. I'm not gonna do it for free.
Money. What is the claim? It is about 5,000 people. And surely the chance that they are Argentinians is very remote.
Oh, he's saying he didn't fuck over Argentinians. He fucked over, I guess, someone else.
Well, there you go. Pretty much your standard denial. I didn't do it. And if I did, they deserved it. And if they didn't deserve it...
No, he said he talked about it, but that isn't promotion. No, I thought they asked him if they paid for it. That's the president of a country. And also, not even like, that's the president of a country, and the country he's the president of is not like a tiny country, okay? It's fucking Argentina, man.
Well, they weren't Argentinian anyways. One thing I will be clear about, though, is that all of the insiders I've spoken to so far claim that Malay himself made no money from this project. It was these other people who had access that were selling access to him. Whether you believe that is another matter entirely. But what is abundantly clear is that this was a massive failure for Argentina as a whole. It's an embarrassing situation where Malay allowed a 26-year-old to collect $100 million off his name, purporting to be for small businesses. And that same person sniped the coin as well, Melania's coin, Enron, and many others. Or his team did, or a team told him to. It's so far unclear, but the sniping itself is uncontested, as testified by Hayden Davis himself and an insider who was in the room. In the aftermath, there are possible impeachments, people possibly stepping down from their company, and millions of dollars in damages. And that is the story of the Argentinian meme coin disaster.
Ben Chao since resigned from Meteora. His co-founder announcing Ben had a lack of judgment. He was FUD. Although saying I believe him when he says there was no financial inappropriateness. Since recording the following text leak from Hayden Davis, speaking of Javier Milei, I control that N-word. I send dollars to his sister and he signs whatever I say and does what I want. Yeah, this is what Javier Milei is doing right now, by the way. Hanging out with Elon Musk on stage with a chainsaw at CPAC. Blowback Season 6, Fall 2025.
Government of South Africa said today it is sending more of its troops into Angola.
Oh,
The
shit.
CIA director went to brief, gentlemen, this is a map of Africa. Here is Angola.
Angola receives help from an unexpected source as the small island nation of Cuba sends thousands of its own troops to defend against the threat from South Africa.
No podíamos cruzarnos de brazos.
We felt that it was necessary to face this Cuban issue head on.
Brutal, repressive, and opportunistic. That's the way guerrilla leader Jonas Savimbi is described, but he has the support of the president.
Dude, holy shit. No one's doing it like the Blowback Boys, dude. So good. Banger after banger after banger. I think it's time. It's time that they... I wish they would do more... I wish they would do more visual stuff too. I think if they just like hired a visual team to produce it and turn it into a fully fledged documentary, it would go crazy. I would watch every episode. Bought 5-year sell from them 2 years ago. Best $25 I ever spent. They made me fully realize my entire potential as an autistic male. I am now obsessed with the military, but in a significantly less toxic way than usual. We need Noah and Brendan on the podcast again. Oh, we'll have them on the podcast again since they always promote when it comes out. I did not come around to your foreign policy views until I listened to Blowback. It's a high recommendation for anyone who thinks American foreign policy is not bad. Yeah. I would say that Blowback as a podcast is incredibly complimentary. Is incredibly complimentary to all of my foreign policy analysis and commentary. Ooh. Yeah. By the way, while we were speaking, the Israeli military has announced that one of the bodies received is not that of the captive Shiri Bibas. They also claimed, without providing evidence, that according to the assessment of professional officials based on the intelligence available to us and forensic findings of the two children, Ariel and Kfir Bibas were brutally murdered by terrorists in captivity in November 2023. Forensic examinations focus on the cause of death and the specifics of how the person died, such as blunt force trauma, shrapnel wounds, gunshot wounds, or stabbing. Injuries are described objectively with terms like severe trauma or multiple stab wounds. However, terms like brutally murdered are not typically found in the official forensic reports. So, don't know the validity of this forensic investigation. But I don't know what's going on with Shiri Bibas' body. Was it done by an independent body? Of course not. Yeah. What's interesting, what's of course interesting about this process, as I described earlier today, is that in November 2023, only a month after October 7, Hamas revealed that Ariel and Kfir Bibas and Shiri Bibas had died in an Israeli airstrike. They also said that they would release the bodies to Israel. Israel refused the bodies initially, stating that this was simply a tactic by Hamas. I don't know why they would be willing to release the bodies to Israel if they had brutally murdered these hostages for no reason, for no apparent reason. Will we get the truth ever? Yeah, I think in a lot of these instances you have a lot of journalists. You also have family members that will want to. Do you have a source to Israel refusing the bodies? I want to send it to my mom. There was a Sky News report that we looked at earlier. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it again. But we watched it. We watched it earlier. November. Oh, here it is. Wait, what is this? Times Now news? I don't know what Times Now World is. I don't know what this article is. I don't know what this media outlet is. Hamas on Thursday claimed that Israel is refusing to take back the dead bodies of the Bibas family members, including Kfir, who's 10 months old. The Palestine group also posted a video of Yarden Bibas, the father, on his Telegram channel. On Wednesday, Hamas had claimed the 10-month-old Kfir, 4-year-old Ariel, and their mother Shiri Silberman Bibas, 30, were killed in an Israeli bombardment. Yeah, I don't know how valid this story is, but I don't know how valid this news outlet is. But at the time, there was coverage from both Al Jazeera and even Sky News.
Nazal, who's a member of Hamas's political office. Thank you for joining us on Al Jazeera. So we saw an extension of that ceasefire by one day until tomorrow, 7 a.m. What's the likelihood that it will be extended again? Because all eyes are on what's going to happen tomorrow.
This is the 7th day of humanitarian ceasefire. We are negotiating now through Qatari Foreign Ministry to extend the humanitarian ceasefire. as soon as
Bit of time with the family over the past few weeks. I was with them just yesterday, and they were, as you would expect, desperately waiting for news. They were confused and very upset as to why their family had not yet been released, and they were trying to digest and understand the news that it was the belief that Hamas had passed their family on to another group in Gaza. So it has been just the most awful time for them, as it has been for other hostage families awaiting the release of their relatives. But now the news this afternoon from the Al-Qassam brigades, which is the military wing of Hamas, that the family were killed in an airstrike at some stage. Now, I really should add some pretty heavy caveats to this. Firstly, the IDF have said they're looking into it. They have not confirmed it, and I have spoken to the IDF, and they will say they will get back to us on that. Secondly, there have been occasions in the last week or so when hostages who had previously been declared dead by one or more armed groups in Gaza actually turned out not to have died and have subsequently been released. And I'm sure that
this is also true. There was one instance, one very famous instance of a hostage that they said had been wounded or was a casualty. I think like there was a little bit of miscommunication, and then that actually caused a lot of chaos internally in Israel. People got mad. People were saying like, you know, facilitate the ceasefire. And at the time, people thought, or the Israeli government thought, that Hamas was just bluffing, claiming that some of the hostages had been killed specifically to apply pressure inside of the Israeli civil society. So there is at least a little bit of skepticism for that reason as well.
That is something that the family will be clinging on to tonight. But it comes as this truce, as it currently stands, is getting close to the end if no extension is agreed. Tonight, we expect 10 more Israelis, possibly.
I'm confused. Can you be more clear who claimed they were dead, Israel or Hamas? Hamas claimed that the mother and the two children, the two babies, were killed in an Israeli airstrike. Okay. They also said that they would, this was during the brief ceasefire negotiation period as well. Okay. Israel at the time claimed that it was made up, or was skeptical about it, saying that they perhaps have not been killed and Hamas is bluffing. Okay.
Possibly too far.
This was, how far back was that claim? November 2023. We're watching a news report from November 29th, 2023. Hamas's arm wing has claimed 3 members of the Bibas family have been killed inside Gaza.
Foreign nationals to be released from Gaza. In return, Israel will release 30 Palestinians from Israeli jails. And then the mediations behind the scenes are continuing to try and see that it is extended. The Israelis believe that there are many more women and children in Gaza, enough at least to extend the truce by 2 to 3 more days if Hamas would agree to release them. Hamas have said that they are willing to extend the...
Yeah. They said that they were willing to release the bodies. By the way, it is kind of maddening that we're discussing whether Hamas killed some hostages deliberately while we have evidence of Israelis raping Palestinian hostages to death on concentration camps and filming it. Yes. That is the dynamic here. And yes, the father was separated from the family, chatter who's asking. What would they gain from lying about it? This chatter says, I'm not saying they are. I'm saying if the father was captured with them, he would know if they're alive or not, unless they were separated, which is what I'm assuming. Yes, they were separated. Yes. The father was separated from the mother and the children. The mother and the children were together. This was, again, in November 2023. Okay? The armed wing of the Palestinian militant group Hamas said on Wednesday that 10-month-old Kfir Bibas, his 4-year-old brother, and their mother were killed in previous Israeli bombardment of the Gaza Strip. The Israeli army said it is checking the claim by Al-Qassam brigades. Reuters could not immediately independently verify the claim. Having said that, I do not know what happened, obviously. I'm simply telling you what the news reporting was at the time and also matching that with like the logical matching that with like the logical actions that either party would take. Okay? This is what Hamas claims. Israel hasn't said shit about this as far as I know, right? No, Israel now is saying, if Israel was certain it was Hamas, wouldn't they strongly deny their claim? No, Israel is now saying that they received the bodies of the Bibas family, okay, and that they are claiming that forensics investigations were done and that the investigation concluded that the children were brutally murdered by Hamas. Following the completion of the identification process by the National Institute of Forensic Medicine in collaboration with the Israel police, IDF representatives informed the Bibas family that their loved ones, Ariel and Kfir Bibas, have been identified. According to the assessment of professional officials, based on the intelligence available to us and forensic findings from the identification process, Ariel and Kfir Bibas were brutally murdered by terrorists in captivity in November 2023. This is the post from the IDF. During the identification process, it was determined that the additional body received is not that of Shiri Bibas, and no match was found for any other hostage. This is an anonymous, unidentified body. This is a violation of utmost severity by the Hamas terrorist organization, which is obligated under the agreement to return 4 deceased hostages. We demand that Hamas return Shiri home along with all of our hostages. Didn't they just get the remains? How can they conclude it this quickly? I mean, I don't know. They could be just lying. They could have conducted a faulty investigation, or they could be telling the truth, which is, you know, I'm just matching what Israel has done in the past. Your chat half brain rot. They hate Israel so much they lack judgment. In terms of like what the logical conclusion is, or what the logic behind Hamas giving up a wrong body, I don't know what the fuck they would be thinking. I don't know why they would pull up, haha, we did this to fuck with you type situation. Here's the previous hostage blaming Israel for trying to bomb the places they were held in. Yeah, this is mother of released Israeli prisoner of war Naama Halevi. From her time in captivity, she mainly has anger towards the state. She feels they tried to kill her because they bombed the house she was in. In one case, they got out last minute. The wall fell and she was injured. She has hard stories. Her biggest fear was our bombings. This has been the most consistent first-hand testimony from the hostages that have been released. Okay? If they were killed in a bombing with other people and couldn't get the bodies until they already decayed, it could be possible that it was mixed up. Yes. There is a possibility there as well, for sure. I think that I think that in terms of the mother, they might have tried to recover the bodies from under the rubble and mistakenly recover the wrong body. This also happened super early in November at a time when there were many different militant factions, including criminal organizations that had also taken hostages. Like just criminal elements that have nothing to do with the Palestinian Liberation Movement or anything like that. They were not PFLP, DFLP, Fatah's armed wing, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, or Hamas, or any number of different groups that were collaborating with one another. And it could have been one of those groups that had kidnapped these people. Apparently, she was the lady from that video that allegedly got sexually assaulted. Has there been any information from that story? Wait, what? Yeah, I doubt the IDF is lying about the body being wrong. It's more likely that a faulty DNA test on the side of, or a mix-up on the bodies on Hamas' side. No, that's what I think as well. I don't think the IDF is lying about the body not belonging to the actual person. I think I mean, I don't know enough information about the forensic evidence revelations in terms of like the children being brutally murdered by Hamas. While Naama Halevi was frightened to death of the bombings, Israelis were using her bloody pants video from October 7th to push more and more force. Sorry, it's Naama Levy, not Naama Halevi. I agree with you, but it's a bold claim to make, Haas. Wait, what? It's naive to think that Israel and the U.S. media will see Hamas in good faith. No, wait, what? I'm confused. What claim did I make? I didn't make a claim at all. An anonymous unidentified body seems weird that there's a hostage they knew nothing of. Unless a Palestinian, then Hamas definitely wouldn't have given that body over on purpose. No, I think they might have accidentally. Dude, if it's under the rubble, I don't know when they extracted the bodies. I don't know at what point they extracted the bodies. You have to remember the bombing campaigns are endless at this point. This is in November. Okay? I don't know who was capable of extracting these bodies. I don't know what their recovery. I don't know what their recovery strategies look like. I don't know how they maintain the bodies. At this point, it's November of 2023. Not 2024, 2023. A month after the Israel bombing campaign started. You understand? Israel literally holds over 600 Palestinian dead bodies going back several decades. They just keep them. No, I know. Even when Hasan is giving Israel the benefit of the doubt, he's still making bold claims, law. I don't think that was what that chatter was implying. I think that chatter probably misunderstood what I was saying. I feel like if Israel finally had concrete proof Hamas violently killed a baby, they wouldn't hesitate to put it out there. We'll see. But there has been an ongoing legal issue with what do you call it? But the fact that the fourth body is not the mother is actually fairly shocking. Yeah, mind you, this doesn't exclude the possibility of random. This is co-founder of 972 magazine, Dimi Ryder. This is the Israeli investigative reporting magazine that I have routinely relied on for some really good investigative reporting. Brutally murdered in captivity is routine IDF lingo regarding dead hostages, whatever/whoever immediate cause of death. In other words, we won't be releasing the autopsy report just yet. Remember, this is Plus 972 magazine. This is an Israeli investigative reporting outlet. But the fact that the fourth body is not their mother is actually fairly shocking. What the actual fuck? Yeah, that part is actually the most surprising aspect of this. Because that the fact that Israel is saying that this is not the correct body means that there is most likely a mix-up that happened on the Hamas side. I'm inclined to believe Israel when they say, I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm inclined to believe Israel when they say that this is not the correct body. I'm also judging by past performance from the Hamas side. I'm not talking about the forensic reporting. I'm talking specifically about the mother's body. Okay? But I don't think this was a deliberate act of trickery from the Hamas side. And I think most likely it is a mix-up that they engaged in. We'll know soon enough if when Hamas releases their statement. Okay? There are a multitude of different factors at play in terms of why they could have recovered the wrong body, thinking that it was actually the body of the mother. Okay? But I think you've seen enough people remains inside of trash bags in Gaza to understand why it would be incredibly difficult to figure out exactly whose body belongs to who. These bodies have been under constant bombardment and have been actively decomposing for over a year now. Is it genuinely likely that it was a mix-up for those reasons? Yeah. Exactly. Mind you, this doesn't exclude the possibility that the random gang / mega esoteric militant group that held the kids actually did kill them. But IDF vagueness hardly dispels suspicions they too were victims of IDF's own indiscriminate assault. Okay, well, I don't know. They didn't wait for a year to collect the body. They collected soon after. No, I know they collected it soon after. But even in that chaos, they might have accidentally collected the wrong body. That's my point. Do you not understand? I'm saying that they're being constantly bombarded. There is a very high likelihood that they grabbed the wrong body, thinking that it was the body of the mother. The only thing I have to judge this by is the fact that Hamas, the only fact I have in support of this being potentially a mix-up on the Hamas side is the fact that Hamas said that they would release these bodies to Israel literally a year and a half ago in November when they were first initially killed. Okay? How the fuck would Israel know if they had the wrong body? Accidents happen. Wait, what do you mean? They have forensic data. They can literally match her dental records. Anyway. Will Israel further and more intently violate the ceasefire agreement and use it as a justification? Potentially. But I think one of the major aspects of why the ceasefire is held is because I suspect that there is not a lot of appetite from the Israeli side, or at least like logistically, they're not ready to go back into the Gaza Strip. I think that is the greatest deterrence here, if you know what I mean. The greatest deterrence against Israel invading Gaza currently is their appetite for permanently annexing the West Bank. That's number one. And also the fact that they just simply do not want to mobilize in Gaza. Bannon does a Roman salute at the end of his CPAC speech.
The only way that they win is we retreat. We're not going to retreat. We're not going to surrender. We're not going to quit. Fight, fight, fight.
Even Elon hit the fucking full chest. He hit the Sieg and the Heil. Coward. Is Steve Bannon autistic? No. GOP town halls are back and people are angry.
Not the president. And you are doing us a disservice to set that down and not stand up for us. And
Please tell other chatters that most autistic people aren't Nazis. Chatters were joking, okay? Nobody thinks that being autistic is a sign that you are a Nazi. Come on, please.
It's going to be litigated in court. You don't think I'm going to stand up for you? Stand up. So we're going to have a town hall. And I'm going to go and stand in front of you and take your questions and try to answer them as honestly as I can. Then let's do that, okay? But if you're going to just yell at me, that's not going to be an effective town hall. I get it.
Trump just deputized unelected billionaire Elon Musk's private bodyguards, giving them rights and protections reserved for federal law enforcement. USA. That means Elon Musk's personal private security detail can fucking detain people now. That's crazy. Breaking news. Trump is preparing to... Oh my God. Every fucking waking moment of this goddamn administration, dude. Every moment of this fucking administration is another crisis, dude. Holy fuck. Breaking news. I don't want to hear the word breaking news any longer. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear breaking news. I want news to not break. Breaking news. Trump is preparing to dissolve the leadership of the U.S. Postal Service and absorb the independent mail agency into his administration, potentially throwing the mail provider and trillions of dollars of e-commerce transactions into turmoil. Bro, I just got a USPS job. Jesus Christ. Breaking news, Trump is live.
Governors Association, Brian Kemp, who was fantastic. He was fantastic. We won Georgia by a lot. Where's Brian? We won Georgia by a lot. Where are you, Brian? There you are. We did a great job together, and I appreciate it. We won't forget it.
Oh, he
Thank you,
loves Brian Kemp now.
Vice Chairman Greg Gianforte, a friend of mine who's done a fantastic job as governor, for organizing this beautiful evening. In addition to it, hi Greg, how you doing? Good? You look good. You look good. In addition to our fantastic governors, we also have Secretaries Doug Burgum and Chris Wright. They're very important. Where are they? Where are they, Doug? You were great on television, Chris. These two guys are going to do it. I tell you, if they get the energy pumping, we'll get that energy price down and everything's going to follow. Everything's going to follow, and we're going to work very, very hard. Here's a gentleman from Virginia that I recognize that we've become. We almost won that, didn't we, huh? We almost won it. We were just a little bit shy. But I want to thank you for the help. We did a great job together. But another man that's with us is really unbelievable, and you're going to be working with him very closely, RNC Chairman Michael Whatley. And Michael worked with Laura, and the team of him and Laura were pretty unbeatable, I would say. She was great and had the victory, and she's solid. There was no nepotism either. Nobody said, oh, gee. They said, how did you get her? And I said to Michael, so who would you like to work with? Well, how about Laura again? But Laura came right after we won. She said, now, Dad, I want to go home to my family. She did a great job, and she just wanted to go back home to the family. But what a team that was. We beat them left and right. They tried to cheat, but they, how many lawyers did you have? Like 2,000 lawyers or some crazy number, right? 6,500 lawyers. I would say that's a lot. And the reason I picked him is because with North Carolina in 2020, we did so great in 2020, but the one that just held steady was him with the 601 lawyers at that time. And I remembered that, and I said, that's the guy, because we're going to win, but we have to keep him from being really bad, being naughty. They tried. But, you know, we had an expression, we got to make it too big to rig, and that's what we did, too big to rig. And it was a great night. And Michael, thank you. Great, just a fantastic job. You'll be working with these ladies and gentlemen on just keeping everything, including keeping governor seats, I assume. You're going to work with them in governor seats too, right? But there's no better man than Michael. Thank you, Michael. Great job. Appreciate it. And we're gathered tonight at a really exciting time for our nation. I think it's going to be a very exciting time. We have tremendous potential. I have been called by every company. Brian just told me about a big one that's going to be moving in.
Dude, that's great. These daily press conferences really demonstrate a lack of transparency. I like that you are actively the target audience for this stupidity. Yes, dude, he has a daily fucking press conference where he just says nothing, okay? Or worse, just lies about what the fucking admin is doing. And you fucking suckers eat that up, dude. Oh my God. Straight up. Straight up. Oh man, well, he's just talking every day, dude. Yeah, he's lying every day. It's so sick. It's additionally funny because, like, you're the one who's going to get fucked over from this. I mean, we all are, but...
November 5th, 2024 will go down as one of the most important days in the history of our country. I believe that we won the House, we won the Senate, we won the White House, and in the presidential race, we won all 7 swing states by a lot, and the popular vote by millions and millions of votes for the first time of any Republican in decades. It's hard for us to win the popular vote, but it's not going to be anymore because we're a much different Republican Party right now. We're really, nobody can believe what's happened to this party. It's become a big party, really big and powerful party. We won 85% of all counties in America. Think of that, 85%. Have you seen the map? It's all red. There's a little blue on the outside here, and the outside, the whole thing is like red. They won 525 counties compared to us, 2,600 counties. Think of that.
Do you think if Trump favorability continues to be goodish, then Dems will continue trending rightwards? If Trump's favorabilities continue to be bad, the Dems would still trend rightwards. If the favorabilities are good, they go right. If the favorabilities are bad, they go right. They'll go right in every circumstance. If the favorabilities remain the same, they go right.
Shifted toward the Republicans, and significantly in many cases. Most importantly, for this room, we're pleased to welcome 8 new Republican governors. Could you stand up, please? Just stand up. Look at these people. Oh, I know them. I know the man. Good. Great. I know every one of them. Mike Braun of Indiana. Mike Keogh of Missouri, Kelly Ayotte of New Hampshire, Larry Roden, that's great, Larry Roden of South Dakota.
Democrats are going to be like, austerity is actually really popular. We should do more austerity than Trump. Trump is not serious about austerity. Last day has been the worst polling day for Trump during his entire second term. 4 polls show his net approval rating underwater. Like The Little Mermaid, the 3 polls show a trend line showing his ratings going down. His one-time strength, the economy, is now a weakness.
The last day and change has been the worst day of polling for Donald Trump during his entire second term in office. What am I talking about here? Take a look at Trump's net approval.
Okay, but that's like, it's a month in so far, and it's been a disastrous month so far. Are hogs still celebrating? Hogs don't know what's going on. They just, dude, you just saw one in the wild earlier that turned around and said, see, so much transparency coming from this admin. Because why? Because Donald Trump rambles into any fucking camera that will have him for 3 hours about how sick he is. And then turns around and is like, we're giving $7 billion of condoms to Hamas. You know? That's it. These guys are not, they're reacting to shapes and colors barely, okay? Barely. They don't have any understanding of what's going on. They have no understanding of how this will impact them. Here's a well-educated hog, Jesse Waters. Jesse Waters was all for Doge until cuts impacted his friends. Need to be a little bit less callous, he says. That's, if you want to understand the hog mentality, this is it. Well, this is also it, okay? This is hog mentality right here. But also this. Here.
Let me tell you a story about Chris. Chris was a guy I met at a shooting event in New Jersey last year.
Was Chris in the interview? Or this is another guy? This is Chris.
Is it a male or female?
Let me finish.
Oh.
55 billion.
I love you. And so he was a 20-year veteran of the U.S. military. He was one of these guys in one of these elite units. Killed a lot of bad guys. Put his life on the line. And now he punched out after 20 years and working for the Pentagon. And he's only been there a few months, so he's probationary. And he just found out he's probably going to get laid off. He's going to get doged. And he texted me and he said, Jesse, you know, this isn't good. I'm upset. This is really sad. And this guy's not a DEI consultant. This guy's not a climate consultant.
Dumbass. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's a vet. Veterans are also part of DEI initiatives. So he is. But also, it doesn't matter. He's just getting fired because he's a probationary employee. Oh, my God. Now, of course, this is not even a leopards ate my face ass moment. It was bound to happen. It was, of course, bound to happen. And it's going to keep happening. Okay? It's going to keep happening. These guys are so stupid. How can you assume that all... First of all, number one, is it even appropriate to fire all of the Democrat Party voters from the federal regulatory agencies? Of course not. But even then, are you fucking stupid enough to think that they're not going to be firing Republicans? Are you that dumb? The answer is yes, okay? The answer is yes. It's Fell For It Again award every day, okay? It is the Fell For It Again Olympics every fucking day. That's it. Yes, they are stupid. And a lot of hogs are so stupid that even if they get fucking fired, they won't even understand. That's going to be the maximalist hog position. I got fired, but ultimately it was for good purpose. They fired all the trans too on the side, and that's a good thing. And also, I got fired, but I still think it's because of undocumented immigrants. Okay? These guys are not exactly smart. They're not, and I'm not talking about the hogs that love Trump. They're obviously stupid too. But Trump and Elon Musk are not like doing this for good reason. They're not doing these mass layoffs. They're doing it because they can. They're doing it because they want to cripple the federal government, the administrative state. They want to destroy it. And then they want to privatize it. So yeah, in this period of instability, there's going to be a little bit of pain is the way that they is the way that they look at it. The rural dudes at our local Fed facility still blame minorities for them getting fired. Once said it was collective punishment of hardworking Americans. See, there you go. You'll always find a fucking dumbass hog. There's an endless well of depravity there, and it's an endless well of stupidity as well. Even when you go, oh, how stupid can they get? The answer is much, much stupider, okay? Much dumber.
This guy is a veteran. So when you're talking about doging people, veterans should get priority. Because if you're going to go out there and kill enemies and put your life on the line for this country, you shouldn't be in the same category as people that are doing DEI. Now,
he's a veteran. That's also DEI.
Harold and his ilk like to talk about the slash and burn corporate ethos. We just need to be a little bit less callous with the way Harold...
It shouldn't have taken an immediate friend getting fired for a person who is a professional pundit on the most popular news network in America to go, oh, maybe it's not the best idea to just fire every probationary employee. Like, it shouldn't get to this point, okay? So much of the conservative commentary, so much of conservative ideology just simply revolves around, fuck you, I got mine. It's basically being selfish as a virtue. They think being selfish as a political ideology is awesome, is based, okay? It blows my mind. I don't want Republicans nor Democrats who are working at these fucking agencies to be fired, okay? I don't want them to be fired. Oh.
We talk about doging people, okay? I want that to sink in.
You're arguing with yourself.
I am not guilty of that.
Yourself.
I finally found one person I knew that got doged, and it hit me in the heart.
Even then, he just doesn't really care that much, I don't think, but maybe that's just me. But yeah, here's more. After getting booed for defending Doge cuts, McCormick, a Republican from Georgia, is trying to sell to constituents at his town hall on cuts to Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. It's going about how you would expect. Uh-oh. Who could have foreseen this?
Compromise, okay? We have solutions that we agreed on. That I have 4 Democrats that said that they were willing to. We're not going to take it away from anybody who hasn't.
Yeah, who could forget this wonderful representative who famously said on CNN, from Georgia, by the way, that children should get jobs instead of getting free school, breakfast, and lunch. If you are wondering how deep does the well of depravity go, you will never see the bottom of it. Here is that guy. I'm going to get back to how his constituents are reacting to the Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security cuts, though, that he's advocating for.
That is a valid goal, right, to save money and be more efficient, right? But
No! Shut up! It's not! Shut up! Why is the fucking libtard on CNN being like, well, you know, it is a valid goal? No. How about it's not a valid goal, okay? I'm done. I'm done with this shit. I fucking hate this. Oh my God, liberals. No, don't concede at any point. There is no reason to concede. They never do. They are depraved.
the bottom line is, right now with this freeze, vulnerable populations could be directly impacted. And so my question to you, just to follow up with you, would you support getting rid of, you know, school lunch for vulnerable kids and breakfast and Head Start, for example, and getting rid of childhood cancer research? Do you support that? And what do you say to your constituents? I want to follow up on that question too, because I didn't hear an answer from you.
Sure. So I'm an ER doc, and I know that philanthropy is where you get most of your money for childhood cancer research, for example. And it's not just child. I mean, you look at what the president just proposed, a $500 billion spending bill on AI to produce cancer early detection in the first stage on most body parts. That's his spending bill where he wants to increase cancer research. So it's just about what part of the money it comes out of. When you talk about school lunches, hey, I worked my way through high school. I don't know about you, but I worked since I was, before I was even 13 years old. I was picking berries in the fields before we had child labor laws that precluded that. I was a paper boy. And when I was in high school, I worked my entire way through. You're telling me that kids who stay at home instead of going to work at Burger King, McDonald's during the summer, should stay at home and get their free lunch instead of going to work? I think we need to have a top-down review. Think about where kids need to actually be.
You don't understand. I'm saying work sets you free. Arbeit macht frei. Should I say it in the original German? Yes, these children yearn for the mines, madam. That's right. These 10-year-olds should go work at the goddamn mines. You understand me? This is my congressperson, by the way. It's literally my hometown city hall. Yeah. That's right. I think we should kill them, actually. Fuck it. We got too many children. I'm anti-child.
Gosh, I would say that's not necessarily a fair assessment of all of the kids. So you would say all the kids.
No, just like what he is saying is horrifying. Your response is inadequate. I'm sorry. That is a horrifying thing to say. Yeah, that's right. 10-year-olds should be picking berries on the field is a psychotic position to have as a wealthy Republican who is living in 2025 in the wealthiest nation on the fucking planet. What the fuck? He's smiling from ear to ear when he's like, yeah, that's right. Children need to start picking berries.
Kids in your district who use the free lunch for example, or breakfast. They're all
course
just
not.
sitting at home and
course
not
not.
working. Okay, I just want to clarify because that seems like what you were trying to
this gives us a
insinuate.
chance. No, this gives us a chance, though, to see where is the money really being spent. Who can actually go and actually produce their own income? Who can actually go out there and do something that makes them have value and work?
I sometimes think to myself, like, how would I react if I was an anchor on CNN and the Republican congressperson that I'm interviewing said something like this? And I truly, I just don't know. I would be like, okay, well, you, anyway, I can't even say it. I don't want to say what I am thinking right now. Okay. Like, this is like a fucking meme, dude. It's psychotic. It's insane. You are a psychopath. You are a bad person. Okay, I'm gonna say the nicest things I can say. If they had any fucking balls, you'd be on national TV interviewing these fucks. At least someone like you. Yeah, I mean that's part of the reason why I am not that interested in doing that as well. I'm not gonna say anything, but I apologize profusely for this interjection. But this is important. What? But this is fear and clout increasing. We making it to the big leagues. What is this? Does anyone else think this guy looks like Austin show? What is this? What the fuck is this post? I'm done. Stop. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Work skills for the future. I mean, how many people got their start in fast food restaurants when they were kids versus just giving a blanket rule that gives all kids lunches in high school who are capable of going out and actually getting a job and doing something that makes them have value, thinking about their future instead of thinking about how they're going to sponge out the government when they don't need to. We don't give people value. We don't give them the ability to dig themselves out when we penalize them for actually working and actually keep them on welfare. That's what's been the inner city problem for a very long time. We need to have a top-down review so we can get people out of poverty, because you know what? America's very good at creating jobs and giving people worth. And we've been very traditionally good at that, but we're losing our way. And that's when we give people incentives to stay at home and not work. That doesn't work for America.
But a lot of these kids aren't even of like working age. They're young kids, and as you well know, and also some of the kids in Head Start, they're like 5 and under.
You should know in every aspect of society, even our state and local government sessions, it is this polite, passive, loose, spineless reactions from Dems when conservatives say the most unhinged things. I do my best to bring an ounce of heart here at the VA General Assembly, brother. You made things very clear for me. I hope others also pay attention to what you're doing. This shit is incredibly Hitlerian, by the way. Literally saying that we need to evaluate how valuable each mouth to feed is and allocate resources in their direction instead of the mouths that aren't as valuable or productive and are leeches. Yeah. Yeah, we need to give rich kids more food. Take it away from the poor kids. Make them work for it extra hard. Children need to learn the importance of passive income. Make them get into a cryptocurrency scheme. Actually crazy. Anyway, here he is telling a bunch of old people that he's going to cut their health care.
We're not going to take it away, change anything for anybody who's about to get it. But maybe if you're 10 years away, you adjust it by 3 months. You're 20 years away, you adjust it by 6 months. You're 30 years away, you adjust it by a year.
Yeah. It's like, oh, if you're still getting it, you're getting it. But if you haven't gotten it yet, well, you might not get it.
Lifting the cap when you have $36 trillion of debt and you're the world currency, you're the standard world currency, and you're paying $1 trillion of debt interest per year is not going to fix the eventual.
Doing this in Florida especially is insane. No, he's doing it in Georgia. But that also still is insane because he's a Republican. And the people that go to a town hall in general, especially for a safe Republican seat in a safe Republican district, is always going to be mostly people that are on Medicaid, or I mean Medicare, and also Social Security, which is wild. Like, at least lie to them, dumbass. Why are you just straight up being like, yeah, we're going to cut it?
Economic collapse of the United States. It's just not. It's just not. If you don't do something with Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, which is 75% of our budget, is mandatory spending. 75%. Google it right now. 75% of your budget is mandatory spending. We have a 30% deficit. If you cut all of your military and all of your discretionary spending, you still have a shortfall. We are heading towards a cliff of where we will no longer be the economic standard of the world, which we've been since 1972, and you will lose your place in history, you'll lose your buying power, your interest rate will go up, and you'll add $9 trillion.
We're all trying to get through this.
That's so funny to talk about like American debt to a room full of people that don't give a fuck about it. Okay. Oh, man. Really? Oh, we have a lot of debt? That's crazy, man. Okay, so you're just going to take away my health care? Are you insane? What? I'm cool. I'm a swell guy. I'm a fun guy. But then I get a little sugar in me. What is this chatter saying? The Trump administration has announced that it will kill Medicare coverage of most telehealth services on April 1st. This is an April Fool's meme, right? I hope. I hope they're just doing an April Fool's. Yeah. Once again, the Trump administration. What is a Sam Hyde reference? Why do you guys even know that? That's crazy that so many people know that it's a Sam Hyde quote. It's crazy that there's a chatter in here that came in and wrote that quote from a pedophile Nazi. But it's even crazier that y'all know what that even is. It's an old Vine of something.
So does not.
All right, we're gonna watch this Viking, the former Vikings punter. Literally every person at town hall voted for Kamala, and the rest of the town 90% voted for Trump and loves Trump and thinks food stamps should be illegal and children should have mandatory mine work. It's funny that you. America's so cooked, dude. America is so busted. Also, cutting telehair, you want to know cutting telehealth. Cutting telehealth is so stupid because partially you're just cooking your own fans again. Okay? You're cooking rural people that have a higher likelihood to vote for Donald Trump. Like, those are the people that use telehealth. Oh, there aren't any doctors in Arkansas that will diagnose me with EDS, a physical disability. Ay, ay, ay. And Postal Service too. Postal Service too. Like cutting telehealth and cutting U.S. Postal Service unironically is just actively trying to kill your own fan base. But then again, they did this during COVID. They just literally lied to their fans. They lied to their voters and were like, yeah, you should kill yourself by injecting bleach. And that COVID is fake. But also the vaccine is fake. Or rather, just the vaccine kills you. Dude, there is so much goddamn unrestricted pornography on Twitter. It is fucking crazy. The new meta is like these threads that they post, which the first image is not pornographic, but is like a snippet from a porn. What the fuck is going on? It's increased in the last couple of weeks, I think. People will say like, oh, it's because of what you're looking at. But like, I keep saying not interested in this post, and it does not matter. It's always like 15 things, 15 times girls were caught in public or whatever. And then it's like the first photo is like, you can tell it's like a girl sucking a dude's dick, but you can't really see anything. Yeah, who cares? It's free porn. I care. A lot of my Twitter feed is like 1/3 Japanese language posts now out of nowhere. That too. I've been getting a lot of that too. What the fuck? New Wall Street Journal story. Big brands do not want to advertise on X for obvious reasons. Every third tweet is spam, porn, or Nazi stuff. But the company has explicitly been threatening them, saying they may face political consequences for not ponying up. Wait, is this fake? What the fuck? X upped the ante in early January by alerting the court that it planned to add more names to the lawsuit, which left advertisers fretting for weeks over whether they would be next. On February 1st, X added about half a dozen more advertisers to the litigation. Some of the advertisers we work with have expressed that they feel there is an implied threat from X that they could be added to the lawsuit if they don't return to X. The legal threat has hung over the industry, including in sideline conversation during CES in January, a major event that attracts top advertising agencies and media and tech companies. This is so insane. Just like extorting advertisers, be like, you have to give me money or I'll fucking come after you with the government. Maybe I'm a dumbass, but how the fuck is that legal? Okay. I realize now. I realize what's going on. It just finally clicked. I grew up in Turkey. Okay. So there was no point in time when Recep Tayyip Erdogan was rising to power did the Turkish people turn around and go, how is this legal? Okay. Because there wasn't this like faulty underlying premise that the institutions were supposed to be working. Okay. We all just kind of understood what the fuck was going on. And I think the reason why Americans keep asking this question is because they have this notion that the law is supposed to work. Okay. Now, this level of egregious violations of the law, okay, is unique to America. But in the past, you could get away with a lot of stuff, especially if you did it in a covert way, especially if you were wealthy. But if you grew up in a country that is a developing nation, outside of the sphere of Western influence, outside of like Western Europe, you are very familiar with what is going on. As a matter of fact, I'd go so far as to say most people, maybe not in this community because most of you guys live in America or Canada or Western Europe, but most people on the planet know what the fuck is going on. I know what the fuck is going on. I've been talking about it nonstop. It doesn't matter. I don't know how else to describe it to you. It literally does not matter. Okay? It doesn't. That's it. Americans still have this belief that, like, you know, the institutions will protect us. It's like, no, we are now entering a very different territory for America, at least, that is a very familiar territory for everyone that grew up in fucking India, for example. Exactly. Arun says, I've literally been saying that the U.S. is rapidly becoming India super fast. Yeah. Like, this is exactly the type of shit. This is exactly the type of shit that happens pretty much everywhere else. Okay? And most people are used to this happening. And they just kind of, you know, they just kind of take it. There's not really much you can do. And I just realized now, like, why do people always ask, like, what's going on? Like, isn't that illegal? Is a very funny question that I think only Americans ask. Because everywhere else around the world, nobody fucking turns around and goes, is that legal? What's happening? It's not. And it doesn't matter. It's illegal. It's not. No competent, real administration would allow this to happen. We are just not in that we don't exist in that playing field any longer. Germany does that? No, that's the difference. That's why I said Europe is different. America is different. Canada is different. But if you live anywhere in the global south, or if you live in a developing nation, this is not a unique predicament. What you are experiencing is something that you have experienced growing up. I teach ESL to adult students, and we had a conversation after class about this. Most of my students are from South America and the West Indies, and they literally are horrified that they're seeing the same things that happen in their homes happen here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. In the U.S., is the dog can't play basketball meme? No, there's a difference there. Because, listen, when it comes to social safety nets, I've long maintained the position that America is a third world nation with a Gucci belt. Like, we're super wealthy, but we also, mistreat our citizens pretty egregiously. But in comparison to a lot of the other countries that are still existing in the ruins of American empire, okay, some of these institutions are at least tasked with masquerading as competent institutions. Like, there is some semblance of rule of law here, okay? While our social safety nets have never actually kept up with other Western European counterparts, there is at least like some of the institutions are supposed to every now and then defend principles in an effort to not undermine public confidence in said institutions. Now we've moved into a different territory where it doesn't really matter. It's more of a, what the fuck are you going to do about it situation? That's where we're at. Now, what's interesting about this situation is that this is not an exclusively American problem. What happens in America inevitably will happen in Western Europe and inevitably will happen in Canada as well. So when Canadians and Europeans look to America's car wreck, train crash, and go, wow, look at these fucking idiots. What they fail to consider is that it's going to happen to you too. Anyway. Let's take a look at Trump's net approval ratings going down.
Approval rating. CNN, you see it on this side of the screen. -5. Gallup, -6. Ipsos, -7. Quinnipiac, -4. Negative, 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 negative. Underwater, 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 underwater. These 4 polls, all of them tell a consistent story, and that is Trump is on the negative side of the ledger. His net approval is negative. He is underwater like the Little Mermaid.
All right. What are the changes since the beginning of his term? January.
Right. All right. So we don't have a CNN poll to compare, but we do have the other 3 pollsters that we can look at. Trump's net approval rating, the change since January. Look at this. Gallup, down 5 points. Quinnipiac, down 7 points. Ipsos, down 13 points. They polled right at the beginning of his presidency, so not a big surprise that shows the worst the worst change for Donald Trump. But the bottom line is this. Across the 4 new polls that we have, all of them have Trump in net negative approval rating, and the 3 in which we have a trend line, we see Donald Trump heading in the wrong direction, swimming upstream, you might say.
What is driving this? Like, what is making people so upset?
Yeah, you know, one of Donald Trump's great strengths during his first term, one of Donald Trump's great strengths during the 2024 campaign was the economy, the idea that Donald Trump could fix the economy. This was one.
I'm not going to lie. It does kind of feel like it's not just like a fell for it again award for the Republicans, but also for the Democrats too. Because like lost to this again award goes to the Democrats. If we're going to do fell for it again award for the Republicans that voted for this dipshit, then we got to do the lost to this again award for the Democrats who, you know, looked at this fucking baboon and was like, yeah, we should actually apply his policies from 4 years ago to our campaign. And people will vote for us because they love his policies. No, they just love him. They think he's charismatic. They think he is the anger and resentment that they carry for the institutions that have not defended their best interest. He's the mallet. He is the mallet that will destroy the government. Okay? Oh. That's it. People want radical change. And the Democrats wanted same old diet. Same old diet Republican policies.
One of Donald Trump's great strengths. Now it's one of his great weaknesses. What am I talking about? Trump's net approval rating. You go back to his first term, February 2017, Ipsos, he was at plus 16 points on his net approval. Quinnipiac, plus 6. Look at where he is now in Ipsos. He's 8 points underwater on the economy. Quinnipiac, 4 points under on the economy. I honestly never thought I'd see the day in which Donald Trump would be polling so poor on the economy, but that day is here. As I said last week, inflation ate the Joe Biden presidency alive, and right now it is very much the case that Donald Trump is in danger of inflation eating his presidency alive because his net approval ratings on the economy are underwater.
I just have one last question. What's this for?
What's this for? If I wanted to say something,
math?
if I wanted to do math, if I wanted to write.
Do these polls even matter? He's already in power. I mean, he does care. Polls matter in the sense that, like, people come in here all the time and talk about how his popularity increased after the election. It matters in the sense that, like, is the public paying attention? Are they actually recognizing the harm that Donald Trump is doing right now? Polls literally don't matter. They're made up. They don't capture anything. I wipe my ass with polls. Polls are so boring. It's obvious that it doesn't capture the brain dead lump and pearl demo, which is the most of America and most of Trump's base. Bro, this dog is dead today, by the way. Did you guys notice that she has not moved? She's been snoring the entire time. It's crazy. He wants to be a dictator, but the problem is he's a narcissist and cares deeply of what people think of him. Yes. Goes to show Americans don't care who's president and they just want cheaper eggs. Yeah, well, egg prices are certainly not cheaper. So you got that. She loves her new place. I think so too. I think she got used to it.
Unfortunately, it's clear that this council does not listen, so instead I'm going to take my time to say what MAGA has stood for these past 3 weeks. MAGA stands for trying to erase trans people from existence. MAGA stands for resegregation and racism. MAGA stands for censorship and book bans. MAGA stands for firing air traffic controllers while planes are crashing. MAGA stands for firing the people overseeing our nuclear arsenal. MAGA stands for firing military veterans and those serving them.
Yeah, that was crazy. They also fired so many people in the fucking Forest Service. Like, it's so goddamn annoying. Ugh. Do you think the midterms will shift blue again? Dude, I don't even remotely care about that at this stage. I mean, look at the Democratic Party, man. Like, oh man, yeah, we're going to shift blue. Okay. What are we going to do after that? That's 2 years away. We haven't even, dude, this is officially the first month of the Burger Reich. Month one. Month one of the Burger Reich. 1 month in as of today. 1 month ago, I was about to fly to Japan. Oh. It's so bad. 47 plus more. 47 plus more months of the Burger Reich. Oh, your big boy's popping off. Who's this?
We don't have kings.
All right, we'll do that in a second. All right, let's finish this.
Including canceling research on veteran suicide. MAGA stands for cutting funds to education, including for disabled children. MAGA is...
Dude, it's been a month, and I haven't heard any of the congressional Democrats come out with a clear and coherent message like this thus far. It's been a month. The Republicans are actively dismantling the federal government. The Republicans are actively dismantling the federal government, and the Democrats are not using this to actively message against not just Trump, okay, not just Elon, but the entire Republican agenda, the entire Republican Party. It is crazy.
Is profoundly corrupt, unmistakably anti-democracy, and most importantly, MAGA is explicitly a Nazi movement. You may have replaced a swastika with a red hat, but that is what it is. I will now engage in the time-honored American tradition of peaceful civil disobedience.
Get the heck.
Yeah, they arrested him.
Get out.
So you just ignoring this?
Fight, and we're gonna win. We're gonna win. We're gonna win.
No, this was my favorite because Steny Hoyer, who is 85 years old, was at the anti-Doge rally, and he busted out such a relevant, dare I say, timeless reference. Okay? I'm telling you, you don't understand. You don't understand. Dude, he's so good. Okay? He's that good.
We're gonna win. We're gonna win. We're gonna win. We're gonna.
Video of Democrats protesting the Trump administration at the Kennedy Center via interpretive dance. Work, Trump loves Broadway. True. This isn't funny. Liberals only do this when they're really scared. Bro, what are we, Israel? What the fuck is this protest? Are we gonna do yoga sessions next? What the hell is this? This is America, goddammit. What the fuck is going on? Not a defense of the Dems, but this is that because the Dems are also cozying up to the same billionaires and won't offer any meaningful change to the current situation. Excuse me. Here is the top resistance brigade general, Hakeem Jeffries. You mean to tell me that Hakeem Jeffries, after literally going to Silicon Valley and talking to the Silicon Valley billionaires that are and giving them assurances that once they actually come back to power, they will give the same unlimited access that the Trump administration has given to the other billionaires that jump shipped over to the Republican Party, that Hakeem Jeffries is not mounting an adequate defense? Let's take a look.
Captain Chaos and the extreme MAGA Republicans spent last year promising to lower the high cost of living and running away from Project 2025 as if it didn't exist.
Let's take a look at what. Okay, hold on. This will fix it. CNN, is the Democratic leadership doing enough? Let's take a look at what Senator Jackie Rosen has to say.
Are you satisfied with Democratic leadership right now? Do you think Democratic leadership is doing enough, or would you like them to see them do more?
Well, I think that we have to realize that we're in the minority. They have the White House. They
Hate the rage baiters on Twitter. These are like the handful of dancers for the Kennedy Center who are doing this because Trump named himself the head of the Kennedy Center of Arts and fired all the heads. They were like the head of their department. I know what the background of this story is. I know. They should just picket it like normal instead of doing an interpretive jazz dance that looks corny.
have the House and they have the Senate. So the tools that are available to us.
Also, even the Kennedy Center itself said that every presidential administration has had the opportunity to do this. It's just that no one has ever done it until Donald Trump. Hold on. I want to hear what the Dems are saying.
Are you satisfied with Democratic leadership right now? Do you think Democratic leadership is doing enough, or would you like them to see them do more?
Well, I think that we have to realize that we're in the minority. They have the White House, they have the House, and they have the Senate. So that
I have never heard in all of my years of being a professional political pundit, professional political commentator, I've never heard a single fucking Republican go, well, we are the minority. Never. As a matter of fact, they straight up from the minority position will actively be like, we are going to do, these guys want to ruin America, and we're going to do everything we can to undermine them. We are going to claw back power. Mitch McConnell famously said, Obama will be a one-term president, and I will do everything in my physical power to do that, to make that a reality. Okay? It's crazy. They say every Democrat is a vampire, pedophile, socialist, Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And Democrats will turn around and be like, and we would like some bipartisan compromise. Democrats in the past month have turned around and stated that they just want the Republicans to use Congress for their agenda, and that there is plenty of bipartisan compromise to be had if they were to go through Congress, that they are just willing. They are willing and able to work with this current Republican administration if they were to even use the legislative body, which they're not. Okay? It is unimaginably bad. Also, Jackie Rosen has voted for 7 Trump picks. Yesterday, she was the lone Democrat to vote for Kelly Loeffler to lead the Small Business Administration. Loeffler and her husband, CEO of the company that owns the New York Stock Exchange, sold millions in stock after she attended a closed COVID briefing in January 2020. Here's another clip.
I've been shocked by how undemocratic the Democratic Party can be.
Tell me, what do you mean by, I don't disagree with you necessarily, but what do you mean by that?
By putting their foot on the scales to get, make sure that Hillary Clinton comes out of the thing, or make sure that, that they're listening to that anger about the way that even the ACA, quite frankly, struck me as a very
You
conservative.
mean because it didn't have a public option in it?
Correct. That it didn't address the very thing that was causing the foundational upset. If I were to break this down narratively, what I think the Democrats have forgotten is government may not be perfect, but it's the only thing large enough to offset multinational corporate exploitation and corruption.
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't act like that's urgent and that affects people's lives, then yeah, so if the big policies that we make are billions more dollars to insurance companies that we think are fucking people over left and right for their healthcare, so isn't that part of why people lost faith?
Yeah. So yes, I think we're saying, well, I'm trying to say something similar, which is this.
Boom, boom.
Which is Democrats just lost everything. They control nothing. They control, I mean, they don't control the House. They don't control the Senate. They don't control the White House, and they don't control the Supreme Court. So now is the time to break some shit, right? And break some China.
They do control the email lists that continue to ask for money.
Well, that's
Oh, yeah. Oh, also, a group of Democratic governors are meeting with President Trump and members of his cabinet tomorrow, according to Democratic governors. We hope tomorrow's meeting at the White House will be a productive conversation about areas where we can find partnership to move our states and our nation forward. DGA Chair Governor Laura Kelly, Vice Chair Governor Andy Bashar, Governor Tony Evers, Governor Josh Green, Governor Maura Healey, Governor Kathy Hochul, Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, Governor Dan McKee, Governor Matt Mayer, Governor Janet Mills, Governor Wes Moore, Governor Phil Murphy, Governor Jared Polis, Governor Josh Shapiro, and Governor Josh Stein released the following statement ahead of tomorrow's White House business meeting with President Donald Trump and members of the cabinet. Democratic governors serve a majority of Americans in every corner of the country, and we're able to deliver results that make real difference in the lives of the people we serve by bringing people together and working with anyone, regardless of party. In that spirit, we hope tomorrow's meeting at the White House will be a productive conversation about the areas we can find partnership to move our states and our nation forward. We go into this meeting having shared our vision for the future of our states. That includes lowering costs for working families, improving healthcare, making our communities safer, and protecting fundamental freedoms. With the hope of finding a federal government that shares those priorities. Now, I will say this, okay? For governors, they're in a tricky predicament. Okay? It's not the same as like the leader of the House or the minority leader. It's a little bit different. So we shall see what comes out of this meeting. What? Oh shit, you went on Bad Hasbro finally? Matt mentions you every ep. It's gay as hell. I did. I finally did it. Yeah. If disaster strikes, as the chatter said, if disaster strikes, they will need funding. Any chance Matt can get you on Mythical Kitchen? What's Mythical Kitchen? I think you guys forget I don't watch a lot of YouTube. You're joking. Begging, please stop smacking in the mic. No, I will never stop smacking. Kaya woke up because she heard me giving kisses to chat and got jealous. Yeah, I don't watch YouTube except for professionally for 8 to 10 hours a day, and basically I watch YouTube specifically to, watch news and information. All right, let's hear what Big Boy Pritzker had to say.
And I don't intend to bend the knee to one. If you think I'm overreacting and sounding the alarm too soon, consider this. It took the Nazis 1 month, 3 weeks, 2 days, 8 hours, and 40 minutes to dismantle a constitutional republic. And all I'm saying is that when the 5-alarm fire starts to burn, every good person better be ready to man a post with a bucket of water if you want to stop it from raging out of control. Those Illinois Nazis did end up holding their march in 1978, just not in Skokie. After all the blowback from the case, they decided to march in Chicago instead. Only 20 of them showed up, but 2,000 people came to counter-protest. The Chicago Tribune reported that day that the rally sputtered to an unspectacular end after 10 minutes. It was Illinoisans who smothered those embers before they could burn into a flame. Tyranny requires your fear and your silence and your compliance. Democracy requires your courage. So gather your justice and humanity, Illinois, and do not let the tragic spirit of despair overcome us when our country needs us the most.
Look, that's a good take. I mean, he is still a billionaire at the end of the day, so I don't know how much I can trust him. What is this? He almost makes me believe that billionaires can be human. Okay, I wouldn't go that far. Calm down. All right. Let's take a look at... Oh, this is a not so good take. Yeah, Governor Shapiro. This is a fucking amazing response. I am a Democratic governor with a plan to aggressively cut taxes for businesses by $10.5 billion. Let me be clear, by 2029. Let me be clear. And pussy too. And I am ready to work with Democrats and Republicans to get it done. Top post. A rendering shows more than a dozen of Ellen Greenberg's 20 stab wounds and a huge laceration on the back of her head. Authorities said her death was a suicide. What is the and pussy 2 part? Bugger Wolf, you've been in here since I started this broadcast, okay? 73 months ago. You've never seen me show Obama talking about pussy 2? The reason why I'm doing that is because Josh Shapiro tries to sound like Barack Obama. Because he's a quirked up white boy. Here.
Them ribs. Gotta have them ribs. And pussy too.
Yeah. Gotta have them ribs. And pussy too. Where are the new sub badges? I'm waiting on Mass Stupid Art. Okay. We have a video ahead of us, which is Jonald Harris. Okay. Donald McDonald Harris. Okay. I've been holding on to this video this whole day. Just like Johnny is holding on to his last paycheck from USAID. Okay. Now that Donald Trump cut it, this is the last anti-China video he will make. Many people are saying, or maybe this video is not even anti-China. Why China will never surrender the South China Sea. I love the title of this because it's like, why China will never surrender the South China Sea. You know. Anyway.
Look at this map of the most disputed water in the world. It's a sea that is claimed in part by 7 countries.
Tensions are rising in one of the most hotly contested regions on the planet, the South China Sea.
Including one that no one likes to talk about. This sea is peppered with tiny islands, most of which look like this. Small rocks and sunken reefs. But even still, the countries here fight over—
No! No! Oh, God, I should have given a trigger warning. Fuck. No. No. I'm so sorry, chat. I can't believe I showed you guys the Chinese Coast Guard actually spraying Filipino boats with water hoses. I'm so sorry. As you guys know, this is a spectacularly egregious war crime. Boats hate being hit with water. And also, not only that, but it's significantly worse than anything America did in Gaza in collaboration with Israel, okay? I didn't realize he was going to show that. I didn't realize he was going to come in hot with that. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, fuck. I didn't realize. Okay.
Small rocks and sunken reefs. But even still...
Ah! 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 No! I'm shaking. I'm shaking. What's next? Is there footage of the Indian and the Chinese border patrol hitting each other with stakes? Ah! Even the mere thought of it. Even the mere thought of such unimaginable violence and display makes me think we have to put an end to the Chinese regime right now. I don't know why I'm doing this. USAID cut my funding too. You know what I'm saying? I'm just giving this to them for free at this point.
The countries here fight over these little rocks. They build bases on them. They create new islands where there were none.
Ah!
And today I want to show you why. Specifically why China claims all of this ocean as theirs, basically the entire South China Sea. I want to show you what China hopes to gain from this claim, both resources and strategic territory. But perhaps more importantly, I want to show you the story that China tells its people and the world about this water.
Chinese construction crews have been dumping massive amounts of white sand in 7 spots in the South China Sea.
So this is the backstory of the South China Sea, and it's part 1 of a 2-part series. The first piece is this one that you're watching right now, and the second one is the modern conflict of the South China Sea that is currently heating up. That video is live right now on our second channel, Search Party.
Taiwan also has the same exact claims to the sea, but no one mentions that, surprisingly. I mean, come on.
So to understand how we got here, you have to rewind to look at maps from hundreds of years ago.
Oh, he loves that.
Like this one.
He loves that. That's his favorite. Oh, he loves that shit. Let's get back. Let's look at some fucking maps, baby.
I mean, there's something about seeing it on paper that just never gets old for me. So this map was commissioned by a wealthy Chinese merchant in around the early 1600s, maybe earlier according to some experts. It's the South China Sea, the map we've been looking at so far in this video, and it's mapped in surprisingly accurate detail.
It's an absolutely fascinating map because it does show in great deal trading routes from the eastern Chinese coast.
Okay, no, like, I'm not even joking. What are those guys going to do now? Like half of the people that Johnny Harris goes to for these videos, like half of the experts unironically are funded by USAID. Like this isn't a fucking like Donald Trump style, like they're funding homosexual Marxism in Guatemala type shit. Like they literally, that is what USAID does. Okay. Like if you were to actually look at like what USAID does, it's funding those guys. Okay. Maybe not John Old Harris, but like a lot of the people that work at these think tanks or like Friends of Democracy and Freedom Foundation in in Vietnam, or Friends of Democracy and Freedom Foundation in China. So like these guys are oftentimes academics. They work directly. In those think tanks and whatnot, and those think tanks pay them. So what do they do? Like, what are they going to do now that USAID funding is cut? There is a lot of good that the USAID does as well. Make no mistake. I'm not saying that it's just all this, but this is a very direct part of the USAID funding. So I guess they're just all going to go on Johnny Harris's YouTube channel. I don't know.
All the way down through Southeast Asia.
Bill Hayton is a journalist and academic who has studied the origins of China's claim in the South China Sea. He's been walking me through documents and maps that piece together the story of how China got this U-shaped line. At the time, China was a big, powerful civilization. They were a seafaring culture. They used the ocean for trade, and this map is kind of proof of that. You can see all these trade routes, these lines here that go off into Southeast Asia, Indonesia, and off to the Indian Ocean. And importantly, this map shows a bunch of these islands here in the South China Sea. These are very important island groups, and soon you will understand why it is so important that in this map from the 1600s, a Chinese merchant is mapping these islands. I'm gonna put this back now.
It's so shocking to me that a Chinese merchant was mapping out the islands in the South China Sea.
So Chinese merchants and explorers...
I mean, he does this because this is just the style guide thing, okay? It is kind of how he operates. Like, he'll just tell you just a very understandable, very normal fact, but do it with like a dramatic reading where he's like, yeah, this map actually showed islands in the South China Sea.
Explorers knew about these islands. No one lived on them, but they would stop over when the weather got bad. They would fish around them. Archaeologists have found Chinese pottery, bowls, and coins on these islands. But back then, the Chinese Empire didn't care about claiming these islands. There was no sense that they would have any value. They were just some rocks in the middle of the ocean.
This map is good evidence of trading patterns. We have evidence of trading, but we don't have evidence of ownership or occupation because really nobody cared about such things.
That is until the French arrived to Southeast Asia. You didn't think I was going to make it this far without talking about Europeans claiming land, right? Setting the stage for modern conflicts.
Its navy starts to colonize what
That's why he's my goat, because that's in the past. So if it's in the past, it's bad. If the same thing happens now, though, it's very good. Please make no mistake.
Indochina, what's now Vietnam. And that, of course, brings them into direct conflict with China.
So it's the 1930s, and France has claimed ownership over these islands, which angers China and Japan. These islands, this water, it started to become more strategic to these growing empires.
So then a lot of the strategic thinkers in Britain and Paris and the US are thinking about who's going to control these little islands in the South China Sea and what does it mean?
Especially Japan, who had followed the example.
It's wild. The audacity, brother. The audacity of fucking white people. It is so crazy. Anyway, let's continue.
Of European empires and started growing an empire of their own. By the late 1930s, Japan starts rapidly taking over this whole region, including a lot of these islands in the South China Sea.
Japanese have started surveys and thinking, well, we can use this for a seaplane harbor or a submarine dock or something like that. During the Second World
I will admit, I will admit, the one positive aspect of French imperialism in the region is that it created one of the greatest sandwiches of all time, the banh mi. That's it, though. Like, no positives outside of that, but the banh mi is excellent. Excellent stuff. Sometimes there's the good and the bad. You know what I mean? It is an incredible sandwich. It is so fucking good. Holy shit.
War. I mean, the South China Sea basically becomes a Japanese lake. So for the first time in history, one power controls almost the whole of the coast of the South China Sea.
Eventually, the US would enter World War II and beat back Japan, forcing them to give up control of all of this territory that it had conquered during the war, including all of these islands in the South China Sea. World War II.
Is this position going to be Chinese imperialism good if you have a claim in the past? Are you insane? You think, first of all, like, you think Johnny Harris is going to say it's good that China wants to control its immediate coastline and the waterways that open up Chinese commerce to global trade? Chinese imperialism. America not doing imperialism. It's only Chinese imperialism when you want to ensure that you can still maintain global trade without any military action. Chat, why does Hasan dislike Johnny so much? I thought he used to like him, sorta. There's a couple of videos that actually made my brain explode that I watched, but I do generally like Johnny Harris. I joke, I kid, I say he's CIA, but there are a couple videos that have genuinely exploded my brain. I think the one I can think of, for every like 2 decent videos, he has like a third one that is just so fucking bad where you're like, come on, dude. The Joe Rogan one,
clear that,
and the MLK one come to mind immediately. Those are the two that it was. There was an Elon one too, I think.
All of these rocky islands were suddenly important. They were strategic.
The Japan video was annoying too, but it wasn't like that bad. Where he was like talking about the Japanese self-defense forces, which is an unconstitutional unit that shouldn't even exist, that he trained with. And took a party on.
Locations at a very important crossroads in the world. It also made it clear that if your country doesn't claim them, someone else will. So we have a bit of a scramble for all these islands. China, of course, thinks that most of this is theirs. Remember the maps and the pottery? Vietnam, who's going through an independence movement, is split in 2, but the South comes out and says a lot of these islands are close to Vietnam. Not to mention their former colonizer France formally claimed them, so they should belong to Vietnam. The Philippines is busy establishing its newly independent country, so it doesn't claim any of these islands at first. But, strangely, one Filipino businessman goes out to a cluster of 53 islands and claims that he discovered them. And he declares his own country.
Pinoy Gang.
Called, wait for it, the Free Territory of Freedom Land.
Pinoy Gang.
That name.
Filipinos. A seafaring group of individuals, you know, it's just Pinoy Gang, give it to them.
Now, this Filipino businessman only occupied these islands for like 90 days, but his claim technically lasted like a couple decades before eventually the Filipino government forced him to give it up. They actually tried to use his...
Oh, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's actually messed up.
...claim to say that these islands belong to the Philippines. I mean, you can see how difficult this is getting. There are hundreds of little tiny islands scattered throughout the South China Sea. They weren't that important for many centuries, and...
If China's taken over the immediate coastline of another country, then yes, it's imperialism, bro. China wasn't some uncontacted native tribe in the 1600s. They were the richest civilization on Earth. Isn't that far-fetched for their actions to be characterized as imperialism? I think what they are interested in doing is what changes the dynamic. Like if they are trying to protect their coastline and ensure that they have like free commerce, that's one thing. Okay, delayed autistic guppy back at it again. Also, I'm Turkish, so this is a sore subject for me. Okay? Just make no mistake. You know, I know a lot about unoccupied pieces of fucking land that stick out over waterways that create historic territorial claims amongst different, maybe former imperial powers. Okay? I'm not even talking about Cyprus. I'm talking straight up, literally like a little baby piece of land that sticks out from the water. Okay?
Suddenly they became very important all at once. But now let me show you the map that will change everything. This is perhaps the biggest moment in the history of the South China Sea. Hold on a second. Wait, actually, before I do, I should pause and thank the sponsor of today's video because it actually has a lot to do
China
with
wants to
my
control
goal for this
Taiwanese
video,
airspace.
which is
Meanwhile,
I'm trying
Taiwanese
to give an
airspace.
alternative view of the South China Sea, something different than what you normally see. Here in the United States, I mostly consume Western media, which makes getting a truly global perspective difficult. And that's because this is a really polarizing issue.
We're
Very
doing ethical
which is why
reacts.
I have been a longtime subscriber of Ground News. I am a on the channel, which is promote transparency, fairness, critical thinking, curiosity, and awareness of our biases. Thank you, Ground News, for existing and for sponsoring today's video. Check out that link if you're interested.
That is ADIZ, not airspace. You're spreading misinformation about that. Spratly Islands are not China's immediate. You think Spratly Islands are China's immediate coast? Spratly Islands are not China's immediate coastline. That is ADIZ, not airspace. You're spreading misinformation about that. Hawaii isn't in US. Okay, Guam. What do you mean, Hawaii? Air Defense Identification Zone, ADIZ.
And now I'm gonna go get that map. So here it is. Let's go back up to China really quick. And there's actually not just...
Do you actually think China's claim to the whole sea is valid, or are you doing a joke / Jen? No, I don't think China's claim to the entire sea is valid. I think it's understandable to want to make sure that your fucking immediate backyard is not turning into a fucking missile base, one micro island at a fucking time, especially when another island nation up there is literally arming itself at a rapid clip. Okay? Like, come on, guys. What the fuck are we talking about? Why do we act like a country has no interest in self-preservation? Like, this is ridiculous. It is a completely fucking ridiculous notion. Everyone in the USA wants to do great power politics until it's another great power. Exactly. Exactly. So you also going to defend attacking the Panama Canal? Brother, dude, the problem with the Panama Canal isn't that Trump's claims are correct. Okay? Do you think China has actually militarily taken over the Panama Canal? And that's why Trump is actually correct in saying he's going to own it now? What are you talking about?
One China. There are two. And look at this moment. It's right after World War II, so it's like the late 1940s. There's the nationalist government, the Republic of China is what it's called. They're like the main government of China. But then there is a communist
Ask
revolution.
all the Taiwan Sims in the chat whether they support Taiwan's claims to the Spratly Islands. It's not just those islands as well. It's also the entirety of mainland China, which is, I mean, I don't even think that that's productive to discuss, to be fair.
A bunch of revolutionaries that are fighting to overthrow the government. It's a civil war. But even during this civil war, the Republic of China, the nationalists, aren't going to let all these other countries take over these islands. So they send their navy out to some of the largest islands in these groups. And these ships show up to these islands basically saying we're going to claim these for China. Oh, and little side note here, guess where they got these naval ships? From the United States of America, who gave them to the Republic of China to support them because they were fighting communists. But they're using these ships to claim islands in the South China Sea.
And so the 12th of December 1946 is the first time that any...
Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? The U.S. island bases are ancient and have existed for millennia, and China is a new country which has only existed for a couple centuries at best. The U.S. has every right to arm those islands. Yeah, what are you talking about, dude? U.S. has laid historic claims to all of the islands, including Taiwan. Okay? This is an emancipatory struggle. You don't understand. Okay? America definitely has really good interests. Okay? You don't understand. America is a naturally occurring phenomenon around the planet, and this joint security cooperative agreements that America has put forward is not simply like you with your simple mind might think like the Korean War. Excuse me, they were fucking communists. They have to be killed. Okay, how else are you going to set up a bulwark against Chi-Coms? How else are you going to set up a bulwark against the Soviet Empire? Okay, that's the real empire. Not the 88,000 troops that are permanently stationed in South Korea. Hello. Sometimes you got to split a country in two, okay? And then maintain a permanent military presence there, because otherwise, ooh, scary.
The Chinese official goes to a Spratly Island and sticks a flag in it. Nobody ever lives there permanently, but people go and sort of stick a flag, and then the other guy comes and pulls the flag out, sticks their own flag in.
And then, doesn't Taiwan want independence, though? Yes. I think that it is unfair to say that Taiwan wants to unify with China at this stage. They don't. They want independence, but what they want more than independence is to not fuck up the current bag that they have. Okay? That's it. They just don't want to rock the boat. But if don't rock the boat is not considered as an option, then yes, they want independence more than they want unification. Okay? But the overwhelming majority want the current situation to not fall apart. Okay? And no, you're the people that say like, no, Taiwan has historic claims to the entirety of mainland China, like that stuff is bullshit. That doesn't exist anymore. Even the KMT is the Unify Party now. Okay, things have changed. Taiwan wants independence by maintaining the status quo. A whopping 83% shows overwhelmingly what Taiwan that's what Taiwanese want. That is correct. U.S. anti-China rhetoric is cooking Australia because our policies have copied the rhetoric, even though China is our main trade partner. So fucking stupid. Yeah. Well, also you have to remember, it's gonna work in a fucking penal colony like Australia, a settler colonial enterprise comprised of white bandits who also did their own indigenous genocide. So obviously. Yeah, if there's another country where the Orientalist narratives are going to be very successful, it's going to be Australia.
They released this map. Take a look. This is the official map where they claim what they say is their water in the South China Sea. It's made up of these dashes, 11 dashes to be precise, drawn around the periphery of the entire South China Sea. This map is basically saying, hey guys, this water has always been ours and remains ours. Stay back. Now that Japan is defeated, we are going to formally assert that this water is ours, as it always has.
Dude, one of the fucking... I don't even want to get into it now, but people are going to get very mad at me for saying this because of how because of how this reflects like on current Taiwan, China policy. But if it wasn't for the Korean War, okay, this would not be a point of contention. That's it. And that is historical fact. If not for the Korean War, this would not even be a conversation. That's it. Why? How did the KMT arrive at Formosa? Mao was entertaining the notion of finishing the job, and then the Korean War happened. Now he's calling it Formosa. I mean, what do you mean? Like, what do you want me to say? That was the name at the time. What the fuck? Yeah, China was prepped to invade Taiwan, but the Korean War made them divert all their attention to North Korea. Why is it contentious in today's context? Because people think of Taiwan as it is now, which is generations removed from what I'm talking about. And then they think like, oh, well, these are a bunch of like brave good guys that are very Western facing and just brave good guys that were going to be unfairly maligned by the scary bad guy, Mao Zedong. You know, but like the dynamic was very different back then. They were nationalists. They were fascist. Very, very ruthless and very brutal, as a matter of fact. The people of Taiwan, I suspect, are going to be increasingly open to reunification, given how things are going with the U.S., even if the majority don't approve of it today. I don't know. Yeah, we're talking about when they initially got pushed out.
This is the most important map and the most important moment in this history.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a Stalin L as well. It's also crazier to think if Stalin gave Chinese air support, the Koreans would have won the Korean War. Let's not talk about such things. Okay? A lot of people talk about how Stalin was a ruthless chauvinist. Okay? The red chauvinist, also interested in the spoils of empire. I think sometimes about the many different instances where Stalin took a defensive posture. And was too slow. Or maybe even genuinely thought, oh, surely the West won't actually do this insane thing. I mean, we were partners. They'll help us. They'll let us lick our wounds after we successfully defeated the Nazis. Surely.
I've always been mesmerized by the sort of ambiguity and ambition of this line. And I don't have a solid theory as to the motives of the people who decided to draw it and what they were after. And again, especially in the context of a divided nationalist government that is being hounded by communist revolutionaries and soon about to lose a war. And yet they make time to draw a map and release it to the world. What's going on here?
So at the end of the Second World War, you still had a country which didn't really, define its boundaries. And so they called upon geography professors.
Would you support U.S. giving Ukraine support against Russia today? No, right? I think you understand the party's logic back in the 50s. Yeah, they were wrong. We understand now with today's eyes that they were wrong. What are you talking about? There were plenty of opportunities to change the tide of battle.
In 1946, specifically with regard to the sea, to try and work out which islands China was going to claim. And they go back to this old
I don't know.
atlas.
It's just, I get it too. I also understand. What? Nice job empathizing, Hasan. Empathy is my guiding compass. Piker, you are so way to be empathetic to all the people in the Spratly Islands. All three of them. They are now under Chi-Com control, dude. Hasan. Stalin killed more people than Hitler. Please, just facts. Sorry. In camps, I mean. I've asked ChatGPT. Sorry, guys. Yeah, no, definitely. Stalin was definitely worse than Adolf Hitler. What are we doing? I don't think Churchill was worse than Adolf Hitler. Okay? I don't think America is worse than Adolf Hitler. You can't, that's an insane statement, dude. The logical conclusion of double genocide, which was initially implemented as like Holocaust revisionism, has eventually turned into actually the real genocide is Stalin. And actually, maybe inevitably you arrive at the principled position of perhaps the Nazis were not on the wrong side of World War II. That's the logical conclusion of that, okay?
Of 1936, and they say this is where the line should be.
Okay, back up to China, where there's a civil war happening, and one side is winning, the communists, led by Mao Zedong, and the Republic of China is fleeing, looking for safety. It's their government, their military, and their civilian followers, millions of people, all running away from the communists. And they end up here at this...
Yeah, there's the ruthless, brutal commies.
180 kilometers straight.
How did they keep flipping? How did the peasant class keep turning on how did the peasant class keep turning on the nationalists? I wonder. What was that about? They just kept going, oh shit. Well, it seems like land reform is a spectacular deal for us. I mean, I'm a fucking peasant. I don't want to go back to the old ways of doing things. How does it feel to know that Donald Harris pronounces Mao Zedong better than you? Yeah, it's whatever. It's fine.
Where they cross it to this Chinese island.
I can't pronounce it too good because then people will say I'm an asset.
And of Taiwan. They were safe here. The communists couldn't cross this strait because their Navy and Air Force weren't strong enough.
Yeah, they're afraid of the water.
Plus, they figured that the US would come to their defense. So now we still have these two Chinas, both claiming to be the real China, and who both hate each other.
I just feel like China claimed, you know, I feel like at that point it seems like China decided, you know what I mean? Both Chinas. Interesting. Both Chinas. One China backed by America and officially recognized as the real China, but they're over here.
Each other. Okay, back to the South China Sea. What did Mao Zedong do with the South China Sea after he took over mainland China? Well, he adopted the same map that the Republic of China had drawn, this 11-dash line that encompasses the whole sea. So now you have both of these Chinas, China and Taiwan, both claiming the same body of water. And this big claim overlaps with the claims coming in from all these other countries.
I think that normalization is already happening with a lot of these other countries, with the exception of the Philippines, I would say. And that if there was a cooperative security agreement with all of these other countries, that removed America from the equation, which is more likely now than ever before, I would say, that they would see no reason to dominate the Paracel Islands or the Spratly Islands or whatever the fuck, okay? That's what I think.
So this is our context. This is how we got here. China feels entitled to all of this water. They draw an 11-dash line. They split into two Chinas who both claim this 11-dash line. And it's like 1950 or something. Now, a few years later, the mainland China, the communists, did remove 2 of these dashes from the 11-dash line. They gave up an island and some water back to North Vietnam as a gesture of friendship to their communist comrades. So now...
Wait a minute. Huh. Why did they do that? I thought they were interested in empire shit. What? That's weird. It almost seems like... Wait. That's curious. That's interesting.
Mainland China has a 9-dash line, and the Republic of China, Taiwan, has an 11-dash line. I mean, this is getting weird.
Huh.
As the 20th century progresses, the scramble continues as countries start backing up their claims with military might, trying to establish a physical presence on the islands that they claim. So Taiwan sends their troops back to Taiping Island, which they still hold today. And things start heating up even more when the global economy starts to come online, and we realize that this water is along critical shipping lanes. It's good water for fishing, and it is strategically placed militarily. And then in the late 1960s, they discover oil in the South China Sea. And once again, the race is on.
So it's a kind of, all of these emerging nation states standing up and standing proud, really.
South Vietnam tries to make good on its claim in the Spratly Islands by sending settlers to claim the islands and working with foreign oil companies to start drilling. China starts drilling too in the Paracels. A lot of Chinese fishermen are also down here, and South Vietnam doesn't like this, so they send their army to kick these fishermen out. China doesn't take kindly to this, and so they then send 6 naval vessels and 2 support jets to fight the South Vietnamese, taking full control of these islands and getting into a clash that kills 70 Vietnamese troops. And once they do this, China decides they don't want to leave. So they start setting up more infrastructure on these islands, having a permanent presence and controlling them completely. Over the years, the islands start filling up with more and more military bases and outposts. It becomes a crowded neighborhood.
It's a good thing that America at this stage was completely and utterly removed from the equation. Like, if you watch this video 15 minutes in, the United States of America has not been mentioned even once. Okay? I'm sorry. They did mention it one time. They said America is invested in the defense of the real China in Taiwan. Sorry. They did say 2 things. One, Republic of China got ships from America initially because they were like, oh, these guys are nationalists. And good. And then 2, they mentioned that America is defending Taiwan from fake China. What do you mean South Vietnam, ? Taiwan, ? Yeah, those are utterly removed from American interest, okay? Also kind of weird not to talk about Japan either in any part of this story. Like, that also is kind of weird because, like, or Korea. I feel like those events were pretty big. I mean, like, Japan briefly being mentioned is not what I'm talking about. And also, he talked about Japan as, like, ancient Chinese empire shit. And not necessarily, like, Japanese. He skipped French colonialism to World War II. I mean, there was a bunch of skips. I have to pee really bad. Hold on.
Where everyone is fighting for a slice of oil or shipping lanes, minerals, or just a strategic military location. Needless to say, this way of doing things is not a great way to solve territorial disputes in the water. Like, whoever shows up first and puts their little pushpin on the map, it's not a way to avoid conflict. Luckily, the law of the sea was just around the corner. So while all these countries were fighting over the South China Sea, the international community was working on solving the problem of how to determine what country gets what water. The world was getting better at finding valuable resources in the deep ocean, and we really needed rules on who owned what.
Communist China takes part in the discussions on the law of the sea as a full member, and so therefore it's kind of if you like, represents something that they agreed to. So in theory, it's bound by the rules of UNCLOS, which say that, you can claim territorial sea of 12 nautical miles. You can then make a resource claim that goes up to 200 nautical miles. But that doesn't really fit with the U-shaped line claim.
And almost every country on Earth agreed to this. They ratified UNCLOS, except for one big exception, the United States of America. Yes, the United States, while they do follow the norms of UNCLOS, have not ratified it, which is kind of a trend with the US. Like, they want to preserve the global order, but they don't want to necessarily agree to all of the laws because they don't like to be constrained.
Unified Vietnam didn't even mention it. Okay, Johnny, I see you. Yeah, it just kind of happened. It's just weird. America kind of does that a lot. America is anarchist. The most anarchist nation state of all. We don't follow Admiral Maritime Law, brother.
Back to the South China Sea, UNCLOS was supposed to create order, create a framework through which all these countries can make their claims and work things out peaceably. But that didn't happen. In fact, the whole 200 nautical mile rule incentivized countries to try to claim these little islands, because if you claim this little island, you get 200 nautical miles off of that island. So countries continue to build things on these islands. Especially China, who's built all sorts of military bases and has even resorted to building new islands where there were none. Which, like, someday I want to go there and see what that looks like. Like, I've seen it from above in these satellite photos of how they're dredging up all of this sand and putting it on these reefs, but it just never made sense to me how they can build islands.
They're kind of goated with the sauce like that.
China has then sort of said, well, we're not just talking about one island, we're talking about groups of islands, and if they're a group of islands, could we draw a line around the whole group of islands and then claim from there? And everyone else is saying, no, that's not what it says in the text.
China continues to this day to claim the 9-dash line as their official claim to the South China Sea. And by the way, so does Taiwan, though they claim the 11-dash line. We don't hear about that much.
I wonder why.
In 2016, the Philippines sued China in the International Court of Arbitration, saying that China was violating UNCLOS and infringing in the Filipino EEZ with their 9-dash line. China declined to participate in these proceedings, saying that the court had no jurisdiction to rule in what they view as Chinese waters. But the court proceeded and came out with a ruling that said that China's 9-dash line was totally illegal, or lawless in their words.
Yeah, I think it's significant that China,
traditionally seafaring, it's just,
isn't just saying,
much love for the Swagapinos.
It's ours, go away, we've got a bigger navy than you. It is also saying what we're doing is legal, but other countries don't accept the legal arguments.
I'm looking at the legal rebuttal from the Chinese government during this tribunal, and it basically tells the story we've...
Swagapino is really hurting my feelings. I'm gonna be honest. America's #1 ally in the region, other than, I guess if you factor out Taiwan and South Korea and Japan, but certainly in that area.
just laid out here in this video. The Chinese activities in the South China Sea date back over 2,000 years.
I wonder if you have any Taiwanese fans. I have Taiwanese relatives, dude. What are you talking about? Taiwanese fans. I have immediate family members.
China was the first country to discover, name, explore, and exploit the resources of the South China Sea islands, and the first to continuously exercise sovereign powers over them. Then they talk about how in the 30s and 40s, foreigners, especially Japan, illegally seized some parts of the South China Sea. There were some wars. And then after World War II, the Chinese government resumed exercising its sovereignty over the South China Sea. And that all of these acts affirm China's territorial sovereignty and relevant maritime rights and interests in the South China Sea. This history is core to their claim.
At the bottom, there's an argument over who owns each individual rock and reef. And China, has a good claim to being the first country to have stuck a flag in certain, rocks or reefs and then maintained a presence there.
Okay, I understand the argument. Now that we've gone through the history, but if maps, pottery, fishing activity all thousands of years ago is what you need to make a modern day maritime claim, then other countries like Vietnam and even the Philippines would have a similar claim. One thing I've learned is that the time machine game of who got here first is not a useful way to settle border disputes. It's just not. You can always go back further. But even still, China continues to
Love all the Asian people being interviewed here. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you cut US aid funding. Okay? Anti-DEI plus US aid funding. And all you can get is a white British dude who has epigenetic memories of Western imperialism baked into his core. It's a part of his core identity. So, of course, he's going to immediately posture the way that he is.
To assert this 9-dash line, even as it causes major tension with almost all their neighbors.
Racist. Mother Puncher 313.
And this gets to a really important
I'm
aspect
joking.
of this water. It's the reason we started this video showing you all of those old maps, that pottery. China's 9 dashes on a map is not a matter of law, but of national identity. It's a core part of the country's national story, of China being this continuous civilization, uninterrupted for thousands of years. And again, this is Taiwan's story and claim as well.
When Xi Jinping talks about, the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, there's definitely a territorial component to that. And the U-shaped line is printed in every Chinese passport now. It's very much alive. It's part of the sort of patriotic education campaign. Chinese school kids are taught about the line. They're taught that, China was humiliated by the foreign powers and that this, was a sign of China becoming a, respected nation state.
This claim and others in the region has contributed to a rising and falling and rising of tension over the years. And right now, that tension is rising. And that is the next part of this story, which continues on our second channel, Search Party, where Sam will take you through the story of what happens next.
Oh, God. What happens next? Two-parter. All right, we'll watch it. What's the second part? Why doesn't he link it here? I don't understand.
To tell you why this tension is heating up, why Chinese Coast Guard
Axe.
Why this tension.
In June 2024.
Oh God, no! Don't start with the boats. Oh no, dude. Oh fuck. I'm scared. I hope they don't show the guy with the axe again.
This ship from the Philippines Navy was rammed by 2 ships from the Chinese Coast Guard. A few minutes later, a standoff ensues. China's Coast Guard is seen brandishing.
Top Shi is back. This video is not made to educate an uninformed audience. This video is made to manufacture consent from a misinformed public. Will Mr. Harris sign up for war? We saw his pitiful training with the weak Japanese army before. Americans are so desperate to provoke conflict with China because that's the extent of their foreign policy, military conflict.
Axes and knives. It happened at a shallow reef called Second Thomas Shoal, where the Philippines have a few soldiers stationed on a grounded ship. China also claims the reef, and in early 2024 began to prevent the Philippines from reaching it. When the Philippines made another attempt in June, the Chinese Coast Guard rammed them. This would be a minor incident if it weren't in one of the most contentious places on Earth.
And a storm.
Yeah, there is, from what I understand, there is already an existing security cooperation, which many of the other parties have signed on to, with the exception of the Philippines. Like there is a priority areas of cooperation in ASEAN. Your Pinoy fans hate you. Stop watching this part. I'm sorry to the Pinoy gang.
In the South China Sea.
Another confrontation has taken place between Chinese and Philippine vessels.
It's the second such event in 2 weeks.
These giant ships are essentially playing chicken. A high seas confrontation that could ignite a war.
6 countries claim parts of the South China Sea, and the competition is getting fierce.
You have fishers.
Yeah. I'm sorry to show you these devastating sights, as opposed to how America and America's security partners, what they do when someone violates what they have decided is like territory that they, or international waters that they must, quote unquote, protect. You know. Like, let's say there's a genocide going on, hypothetically, okay? Let's say the military base that is an extension of American empire in a region far, far away from the United States of America, but a very resource-rich region, is conducting a genocide on its indigenous population, okay? Totally hypothetical. Let's say that at the tip of the Red Sea, there's another country that says, oh, well, we just went through a similar genocide. We just went through a famine, okay? And I mean, this is all hypothetical. It's just not, this would never happen, right? But let's say there's another country that just went through a manufactured, man-made famine with America's allies, with American weapons, with American missile guidance systems. Let's say that that's happening. And then the other country says, well, we're a sovereign nation. And we think that what's going on in this genocide is horrifying. We are going to stop the trade routes that touch our coastline. Now, let's say this other country is in a very specific part of the Red Sea where they actually can do that. They have the capacity to do that, right? And no, I'm not talking about Djibouti, okay? The world's most important country, okay? Now, in that process, what would America do? What would the United States of America do? I wonder. I'm just thinking, like, would they show up with axes? Would they just like spray water? What would they do? I suspect it would cost $1 billion, give or take. You know.
You have these militia actors, you have multiple nations. There's a lot more variables and there's a lot more chance that something unintended happens that you cannot de-escalate.
So what's driving up tensions in the South China Sea? What do all these countries want? And what is this conflict really about?
Damn. Donald McDonald Harris's second channel goes hard with the music. Literally the definition of whataboutism. Great job, super thinker. That's that Rutgers brain hard at work, Lamau. Really? An identical situation where America happens to be thousands of fucking miles away, okay, doing not one but, or supporting and facilitating not one but two genocides, being compared to the Chinese Coast Guard spraying Filipino boats with water, okay? Doesn't impact the situation? Yes, of course it does. The fuck are you talking about? I'm saying hegemonic powers behaving in one way is criticized dramatically by the other hegemonic power that is doing an untold amount of fucking violence in a similar situation, in a worse situation, as a matter of fact. And it's always the people that literally defend the other thing on principle while simultaneously saying, look at what China's doing. It's devastating. So no, this is not whataboutism, you dumb fuck. It's a direct comparison. It is a direct comparison that is happening right now. It wasn't a hypothetical situation. Are you stupid enough to think that I was mentioning a hypothetical situation? Holy fuck. Ironically enough, the instance of one and the historical actions that one party that is engaged in, that one country is engaged in, is literally the reason why the other country is like, yeah, we want to maintain some sort of control over this fucking region. That's why I think when Johnny Harris doesn't talk about American actions in that area, it kind of completely deletes an entire part of this conversation. Okay? Yeah, if you don't add America into the equation, the global hegemonic superpower in fucking perpetuity, okay, constantly destabilizing countries in the region, invading them, doing literally genocide, like to a T. Korean War absolutely could be considered a genocide. It's just when America does it, it's not. We just don't say it is, right? Because, again, global hegemonic superpower. Okay? Perhaps that plays a role in another regional power wanting to make sure that their trade routes are secure. While also simultaneously, I'm certain of this, if the other countries around the region were to cooperate, they wouldn't do any of this shit. Also, what we're talking about is really stupid because Donald Trump is accelerating the process regardless. Okay? Donald Trump, with his insane actions, are most likely going to cause countries to reconsider the ways in which they've currently dealt with China.
In the South China Sea, the stakes couldn't.
You cannot say that for sure. If any other country has the power of the U.S., they would rape the planet. Dude, this is a psychotic hypothetical. You understand? A psychotic hypothetical. Like, what are you fucking saying? What are you saying right now? Really reconsider what you're saying. First of all, what has America done to the entire planet? Holy fuck. And secondly, what do you mean? Oh, if other countries had that kind of power, they would just use it in a very different way. They would do it much worse than America. It's so funny to have this conversation right here when we're talking about the United States of America that's dropped not one but two nukes on a civilian population in Japan. Okay, invaded this fucking country, bombed the other one into oblivion, okay, where there's still birth defects happening, destabilized virtually all of them, historically also engaged in war with this one too, okay? Like, what are you talking about? And it's fucking like 5,000 miles away too. That's the other side of the story, which is like, ironically, this debate lord just did a whataboutism that they accused you of. The only thing you have, the only assessment that you're making in this situation is that, like, well, those other guys would be worse than America. You have no historical basis for this, okay? And you have no proof or evidence of what, you have no proof or evidence in terms of like how this would work. Except that is at the heart of Western chauvinism in general. That is precisely what slave owners said. If we free the slaves, they will come back and enslave us. That is precisely what Israel says about the Palestinians. If we free the Palestinians, they'll come back and do to us what we've done to them. That's what the South Africans said during the time of apartheid. If we abolish the apartheid, then black people will do to us what we've done to them. Okay? I mean, they weren't wrong. Holy fuck, dude. That is such an embarrassingly racist thing to say. Jesus Christ. Yeah. White people got enslaved by black people in the South. This is... That's what billionaires say about the working class people? Yes. Yes. Those who maintain power will always claim that, oh, if the situation was different, if the roles were reversed, we'd be getting fucking destroyed. That's fair. It's just an opinion. But I like the idea that we have the power and could have done worse, but held back. I don't think America could have done worse. Unless you just nuke the entire planet, I guess. Like, what do you mean? What are we holding back on? This is the same old dynamic, especially 60 months of genocide. Very weird thing to say. Have we held it back?
Tens of millions of barrels of oil and gas sit below it. Shipping routes that carry $3.4 trillion in annual trade run through it, and its dwindling fisheries sustain millions of people. The Philippines, Malaysia, Brunei, Taiwan, and Vietnam are each claiming rights to waters roughly up to 200 nautical miles off their shores. These exclusive economic zones are prescribed under international law. China has one too, but it's claiming...
Yeah, America really held back in Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, really holding it back real hard.
More. It illustrates its claim with this 9-dash line, something its government drew over 70 years ago.
They claim some form of historic rights, but what exactly they're claiming within that line has never been clarified.
I called Harrison Pratat, an expert on the territorial disputes in the South China Sea.
It's part of China's identity now to be a strong nation that does not cede its territory to others.
In fact, in 2023, China added a 10th dash next to Taiwan. But the problem with this line is that China's the only country that recognizes it. In 2016, an international court ruled that it has no legal basis. But that hasn't stopped China from trying to take control of it anyways. It's been occupying rocks and reefs all over the South China Sea, and even building new islands. In the Spratly Islands, 3 other countries have claims. But over the last decade, China piled sand onto reefs to build bases, complete with airstrips, weapons, and harbors for its ships. China uses them to extend its claim and support a huge fleet of vessels to enforce it. In 2014, it placed an oil rig within Vietnam's EEZ and sent dozens of ships there to prevent Vietnam from reaching it. Even as the Vietnamese protested, China didn't back down. In 2021, it ordered more than 200 fishing boats to dock at the unoccupied Whitsun Reef, leading the Philippines to worry that China was preparing to build on it, sparking a standoff that lasted for months until the boats left. China's message, though, was clear.
If it does not occupy, control, and exclusively exploit the South China Sea, then it should have the say over who does.
But today, its neighbors are fighting back.
I, for one, can't imagine a country that was associated building bases against another country's will. I know. That'd be crazy. Totally. That would never happen.
So I've covered the South China Sea before, but this time when I dove in, everything had changed. New players, new locations, and the stakes were higher than ever. Thankfully, I was able to stay organized thanks to Ground News. That's a website and app that gathers
Damn,
stories
is a
from all
4-minute
video
video of.
and I'll take you back to the South China Sea. So China's essentially been trying to overrule the claims of the other countries in the South China Sea, and each has been reacting to that in a slightly different way. I thought it'd be useful to rank them from the least to the most aggressive. Taiwan and Brunei have essentially surrendered. Taiwan doesn't want to risk further conflict with China.
Essentially surrendered. Yeah, dude. Ultimately, the regional actors want to maintain they want to maintain a cooperative agreement with the fucking large power up their ass cheek. Okay? And look, the way I see it is if fucking Vietnam can let bygones be bygones, then so should the Filipinos. It's also not surrender. It's you just said it. What? Said what?
While Brunei depends on China for most of its trade, Malaysia is typically quiet too, except for
Vietnam does not let bygones be bygones with China. Yeah, they have every reason not to. That's number one. And number two, no, they've normalized relations with China as well.
For oil and gas, whereas EEZ overlaps with China's 9-dash line. China protests, but Malaysia refuses to stop.
Malaysia tidak berganjak dari tuntutan dan pendirian kita tentang kawasan milik Malaysia. Walaupun dibangkitkan oleh negara China.
Vietnam is going even further. It claims a number of reefs and islands and has begun to copy China's tactics. It's built this.
I think a big part of this equation is also the trade partnership agreements that China has with these countries and the development agreements that China has with these countries as well.
Reef into an island base and greatly extended the size of two others. In fact, since 2022, Vietnam's reclaimed more land than China has. But for some reason, China hasn't stopped it.
Maybe they're putting a premium on those kind of party-to-party communist party.
Look at that. Like the number one OGL of all time for China. Greatest Chinese L. Big time. Dude, I'm not aware why Vietnam hates China. Please explain. China invaded Vietnam. Also for the worst reasons too, to basically defend the Khmer Rouge. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. That's not a good period of Chinese history, okay? Major L.
Party ties in Vietnam and that relationship. To be honest, there has to be a Chinese response at some point.
It could be that China's too busy dealing with an even more aggressive adversary, the Philippines.
This country will not lose 1 inch of its territory.
When Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. took power in 2022, he reversed the Philippines' strategy.
It's imperialist from China, though, to be fair, let's be honest. It's like saying it's worse in the U.S., far from it, but to be fair, the China Sea stuff is imperialist. The way I analyze this is exactly the same as the way I analyze the One Belt, One Road initiative. Okay? You cannot look at Chinese actions in the South China Sea without comparing it to historic examples to understand why they're doing this. And it's all a matter of where China goes from here. Okay? If they can't put together a joint security agreement in the region, or even if they do, they still end up violating it and don't allow any of these other nations in the area to take advantage of their own natural resources in their own coastlines, then that's entirely different. Then you're right. Okay? So far, China has not done that. Okay? This is true. But I look at the comparison between the IMF and the World Bank in terms of the way that economic imperialism still continues on the Western side for Western superpowers that dominate the global South. And then I compare that to the One Belt, One Road initiative. One Belt, One Road initiative and Chinese debts are quite similar in theory to the exact same way that these loans have been offered by the West. The difference, however, are the conditions of those loans. They are far better. No austerity implementation, and the goals for those loans are different as well. But I always maintain the position when talking about One Belt, One Road. I always explain to you that there might be a time and place where China actually does come to collect. Okay? Okay. No, it's Belt and Road. Sorry, I keep saying One Belt, One Road. Belt and Road Initiative, whatever. If the Chinese government decided to collect on those debts in a similar fashion, then I would have a similar perspective to the way that the World Bank and the IMF operates. And the same goes for this, okay? The same goes for its actions in the South China Sea. Them refusing, like the Chinese government's refusal to allow Vietnam or the Philippines or any of these countries to take advantage of their own natural resources is completely unacceptable. Okay? It is. It's not acceptable. But I do suspect that the conditions of a joint security partnership in this area, if the Philippines also agree, even though they're virtually not a sovereign state in this regard. Okay? But if there was a cooperative agreement and that Chinese trade routes were protected, I don't believe that they would enforce extra military action or engage in acts of aggression in violation of the same security cooperation that they've put forth. Okay? Wouldn't it make more sense for China to enter into alliances with the countries around it in order to benefit economically? Wait, they already have. That's what they're already doing this, which is why I'm saying that it's a little different.
Underlying all this stuff about the need of nuclear power is the idea that China has either threatened us or will threaten us. Now, this is a distortion and it's untrue. China does not threaten the United States. Nobody can threaten the United States. It's got 10,000 kilometres of sea between the Chinese coast and California. It's got the Atlantic Ocean on the other side. It has a massive country with in space, in land mass and friend.
Yeah. China has been pushing for joint security conferences for the nations in the area for decades now, but the U.S. keeps tanking them via the Philippines.
Friends in Canada on the north and Mexico on the south, and the greatest armaments in all history. China has committed, in the eyes of the United States, the great sin of internationalism. And what is that sin? to develop an economy as big as the United States. That's the sin. They've got as big as the US. The Americans will never condone or accept a state as large as them, you know, and that's what China presents. China's mere presence. I mean, they would have preferred they remain in poverty, 20% of humanity forever. But the fact that China is now, you know, an industrial economy larger than the United States, larger, according to IMF, 20% larger, they say, hang on, this is not in the playbook. This is not in the playbook. You know, what an affront. This is about the maintenance of US strategic hegemony in Asia. Now, this is a country which has no.
Considering that China stopped aiding the MPA of CPP in the Philippines, you would have thought that at some point within the last 14 years, the Filipino government would pursue some form of normalization considering China's influence on regional trade. Is there a reason it hasn't? Is the only answer that it's a U.S. vassal? I think it's a major China L. They should fucking fund the Maoists. They should fund they should fund a Maoist revolution in the Philippines. It's just right there. It's just right there in the making.
Land in the metropolitan zone of Asia. There's no US in Asia. It's 10,000 kilometres across the Pacific to the coast of California. So they are not a metropolitan Asian power, but they claim to be and wish to be the primary strategic power in Asia. So what are the Chinese supposed to say to that? Oh, that's okay. We've been here 4,000 years. We've developed, you know,
I mean, they funded a Maoist revolution in Cambodia and it sent the shit. Okay, fair. Fair.
We've been subjugated by every bugger known to man. We've developed a decent economy, a decent standard of living, you know, shelter, accommodation, education, you know. That's our sin, is it? That's our sin. And we've got to be superintended by your neighbour.
We're also difficult given Philippines' predisposition to feudalistic Catholicism, same as Indonesia with feudalistic Islam. I feel like Indonesia, there was another thing that fucking happened that we were responsible for as well, that kind of destroyed any sort of socialist mobilization in the country. But I don't know. Also, no, religion or religious roots are silly. Yeah, how did the Philippines get to Catholicism is a good question, but
Navy, yeah, by the US Navy. Could you just imagine if the Chinese Blue Water Navy decided to do their sightseeing 6 miles off the coast of California? Could you imagine the brouhaha that would go on?
I mean, yeah, that would not be. I believe by entering our water and airspace over the recent years, China has inadvertently pushed Australia into the arms of the U.S., says Coconut Wiggy Oz. I love hearing stuff like this from Australians, which is so funny because, like, you're already a vassal state, big dog, and you should be excited about it, okay? Like, you are a vassal state for China, okay? Australia being pushed to the arms of the U.S. is a hilarious notion. So you're basically the Israel of Asia, Lamau. Shut up. Oh my God, I never thought about Australia like that. That's funny. God. Imagine being so close to liberation like that. We have a major CIA base in Australia and we've already done a CIA coup in their country. Yeah. Well, no one can overcome the power of delicious treats. Consumer goods. No, we are not. We are a lapdog for your shithole country. We'll see. I actually never thought about Australia I actually never thought about Australia being like Israel. But it's not. It's not like Israel. It's not. It's not. I feel like no, I don't agree. I don't want to agree. I visited Australia, okay? Taiwan is the Israel of Asia? No, okay, Mao. Listen. I don't think that Taiwan is like the Israel of Asia. It doesn't. No, and South Korea doesn't work. Japan doesn't work either. Australia is way closer because it's also a settler colonial state built on ethnically cleansing the indigenous population. The Israel of Asia is Pakistan, but motherfuckers aren't ready for that convo. My friend is Taiwanese, and because China supports Palestine, she hates Palestine, and I'm sad. Israel is a unique country, okay? That's why I said even Australia would not be Israel territory. South Africa is the only other country that is similar to Israel, I think. Apartheid South Africa. Isn't Israel the Israel of Asia? Okay, that's not the part of Asia that we're talking about. Let's continue.
His predecessor had mostly avoided talking about China's island building and activities in the South China Sea.
It's an actual quote from 1965 when he met Abu Jihad of the PLO in Beijing and said, Taiwan is the Israel of Asia, East Asia. No, I know. That's why I said, okay, Mao.
But Marcos ordered his navy to start publicizing them. It began releasing videos showing how the Chinese Coast Guard shadows its ships, cuts them off, and even blasts them with water cannons. By publicizing China's actions, the Philippines hopes to form a common front with its neighbors and get sympathy from abroad. It also wants China to overreact. Sabina Shoal is claimed by both countries, but neither has built any permanent structures. When the Philippines docked a ship there in April 2024, Chinese ships surrounded it, then rammed it over and over until it was forced to leave.
China's kind of faced with an interesting decision is like, well, do we lighten up so that we don't look so bad in the international media? Or do we try to punish them harder because now they're trying to make us look bad? Essentially, they've sided on the second option every time.
That's exactly what happened in June 2024, when the Philippines sent a boat to resupply its men on Second Thomas Shoal, and China refused to let them. No incident in the South China Sea had ever come down to knives and axes. And while actual combat was avoided, one Philippine sailor did lose a thumb when the boats collided. This standoff illustrates exactly why tensions are rising in the South China Sea. For the first time, one country, the Philippines...
Come on. As an American, when I look at like other countries, when I look at other countries engaging in like territorial battles, and they're like, and the American guy's like, see, they have an axe. How can I not laugh at that, man? Like, I cover straight up ethnic cleansing on a daily fucking basis. Like, where are the cruise missiles? Like, what the fuck's going on? What do you mean? It's a bunch of dudes with an axe yelling at the other group of dudes on the fucking dinghy. Like, what it just sounds... Maybe I'm stupid. It's not because I'm a China simp, okay? But I truly find it hilarious that like Americans sit around and they're like, dude, have you seen this shit? They got axes and water cannons. I'm like, what do you think our fucking Navy does, man? You think our Navy... Dude, if our Navy was actually going up to other boats with axes and water cannons, America would be the greatest peacekeeping force on the planet, okay? People would be like, look at how far America has come. Look at how unimaginably peaceful America has become. They dropped the fucking sidewinders for knives and axes. Our Navy is so violent that we actually fucking kill ourselves, okay? We got nobody else. Sometimes when we got nobody else to shoot at, we shoot at ourselves. We drop our own fucking planes, dude. School shooters in the US are better armed than these Chinese guys? Yeah, that's what I mean. Yes, U.S. Super Hornet shot down over Red Sea in friendly fire incident. Aviator safe. It's just, I don't know. I find it ridiculous where we're like, our enemies are doing unimaginable war crimes. And then like you look at what we're doing. I look at what we're doing and then I look at like our big bad enemies and what they're doing. I'm like, really? Are you fucking serious? This is why it's hard for me to have the same level of smoke for China as I do for Russia, okay? Like, Russia actually does a metric ton of violent shit. Very America style, okay? Completely unacceptable. Completely ridiculous. Death and destruction galore. Also self-defeating. But, like, it's crazy to consider the restraint that other countries have in terms of, like, their own back and forth, and then we just look at that and we say this is the most violent thing we've ever seen. Meanwhile, you got fucking missile silos pointed at China from Japan. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you saying? Dudes are fucking rolling over each other's heads with like sticks and stones at the fucking border dispute that they have with India. And water cannons.
Is fighting back against China, and China's proving willing to escalate in order to stop them. After the fight, the two countries struck a deal. The Philippines could resupply its soldiers, but it couldn't repair the grounded ship. This deal will help diffuse tensions in the short term, but eventually, this ship's gonna have to be repaired, and that could lead to a more contentious standoff in the future. The problem is this is just one of several areas that the Philippines and China are contesting, and that's worrisome because their conflict could involve more than just them.
The Republic of the Philippines, once an American possession, represents...
Yeah, it's not guns. They just don't want to escalate the situation with heavier weapons like the trigger-happy West. Like, yeah, you think they don't have fucking rail guns on their ships? They do.
Cito's cornerstone on the east in Asia.
Since the Cold War, the United States has pledged to help the Philippines if it's attacked, and that includes...
We should unironically be happy that other countries don't operate in the same way that the United States of America does, because we know what happens when they do, okay? Russia is a great example of what happens when a foreign country outside of the periphery, outside of the fucking sphere of Western influence, decides to do America shit. Like, that's it. Railgun for a small fish boat? Brother, what the fuck do you think Americans do? What do you think the American Navy does to pirate ships? What do you think the pirate ships look like? What do you think the American Navy does to the whatever remainder of like the Ansar Allah naval force or the Ansar Allah fucking forces look like? I don't know. I'm not American. Yeah. America certainly is not above using insane weapons, even against a civilian population.
includes attacks on, quote, public vessels, meaning that any of these clashes could qualify as something the U.S. is obliged to respond to. Remember the soldier who lost his thumb?
If that was his arm instead, maybe he bleeds out and dies, and then you have a US treaty ally who's just had a soldier die in a conflict with China in the South China Sea.
That's why many are worried about these incidents between China and the Philippines. They could easily lead to a conflict.
Dude, think about like, you can't be you're an American analyst, dude. Like, as an American analyst, saying this is fucking wild, like, yeah, I wonder who would be the escalating factor here if such a thing occurred, okay? Who would be the escalating party here? Who is salivating at the prospect of such a thing happening? I mean, countries that have been in conflict with one another or have like delicate security agreements that sometimes violate like the back and forth communications, like Russia and Turkey, end up fucking dealing with it. You know what I mean? Without actually going to war. But yes, if any Chinese naval vassal turned around and like actually killed anyone that is under American protection, yes, 100% America would use that as an opportunity to do untold amounts of violence and ridiculous escalation in this region. They would manufacture consent for it. For all of these years, they have been manufacturing consent for it. Many Americans are geared up. I mean, the entirety of the Philippines is just like an unsinkable American Navy base that they reopened recently, a couple years ago. Thank God for Joe Brandon. Why don't they attack Israel for killing Egyptian border forces then? Dude, what are you talking about? Israel kills American citizens. Israel has killed American citizens. Israel assassinated an American citizen in the West Bank by sniping her in the head. Okay? We did all but like apologize to Israel for, having an American citizen in the vicinity of Israeli bullets, basically. I mean, yeah, Israel's killed American soldiers. The Israeli occupying force bombed UN observers from Ireland. This is not, but you're not considering all the hypotheticals. Come on, bro. Exactly. Israel ran a woman over by the name of Rachel Corey from Washington. They ran her over with a bulldozer because she was protesting bulldozing a Palestinian's home. Israel killed aid workers from not just the United States of America, but numerous other countries. World Central Kitchen aid workers. None of that matters, okay? That's why it's so fucking ridiculous when we talk about like, oh, what if in the entanglement with the Chinese Coast Guard and the Filipino Coast Guard, like, the dude's arm got cut off instead of his thumb and he fucking died. What would happen then? All hell would break loose. And it's like, yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why our foreign adversaries doing, even having a fucking accident in an otherwise like incomparable type of dispute in comparison to what the United States of America is doing all around the fucking world. Like, I wonder why that would turn into like genuine global crisis. Yeah, because America is salivating at the prospect of escalating conflict in that side. They do not like that China has developed economic trade partnerships with all of these countries. They do not like that China is developing its own backyard. That's the number one issue here. They don't like that China is dominating the globe in terms of trade as well.
Between China and the U.S. Afterwards, the U.S. reiterated its support for the Philippines, and the Philippines clarified that it would not invoke the treaty. But this situation still leaves me with one big question. China's choosing to respond aggressively to the Philippines, but not any of the other countries. Vietnam is literally building islands, and China isn't saying anything, but it's cracking down in response to any move the Philippines makes. The one
Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why the Philippines is the only country. I wonder why the Philippines is the only country that China is more aggressively responding to. I wonder why China is not aggressively responding to other development projects in the region. What could be the difference? I don't know.
Country backed by
I mean, they know what it is. That's why they literally said, if the Filipino, what if in the hypothetical, the Filipino Coast Guard's fucking not finger, but like arm cut off and he died of like blood loss, then all hell would break loose because America would come in and fuck their shit up. Okay? That's it.
Superpower. I'm wondering if China is using these incidents with the Philippines to test the US's relationship with them. In addition to the South China Sea, it wants to take over Taiwan and ultimately have influence over all of East Asia. But it's currently constrained.
Genuinely don't know what the reason is? No, they already said it. It's because America is using the Philippines and Taiwan to a certain degree as well to actively say like, fuck you.
By the US and its allies in the region. By acting aggressively against the Philippines, China may be trying to demonstrate to the Philippines that the US doesn't necessarily have its back.
There's a logic for China that if they can demonstrate that the US alliance does not help the Philippines and that the only...
What? You love shitting on the US for pushing escalation like this, but refuse to acknowledge similar, if not stronger, motives coming from China, on top of the humanitarian atrocities that China is a part of day in, day out. US is the bad guy during peacetime, but China is silently worse in almost every way. I don't know what you're talking about. Like I just spent the last hour describing to you how ridiculous it is to get extra mad at this shit, okay? Which seemingly could be dealt with through a my bad, I just got here. Yeah, we've deported a single mom to Gitmo for a traffic violation. we deported people back to Guatemala after they lived here in the United States of America for like 15 fucking years for trespassing. Those are the severe crimes of the rugged criminals that we are violently removing from our ranks. And that is before we get to American foreign policy. But in terms of like, I mean, you seemingly have a point, so I would love to hear it. I don't know. Maybe I'll agree with you. Yeah, we're deporting Venezuelans to Mexico and separating them from their children. Like I said, as it is currently, hyper focusing on the actions of a foreign adversary like this, in my opinion, is to simply say like, no, there's other bad powers out there too. They're evil and scary. And there are, okay? I would definitely say that Russian actions are closer to American actions in general. Russian actions in Ukraine are atrocities. They're completely unacceptable. But like acting as though this kind of like South China Sea back and forth with like the Chinese Coast Guard and water cannons that they're using on the fucking Filipino boats is like in any way, shape, or form remotely similar to anything America's doing is completely ridiculous, especially when all of this could literally be solved. All of this could literally be solved without American interference. Okay, if it was devoid of any sort of U.S. interference, they would absolutely just be like, "All right, yeah, it's fine. Please help us develop. That seems great," which they are already doing. Now, After all of that, if China's like, yeah, this is all ours now, you can't even use your own natural resources, then that's an entirely different equation. Then I agree with you. Okay? But I'm not going to sit here and fucking be mad at like hypotheticals about what China might do down the line. Okay? While we're doing infinitely worse shit already.
The only way to do that is to instead talk to China, make a deal, and kind of give up. They're hoping that this.
But that is what they've been doing in the Philippines? No. I'm saying, I'm not downplaying Chinese actions in the region. I'm asking you simply, why do you think it's only the Philippines that they have these kinds of issues with? Okay? It's because Americans use the Philippines as their strategic partner in the area. That's it. Don't they also have problems with Vietnam? No, not in recent years, as far as I understand. Initially, yes. But not to the same degree any longer. Anyway.
This narrative can kind of prying the Philippines away from the U.S. But basically, so far, what we've seen is the opposite. The Philippine public, there's a large, overwhelming support for the U.S., and there's a lot of distrust in China.
Help me out, I'm dumb. Can't you use the same logic for the Cuban Missile Crisis? Yeah, I wonder how the Cuban Missile Crisis happened. I mean, I'm a Turkish guy. I'm going to give you one big clue, okay? As a Turkish man, how could my background be, to a certain degree, relevant to the Cuban Missile Crisis? Think? How did that happen? The USSR was just randomly like, yo, trying to get some missiles, King? Is that what you think happened out of nowhere? Yeah. If America was honest about how they explain American history, they would call it the Turkish missile crisis, okay?
Ultimately, what makes this region so dangerous isn't just the competition on the surface, playing out between these 6 countries, but the other one, between 2 superpowers below the surface.
Thanks so much for watching this episode. We're Search Party. We cover sports and geopolitics.
All I'm saying is, like, I think if there is a peaceful method to end all of these moments of instability, we should take it. And I don't think that that is a unreasonable position, right? If there is a way to do cooperation in the region for China, I think they should be able to do that. Do you agree? That's what I believe. But there is a third party that does not consent to these sorts of actions and will regularly say it's because of other shit. Anyway, I'm done for the day. Love you all. And I will see you tomorrow. Peace.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review scored at your prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.